Hello, this is Jamie Ruby, and welcome to Sci-Fi-Vision Presents Fandom Access for December 8th. Tonight is our From Deep Dive / Rewatch. We're starting back at the very beginning to see what kind of clues we can pick up, which hopefully will be a lot. that's the plan anyway. But we had a watch party last night, which we'll be doing again next Saturday for the second episode before we do the live stream, which you can find on Discord. I'm going to copy the Discord link right now into the chat for people to join that Discord in case you want to join the watch party next week. I'll bring in Julie. But please, while you're here, take a minute. Well, yeah, okay, it is live. I was making sure. No, because nobody was here. I was making sure it was working. But please take a minute. Like, subscribe. Also check out Julie's channel, which is in the description of the episode. And all of our other interviews at Sci-Fivision are, of course, available on the channel and our past live streams under live. And we also do, at some point next week, I still don't have a date. I'm hoping tomorrow because it's Monday, I'll hear back. But we do still have planned John Griffin, Jeff Pinkner, and Jack Bender coming next week to our live stream. So be thinking of questions for that. Oh, we got LP Punk and Dieter already. Thanks, guys, for coming. All right. Well, hi, Julie. Hi, Scarlett.
Hello.
Hi, Jamie.
I was saying before, I was telling Julie earlier, I don't know. I rewatched this expecting to find tons of answers, and so far I haven't really found a lot. And I don't know if I'm just looking too hard or just one of those days that I'm not figuring things out, but I don't know. I don't feel like I found what I should have found at any rate.
Well, there's nothing really overt, like, oh, in your face, like, oh, this will solve the show or anything like that. But there's foreshadowing. There are clues that I think are definitely important to go over for sure. It's not like there's like something glaring, like, oh wow, there it is. Because if they made it that clear after only 3 seasons and they're planning to come back, if you could solve it from watching the pilot or something, well then, I mean, that would be a problem. So I'm glad it's not too obvious. It's definitely still ambiguous. There are things that I picked up on, but then there are parts of it that I still can't explain. Like the whole, who does Norman represent? I think it's Jim, but then who is his friend? Who are the secret fairies, plural, if they're trying to save him? Like,
why are they saying goodbye to their parents?
Yeah, things like that. So there's nothing. None of it is perfect. Like, oh wow, it nailed it. But I think there are definitely strong hints and foreshadowing for sure.
Yeah, I'm sure there are. I guess, expected maybe to find more than I did, I guess. But I do think some things are continuity errors and things that they've done and maybe made mistakes because a lot of times I know when they film the series, like, oh, hey, Karen, you should call in. I know a lot of times when they film a series, they may film the pilot and then they get a while off until they find out if they've been picked up. And then they go back, whatever months, a year later to film to film season 1. So sometimes that's why things like sets and those kind of things change for that. Or change like some of the things we've seen, or could be the case. Like I had mentioned, I think that I had mentioned this during the Discord, it may not have been on here, but like how somebody recently noticed that there was a building next to the clinic that isn't there now. It may simply have been that like when they filmed that, it was in a different place. It could not be. I'm just saying, I think a lot of those kind of things, like Dieter's talking about the power lines, and I know you're saying that's for John and not for us, but I'm putting it up anyway. And that is one of the things I do want to ask is, are those kind of things just a mistake or is there purpose? And we kind of talked about this last night. I think that's a mistake, mostly for the fact that it shows the power lines when they're already in the Fromville. It disappears after, so it's kind of odd that they would show it then not show it, like if it disappeared after they went in Fromville maybe. But then again, Julie, I think you had said something like maybe they're sort of going in and out between the two places, realities, whatever.
Right. Like the fact that it happens at a crossroads, literal crossroads, that makes me think that it could be a clue. It's like kind of a crossroads between two dimensions. Like maybe that's a thin spot where like they're in another dimension, like maybe a pocket dimension, and that's a spot where they intersect. And so sometimes you might see parts of where they came from, like the real world as we call it, flicker in and out. So that's part of why I think it was deliberate, like the location of it, the intersection of the train tracks and the road, and the way they showed the exact same shot twice from the same angle from the aerial view. It's like they wanted us to find it. So that's why I think it was on purpose. But who knows? You know, it could.
Yeah, I mean, you could totally be right. That's why we want to ask him and find out if they will tell us. And he might say, "I don't know. I can't tell you." You know, you never know.
Yeah, I was going to ask Dieter if he had a picture of where that building was and then where it wasn't, like a side. You know, has anybody done like a side by side?
Oh, the building thing?
Yeah.
I don't know. That was on a Facebook group. I probably should have saved it, but I don't. I might have saved the post. I'll have to go back to see, but I don't think they had a side by side. I think it just was showing where the building was. It was, I believe it was next to the clinic. But the power lines, yeah, I don't know. I mean, it was kind of more obvious. So Julia, you could be right. I just sometimes I think that we as viewers tend to put a lot more significance on things, and they're probably sitting there laughing like, we made a mistake, let's make it real. You know, let's give it purpose type
Yeah, but I think on shows like that they do have good continuity people, so you know.
Well, they usually do have people for continuity, but there was a lot of continuity errors in Lost too. So
oh, okay. I never watched Lost, so
no, I mean, like it was really good too, but sometimes you find them. So
yeah.
You know, people make mistakes, so it's kind of hard to tell. Dieter isn't sure what building that is. I'll have to look it up later. I'm sorry when I'm talking to you guys. I need to
because I know they built the set. They had the streets down first, and then they built the buildings.
Oh,
the streets were there. They originally were there. There were buildings there at one time, but when they went to build the set, the roads were the only things that were there.
Oh, yeah, I remember I saw an aerial view of what the area actually looked like, and the aerial view of the town, there were actually buildings around there too, and I think they might have digitally removed them. I saw that.
Well, yeah, and a lot of stuff after they rebuilt on, not like on the set and stuff, like when they did the interiors and stuff. And it sounds like from, I want to say it was Pega, I think, was saying that like they recreated the different houses and that inside the set. So it's possible that some of that's now inside that wasn't, and like before it was a real location. I don't know. I really don't know. That's where we have.
Well, I think with Colony House they use an inside location, so I don't know if they changed locations on that.
Yeah, well, usually
they definitely didn't build all Colony House. That building's huge.
No, yeah, and usually like interiors are inside a soundstage, but from what I'm pretty sure it was Pega that said that they like rebuilt all of those houses, not even just one. I know we were talking last night in the Discord. I assumed that like they just reused the same building, but apparently not. So yeah, I don't know. That's something we'll have to ask, and hopefully we will be able to. I mean, hopefully they'll give us an answer. I don't know. But like I said, I
think that's what's going to take so long filming too, because they got that set down and they're not going to tear it down, and they're just going to wait for winter to end before they start shooting.
Yeah, well, they have that location start, and we know they don't want to film in winter this time. We also know that from Avery, because she's like, no, we just don't want to do that again. Which I don't blame them. I think it was Avery. I can't remember who said what. I've talked to too many people. I mean, I guess that's a good thing, but
I think they've all have said it. I think Elizabeth Saunders said it in her interview too.
Yeah. But I know what I was going to say. I lost track of what I was going to say. I saw that John and Jeff had been on, I think it was E-Man's stream yesterday or something like that. And they said that it isn't necessarily going to be 2026, that they hope it'll be 2025. So at least that's some very good news. Maybe we won't have quite as long to wait, you know.
Well, that depends on weather too. You know, sometimes
it depends on weather. It depends on how fast things go. It depends on a lot of things when it's
hopefully no writer strikes.
Yeah, if there's
or any strikes.
Yeah, we don't want any more strikes. I have to turn my volume up a little bit. All right. Well, what do we want to? I like I said, I took some notes. I'm not sure how significant they are, but I'm trying to get some. I kind of wondered if even, and this is just something I don't know, that I was wondering if it was meant to mean anything, maybe not. But I thought about, we don't hear it as much now, so I don't know, but it may just be something they've kind of not taken time to keep repeating. But I thought about the bell ringing, like how he
Oh,
uses the bell. Yeah, there you go. Boyd's bell, and thought
Yeah.
about the fact that I wonder if that's sort of signifying. I mean, we know that it's been 96 days since they've had issue, and I just thought about the fact that like he's ringing this bell, and like this is the beginning of all the shit about to go down. That maybe was doing a little bit better before. So I don't know. That was what my notes are more things like that. Like I wonder if these had double meaning. Like also the fact that there's a lot about chess in this episode. They mention it a couple times, and I know Kenny's father says checkmate, and I don't know. I think we've sort of talked about this before, that if there is opposing forces in the town that are playing a game, either playing against each other to do stuff to the people, or maybe just meaning like forces of good, forces of evil, meaning the town versus everybody else. It still could definitely represent something like that. But
Yeah, absolutely. I think more and more, I do think that it's operating a lot like a game, from two opposing entities, with two different sides to it. And I think the two sides right now, my working theory, and a lot of people are thinking this, is that one side is the man in yellow on the evil side, and on the kind of good side is the boy in white. I wouldn't say purely good, because I think the boy in white has probably had to do some things that were like utilitarian. The ends justify the means. Sometimes he might have to let people get hurt. Like, for example, he might have to, I think it's possible that both sides are bringing people here, and the evil side, the man in yellow side, is bringing people here to harm them, to use them, like Sarah and Elgin, to manipulate them. Good people who are being used for bad purposes. And then there might be a side like the boy in white who could be bringing people here to help, like Boyd. But at the same time, that makes him ambiguously good, because by bringing someone here, you're harming them. You're putting them through a nightmare. But it could be all in an effort to help people. And so, like, if you're looking at the chess metaphor, that could fit in perfectly if there are two opposing sides and people are being used for different purposes, like pieces on a chessboard. So that's what I think.
Yeah, it could mean in that sense used for people using other people, or entities using other people. That's a good
Right.
point.
And it could also make sense. It could also make sense that like you only get replaced if you're a main piece, like the king, queen, rook, bishop, knight, like that, because we've lost some colony house people that were pawns, and we didn't really get people back.
Yeah, that's a good point. But also, I was going to say, there's also, if you think about it, the idea of the black and white of a chessboard too. And you talk about like the boy in white. And I know I've said before, you see them in white, and generally that is meant to tell you that person's good, but that doesn't necessarily mean they are either. I mean, they could be totally trying to trick us and that he's totally evil. I don't know. But I mean, you're supposed to infer that he's good because he's dressed in white. But I also notice in this episode, and I don't know if it's the first time she's done anything bad or not. Thank you, Just Me. Whoops, my mouse isn't moving. Very much appreciated. Thank you. There's also the fact that in this episode, and I know Avery had said about the dress, them making it for her. Her dress is white, Sarah's dress.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know if it's so, yeah. And well, Karen's saying also cultures associate white with death. That's a good point too. I know America's kind of the opposite of that, because people dress in black at funerals here, but in other places they don't necessarily do that. But anyway, I was saying Sarah at the very beginning looks like I think they want you to think that she's this very innocent person. I think that is why they have her dressed like that, because she comes off as very innocent until suddenly she's not. I mean, and she doesn't, I don't think, wear that dress again.
Right.
And I know we
Pure
have
white too. White
Yeah.
equals innocence.
Yeah,
I was also going to say that like
white
stuff with
being innocence too, not necessarily goodness. But and we can talk about this more when we get to that part. But the other thing I noticed that I thought was interesting, and I think this is more just from a storytelling point of view, but I noticed when I rewatched this today that Sarah does not actually show, I don't want to say talk about, but they do not show the audience in the first episode that she's hearing voices. That actually doesn't happen until the second episode. And I was surprised about that because I didn't realize that, because I know during the watch party we ended up watching both. But when she first kills Toby, it doesn't show that. I think it's when she goes to cut his tongue out. I think it does, which is later. But anyway, the very beginning, it doesn't show the voices, which I thought was an interesting choice and surprised me. But I guess it's just we watch it knowing what's going to happen, so you don't think about it.
Well, I found it interesting tie-in with the white dress with like our culture with weddings, because there's a white dress in the chest as well.
Yeah.
Maybe Sarah's married to the entity in a roundabout way.
Let's hope not.
I thought you were going to say that Sarah's dressed like a sister wife, but that would have been my...
No, I wasn't going to say that.
There's too many people in this pilot that are dressed like sister wives. I think they really wanted to strictly apply cult in the pilot.
Yeah, I definitely think there's some cult references in this show for sure, that she does act like that. Speaking of that, do you guys think, I had asked this last night, I don't remember if I forgot an answer from anybody because I think we got sidetracked on something else. Do you guys think that Boyd told the people not to say anything to Jim and his family? Because it wasn't 100% clear, but the fact that nobody would answer them in any way at all and completely ignore them seemed so strange.
Yeah, I think that he did, because at the funeral, he kind of gave them all a look and he said, okay, you all remember what it was like for you. Yeah. Like, I got the sense that they knew the drill. This is a protocol. And it was just kind of a knowing look he gave them, and they just, they didn't say anything. So yeah, I've always assumed that. Yeah.
Yeah, and in the second episode, Donna also uses the word protocol for Colony House, so I'm assuming they had stuff in play.
Yeah, Karen says he did say leave these people alone. I guess I didn't take that quite literally. I more took it like don't bother them, not don't say any word to them if they ask you for help.
Yeah,
just make it as weird for them as possible.
Yeah, no. Yeah, I just feel like it doesn't really help if nobody will answer them. Like, I get maybe not giving them an answer about the town or something that will confuse them until they're tied up, but I don't know. They seem so rude, and it's.
Well, I think they are afraid that people will go crazy and lash out or do something.
Yeah, just me saying that they've had bad experiences with people in their first night, and that is why they have the protocol, which is so strange to me. They dropped. And I think it sounds like Elizabeth Saunders agrees they need to bring it back. So hopefully they will, because it just was such an important part. Not even that, but just even like choosing between the town and Colony House, they haven't had since then either.
Yeah, but they've had things about like an ambulance come in at night. It isn't really the regular protocol.
No, it's not. But they could do it after the fact. And actually, that's not entirely true, because by the time Tabitha and them got in, it was night. So
yeah, and they didn't tie up Henry or Acosta.
No, they did. I mean, they had a lot going on. To be fair, they did have a lot going on, but still.
And they had Nikki. Nikki was shot.
Yeah, they were more worried about that. I think
they really should have tied up Acosta. She freaked out and shot Nikki. They really should have tied Acosta up.
They really should have. I think that everything's went out the window with their rules and their ideas of doing things, because they're all kind of breaking and forgetting what they normally do. As I say, back to the boy in white. Dieter's saying that the man in white is grown an angry boy in white. Boy in white, he's angry at Jim because he kicked his friend Victor out of the diner. I mean, I think a lot of people have theorized Man in Yellow as boy in white. A lot of people have theorized the Man in Yellow is Ethan. I mean, it's kind of like, it's getting to be like Martin. It's hard to tell, but
or Randall, or everybody's Randall as well.
Speaking of, I thought that one picture in the opening credit was supposed to be the boy in white, but it kind of does look more like an adult if you look at it closer.
You just
So
have to wait. Just give it a few more seasons.
yeah, but
Will be an adult.
yeah, as he grows. But I mean, maybe it is showing that it's the same person and that you are supposed to infer that. I don't
Oh
know.
yeah.
It's kind of hard to.
Oh, absolutely.
I like your little goat, Dieter. I don't know how you
Yeah, I
guys
like that
with
too.
usernames put things after that. Is that like a YouTube thing? Because I know Julie, sometimes you do that too. Mine does not have emoticons.
Yeah. On YouTube, I don't think I do, but in Discord,
It
I have.
must be in Discord. Yeah, I was going to say I don't see it here. It must be in Discord. But yeah, I don't know. Hopefully some of that they'll do. But I think if they had followed a lot of their rules, things may have gone better after the ambulance came there.
Yeah, and that drawing, I think in the opening credits, I think we're supposed to infer it's the boy in white. He's got the white shirt and shorts, and it's the same outfit and
a similar drawing because the same person drew it.
Right, and Sarah, later said, "I don't think he's really a boy. I think that's kind of his true form, and he just presents himself as a boy, so people trust him more, and Victor trusts him. And then we see Miranda painted that in season 3. Like that was crazy. Like, she painted that, so she saw his true form in a vision apparently before she ever even went to Fromville.
Are we sure that's even his true form? Maybe his brother studied that.
Yeah, I mean, who knows? But I think that's what the boy in white really is. So really, we're going to end up with the man in white and the man in yellow. When this will work well, because when Vox Smith does grow out of it, maybe by season 5, they'll cast a guy to play the man in white. Maybe that was the plan all along, and that's why they put that in there.
They've learned from Paul Walt.
They knew.
Yeah, I don't know, but I think it would be interesting if we found out at some point that the boy in white is just projecting that version of himself and he's not. Because you automatically think he's good, but I mean, we really don't know.
Right.
Brian says someone will find a paper doll yellow jacket cutout painting that fits over the man in white painting.
Yellow jacket.
I know. I thought of that too. Yellow jackets. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I think he's the man in yellow or not.
Like an antler queen.
But there could also be like the boy in white will become the man in white, and there could be like the man in white versus the man in yellow, kind of like. And I don't want to go too much into it because I know Julia haven't finished it. But like in Lost, we have the man in white and the man in black, kind of opposing forces. So it could be that they're completely opposites too.
Right.
Or maybe he has to grow into the man in white in order to face the big bad or middle management or whatever.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I hope that we learn more about the man in yellow. I hope that they'll talk about that. That's one of the things I want to ask about. I have a feeling they're probably not going to, but we can try. We can definitely try. But I know that Scarlett, you've said before that they've talked about where they were inspired, from about a real person that I think it was John. Was it John?
Yeah. They found there was a guy in a clean yellow suit on a road off the side of the road in LA, and he passed by him and he was dancing and having a great time, and then he saw the same guy years later and his suit was all grimy and he looked really dejected and depressed.
Yeah. Well, it's interesting sometimes where ideas come from, and where they're born from, and they become something completely different. Dieter's saying that the man in white could be the boy in white's dad, another bad parent. And Brian,
the family in white.
Yeah, the family in white. Brian says that he may not be good, but he does believe that he opposes the man in yellow. I tend to think that more so than he is the man in yellow, but I don't know. What do I know? We don't really know. Hey, Aunt. So yeah. Let's see. I started counting how many times they said the F word here. I was curious, but I gave up. I think I counted like 5 or something, and then I forgot to keep listening. Because they swear a lot in this.
I remember specifically shit.
Yeah,
in the pilots.
Yeah, there's a lot.
Which is a viable response to monsters coming at you.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
know. I think if I lived in that town, I'd be swearing a lot too.
Oh
But
god. You could never do a drinking game with swearing in this show, or you'd have
I think
alcohol poisoning so
you'd be
fast.
drunk.
there was one guy in the Discord that did it way back when, and we're like, "Are you drunk yet?" It's like
Oh
15 minutes
god.
in. It was like any time that like Boyd's like said like the F word or mother F her, take a
Yeah.
drink. And I'm like, you're probably drunk by now.
I'd be worried about that person. Don't do that, kids. Don't do that.
No,
Don't try that at
recommend
home. Don't try that at home.
You could probably just go by Boyd and you'd still be drunk.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes. Yeah. I like it. I personally think that it's funny. I don't. Some people think there's excessive cursing in the show. I personally enjoy it. I wish that they could have done that on Lost. There were times that you could tell they wanted to swear, but they couldn't because it was network television. And so you just had mild swears coming from Sawyer. He had his son of a, but like that's it. It's so I like it. I think it just makes the script more colorful and funny at times when Boyd gets really angry. So I don't know.
I mean, I don't know. It doesn't really affect me either way, because it's in so many things now. But I agree with you. Sometimes Boyd says something when he swears, and it's funny the way he uses it. But
it's almost musical, like when the nurse appears and season 3 in front of him, and he's more like, "What the fuck?" It's really funny.
No, yeah, you're right.
It's like some kind of Samuel L. Jackson delivery.
Yeah.
We got lots of people coming. Thanks, guys. Yeah, I don't know. But it wasn't just him. Also, bartender said it. I don't know if there's somebody else. Like I said, I kind of quit paying attention to it, but there was a lot of it. So I guess the big scene in this episode is the opening, the whole with the girl and her mother getting killed because her father didn't nail the windows.
Her mother didn't care.
Yeah, I was thinking about, like, I know last night when we were in the Discord, we were saying that, like, it was her fault too. It wasn't just the father's fault, which is kind of a moot point because the mother was dead. But she doesn't, when the girl goes to open it, like, she stands there so calmly. Like, if it was, now I don't have kids, but I mean, if it was like my kid, as soon as she went over to the window, I would have already been over there, like, no, and stopped her. Not like
wouldn't you already nailed down the window so she couldn't do it in the first place, or have her in the bedroom with you?
Yeah. But I mean, she kind of stood there and waited to see what she did instead of trying to stop her. And I mean, the girl even says, you're not you don't look like my grandmother. And, I don't know. I think she could have maybe stopped it if she moved a little faster, but obviously,
See, I think the monsters might have something to do with that, because I feel in episode 2 there's something similar that happens, and it almost like the monsters almost make somebody pause for a little bit.
Maybe.
So I don't know if they don't have the power of persuasion or something.
Yeah, they do make a point of saying something like that and I think this might be in the second episode, but saying something like that they try to get in your head. So it's not, in all honesty, they all should have the windows nailed shut. It's not just like a kid is too stupid to not do it. Obviously, we know adults, if you've seen the rest of the show, adults have done it. But a lot of times,
and also boards and also curtains.
Yeah, but I noticed they don't really. I guess because it was more an important thing at the beginning, they don't really deal with it a lot or mention it a lot, because I know Jim and Tabitha's bedroom didn't have curtains on it when they shoot it. And granted, they're on the second floor, but it's kind of like the same thing with Colony House. In this episode, she takes Julie up. I think this was this episode. Maybe it's the second one. We shouldn't have watched both of them. She takes her up there.
No, that was the second one with Fatima.
Okay. But my point is, like, if it's the second floor, does it really matter if there's curtains? Because they're not
got up there pretty easy.
Yeah, maybe they can climb up the side of the building. I don't know. Karen says she wondered why the windows aren't even locked. I would think that if it was something like that, that would be the first thing you would do when you get in a house. And I also question that after this happened, like before I put the Matthews family in there, if I was Boyd, I would have boarded up all the windows before I even stuck them in there.
Or you could
Because
do a little bit of cleaning, maybe. A little
yeah,
cleanup.
that too. Yeah, that is the weird thing. Like they don't even clean it. But I don't know that I trust Jim to take care of it. So I would have taken care of it before I put them there. But yeah, that's what I was saying. Like, how do they can't necessarily get up to the second floor anyway. So I don't know that it matters if they're on the second floor, but they kind of drop that a lot. It's
Yeah,
more
Jasmine
beginning
got
of
up to the second
season.
floor too, though. The colony house.
Did she? Wasn't there? There was a porch there. She walked in. I think there was a porch.
No,
Wasn't
she
there?
when she comes in the bathroom, she's on the second floor.
Yeah, but I mean, doesn't she walk? Oh no, she comes in through the window. I just kind
Comes
of
in through the
assumed
window,
there
yeah.
was a porch or something, but maybe she didn't. Yeah, I hadn't really thought about that. And that might be something they don't expect you to think about either. Like a question I have later when we get further down. Well, I want to know. I might as well just say it now, even though we're
Yeah.
not to that point yet. I want to know how the hell Jim. How did he get out of the RV? Nobody helped him. He was stuck by that tree, and suddenly he's out and he's helping Boyd. And
Yeah, that's a good point.
I was watching it. My mom asked me, she's like, "How did he get out of there?" I'm like, "I don't know. They expect you not to pay attention, I guess."
Because they showed us very specifically, they showed him like literally like wrestling against the tree, and he was not budging. That tree had him completely pinned. So
And then
that's
he's
odd.
suddenly out.
Yeah. When I was watching it too, I thought that eventually in the episode, Boyd was going to use the talisman and cover everything up, and I'm like, how's he going to cover everything up with that tree in the way?
Right.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, he just covered the windows. The tree, yeah, the tree was coming through a window. That's
Right.
like it had to have been. They didn't show that. See, they did show the end of the tree when they were jumping on it, like it was like an end. So I wonder if that was supposed to be that they cut it and they just didn't show it, or maybe like there was a scene that was deleted or something, and they just didn't.
Yeah.
I don't know. Just me saying they were on top of the RV. That's true, but I feel like Boyd also climbed on top of the RV too. So
Yeah.
that's clearly possible. That's not quite as impossible as climbing up to the second floor of a building.
Right. Yeah.
So,
Yeah, they're like Spider-Man, I guess. They can climb up buildings. But
yeah,
I think they just have really good climbing abilities, and I don't think they can fly or float, or we would have seen that already, because that would be a cool effect. Like,
Yeah,
they
that
would
would
have
be.
shown us that.
Floating
Karen's
smiley
saying
would be
Kenny
fun.
probably cut it with a saw or an axe. I'm sure you're right. It just was something that
I think there's some off comment when Father Padre gets the truck or something that they say they need to get a saw or something. I can't remember.
well, as
Or
long as
something
there's a
to cut the tree
comment,
with.
it's not as bad. Maybe I just missed it, but it just seems like that was kind of a big thing. They could have taken 2 seconds to show or say something about. You're right. We don't necessarily need to see it, but yeah, I don't know. It was just something that stood out.
Yeah.
Brian's saying that's when they switched gyms. Yeah, maybe they swapped gyms that time.
Brian is really cutting it up in the comments today. He's cracking me up.
Future Julie came into the RV and rescued her dad and replaced him with another Jim.
Yeah, maybe. What would you have cut from this episode to show that they only have so much time? Well, I would say it's a streaming network. They're not limited by time. So if they had 1 minute more, I don't think that it would have mattered. Usually, I mean, at least I think usually on streaming networks like this, they get to choose how long, to some extent, not completely. They can't make it 5 hours, but I mean, whether it's an hour or 50 minutes or 45. But I just mean, even if there was a line, and maybe there was a line and I missed it. I mean, it could simply be that. And
I think it was really vague. It said something about getting tools for the truck.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't that big a deal. It just seemed like it was all of a sudden he was out.
Yeah,
and I would have liked him to have said, like, even if he just was like, "Thanks for cutting me out," I would have been like, "Okay,
exactly."
Yeah,
Thank you. Handshake.
That's funny. I never caught that. I like that. Actually, I've watched it
either. I said my mom said it. She was sitting there while I was watching it, and she's like, "How did he get out?" He's like, he was pinned down. I'm like, I don't have an answer for that.
That's wild, because I mean, I've talked about this ad nauseum and watched it very closely, and that detail I never noticed. I guess because I don't care about Jim that much.
Because it wasn't a specific detail. It's something that was missing, I think, is more
Yeah,
You know,
mine was more protecting the RV. I was like, they can protect the RV with a broken window because I thought tree came through the window.
yeah, that is, and that was, I think, why it showed the end. You could see there was an end of the branch, which probably did mean that they cut it,
Yeah.
but yeah, they just didn't say it. Now Muncher's asking, this isn't about this episode, but why are we no longer talking about the cadaver in the root cellar that Elgin saw? Why does this fan base just write off the tragic characters, especially Jim? Yeah, I still think, I mean, I guess we're not talking about it right now because we're talking about the first episode if you want a specific answer, but I, I I don't know. I had thought maybe for a long time I had assumed that that was Jade because of his shirt, but people have showed like side by side pictures of it's a little bit different
Right.
pattern. So it may not have been him.
Oh,
I think it might be Ellis because I saw a picture
yeah,
of this.
I was about to
Oh,
say
okay.
that.
You're gonna say, you want to say it?
No, you go ahead. I was gonna say the same thing. You go
Oh,
ahead.
because when they were doing like different shots of the show, there was a shot that somebody took of Ellis in a dream sequence that Boyd had when he was in the well. Is it a well? The
Yeah,
shaft, whatever that is.
yeah.
And Ellis was talking about a boat, and he has a striped shirt on with jeans. Now, he doesn't have a beard.
Well, yeah,
But
but
the
he could
clothing looks a lot like what the
have a beard
skeleton is
later.
wearing.
Yeah, I mean, like we've said before, they do share clothes, so it's, I mean, technically it could mean absolutely nothing just because they do all share clothes. But I'm assuming if we find somebody dressed like that, it might be insinuating
Or
it's
with
them.
a beard, like a beard like that.
Yeah, but the fact he doesn't have a beard, but then again, that doesn't mean he won't have a beard
He
later.
can grow a beard easy.
Yeah, I don't know.
And I think the only other reason we're not talking about it is that there's so much other stuff that went down.
Yeah, that's
So
true.
it's
That was
kind of
kind of
put
like
the
a small
skeleton on the
part.
back burner.
I mean, we did talk a lot about that at the time.
Yeah.
We haven't recently, but why people write off Jim? I don't like feel like I'm writing off Jim. I mean, I like had a feeling it was coming because they were trying to redeem him.
Yeah.
I mean, I feel like out of all the characters, he was probably my least favorite, but I didn't really want him to die. And they made me like him more after, before that happened. They started to make him more likable. They just should have done that before.
Yeah. I never
now we're
hated
talking about him being annoying. Yes, we know Jim was annoying. This is not news.
he was annoying. But the show is written so effectively that even though I disliked him, they had me really, really sympathizing with him by the finale. So that's how well this was done. Because he's never been a character I was a big fan of. I didn't.
Yeah, I know. We kind of all joked we wanted him to die. Like we were saying
it's just
throughout
for
the
fun.
season.
It
But
was
yeah,
fun.
we weren't
It's a
necessarily
joke.
serious. But yeah, but I think the thing is too, I also felt bad for him, not just but him, but like felt bad for his kids, like what's going to happen after
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, and that scene, like God, that memorable scene between Jim and Ethan, that was when I knew in episode 9, part 1 of Revelations, that's when I knew Jim was going to die, because that felt like parting wisdom that he was giving Ethan, that no matter how much this place, tries to make you feel like you're to blame, like this place wants you to blame yourself when bad things happen, just know that it's not your fault. As long as you're doing your best, you're taking care of each other. It was like, and then he said, "I love you," and I was like, okay, that's it. Yeah, he's gone. It was so touching and sweet, and he does love his family. I never understood how harsh people are on him. Yes, he has anger issues, and yeah, I did not like the way he manhandled Victor. I didn't like the way he talked down to Tabitha. People forget that he lost a baby 14 months before the events of this show. He's got issues, and I felt for him, and he didn't deserve to get his throat slashed. So I felt bad in the end.
Well, the thing is, I haven't written him off as a tragic character because I think he's coming back in some way.
Scarlett's going down with that ship.
No, I mean, not even that. Like, they'll probably find his body or whatever, but I feel like he's going to come back in some way. All the one-page actors, the actors that get the credits on one page, I feel might come back as a ghost. They might come back in flashbacks. Future Julie might see him alive again. you know,
Well,
or he might not even be dead. Who knows? It could be a dream.
I would definitely think that we're going to see Julie's journey of how she attempts to go back, like why it took so long. Because, like we've said, she was clearly changed. It's clearly the future, not tomorrow. So I think we're definitely going to see her trying to go back. So I think no matter what, we're going to see a flashback in that sense at some point.
Oh yeah.
He'll be around.
Yeah.
Most Jim will
Tisha
probably.
makes a good point that we thought Christy was going to die because of her talk with Kenny too, but she still lives. Yeah.
That was a nothing burger.
Yeah, I do remember saying that. I mean, I don't know that I necessarily thought about she's probably going to die now, but like thinking back on it, that would have made sense. And we probably should have thought, or I probably should have thought that, but I didn't necessarily at the time.
I thought that she was going to have major infection. I thought the things were going to be like, they're going to starve. They're going to go to the cabins. She's going to get her foot in a trap. She's going to die. Yeah. Maybe they cannibalize her, you know?
No, this isn't Disney says, whoops, I hit the wrong thing. Julie is going to be shook when Jim's body is found. It probably prompts her to be the story walker she will become. I'm not sure how Ethan will take it. That's true because this time when she, whoops, I didn't put it up. When she did it, like she didn't know how she did it, you know? So.
Yeah, she's like, I think this is where it happens. So she wasn't even quite sure where future Julie was.
Yeah, it had to be the first time she tried it, I think, because she wasn't sure that this is when it happens. So she'll probably try again. I think that it could be what we saw, like the way we saw it before, like how she went back into the dungeon ruins. Maybe in the future, she's laying there at this moment, you know, when that happens, she's laying there convulsing in the ruins possibly, and then her body is projected back into time. Right? Maybe that's how it works. And she figures out how to do it by having somebody like right there, like, okay, give me half an hour and then pull me out. Because you would need someone to pull you out. That's how she got pulled out of the, the dream state she was in by, Kenny and Acosta. So maybe that's how it works. I'm wondering.
Yeah. I don't know. I just think at any rate, we're going to see her figure it out regardless of how. And she said, Brian says, what if future Julie already visited and the Jim who died knew he was going to die, but couldn't say anything unless he disrupt the space-time continuum? I think Jim would let something slip if I'm honest. I don't think he could. I don't know why. I just don't see him being quiet for the sake of knowing he has to. That's not to say that's the case, but that I think he would. I don't know why I think that. I just do.
Let me tell you something that I did when I watched the pilot again. I looked for future Julie and like everything. I looked for a bad wig in the forest.
I did
in the
listen
town.
to. I did
Colony House.
Yeah, we got to make sure we look everywhere. I did listen to that conversation again in the van though, because I feel like that conversation he had in the flashback's important, but I'm not sure why. Just saying about how the way it used to be. I don't know if that really necessarily did have any meaning because I couldn't figure it out anyway. One show says Jim was a great father. Jade, on the other hand, we all know what happened to the Yankee kids, one of which was his. Well, we don't know it was his fault though, but that's not untrue. But that is true. Maybe it was Miranda's or Tabitha or whatever her original version. Maybe it was the female's fault. Maybe it wasn't Jane's character's fault. Let's see. Brian says Julie needs a better story walking coach, and Dieter, I'm assuming, was in response to that. Said maybe the boy in white.
I mean, it'd be nice to have a backstory with the parents before they killed the kids, so you would know.
Yeah.
When it happened. And I like to see Colonial Smiley or, Parent Smiley.
Or Pilgrim Smiley. That would be fun.
I mean, not to go ahead, but in episode 2 where I saw Smiley in the librarian, I was like, that could be his wife. I could see it.
You just want more Smiley. Just me saying perhaps she doesn't have any control over when she's able to go back. That's why she's questioning if that's where it happened. I mean, I definitely think that's a big possibility that she can't control the when. That's why I've said before on other episodes of this that I think that I get the opinion that she's probably repeatedly gone back trying to save him. As opposed to she knows if she's from the future, she knows he's dead. So, I mean, it's possible she just randomly got back and she's like, oh, wait, this is where it happens. But I have a feeling she's going to try to go back and she's not going to be able to go to that time. And that's why she changed so much, because it is in the future. We don't know how far, but it's not in the immediate future, because if she thinks she can change the future, she would go back immediately. So I think she is going to try to go back immediately. I think it's just not going to work.
I think there's some time, like a time gap, and then she gets out of From and then comes back into From.
Yeah, I know.
Maybe a couple years in the future.
Yeah, I mean, it's possible.
Enough to get a cute crop sweatshirt and a bad wig.
I don't know. I mean, they share each other's clothes so much that I mean, it's possible, but like, I don't really necessarily see it that way. Let's see. Karen, that would leave a level of restraint that Jim is not capable of. I'm assuming that in regards to not telling because he'll mess up time. Yeah, and that's kind of my point. I don't think that Jim could keep his mouth shut. I feel like Jim would tell people. Like maybe even if he just told Tabitha and Jade or something, I think he would tell people. Ryan says maybe he took steps to save himself, put together and stashed a /throat repair kit. I'm not sure that would work.
I'm sure Christy could patch him right up.
Yeah, well, she's going to somehow patch up Elgin after that. So
yeah, she's going to give everybody some magical water, Fromily water. Everybody's going to heal up.
Yeah.
A couple stitches. Give the eye patch that Clara was wearing to him.
Yeah. Wait, Garrett says, I think Jim put something together based off their time as a couple or first meeting her. Her being Tabitha. Jim puts together something based off their time as a couple, him first meeting Tabitha. Yeah, I'm not sure. Do you understand that?
Do you mean though, like when they met? I mean, there was one thing they talked about her meeting, Jim meeting her parents. And he had an old dinged up car, but I mean, it's not like when they first met or anything.
Right.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not quite sure. You'll have to reset. Wait, that was Jim first. Wait, he says that was Jim first time dying in the forest. He probably died in the town or by the tree when they played the violin. So maybe things were changed and he died again. I'm not sure if that's what they mean or not. I don't know.
Maybe in a sense, Jim's always been dying.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If the other 12 sacrifice parents are in the cave where Smiley respawns, they don't pair up as old-timey conventional married couples, multiple partners.
I don't know. I think I'm going to start doing Monster Match.
I want to know. I'm sure there's a list somewhere, but I want a list of all the different monsters. Like
there is one on Reddit. There's one on Reddit
where
they list each monster, and you can click on it, and there's a picture of them.
Yeah, I'd like to see that. I'm gonna have to look for it
because they were saying there was nobody. There were only white monsters, and there's one black mud monster, and there's a picture of her on the list. She comes to the colony house. She has a little
was she in the cave though? I don't remember seeing her in the cave, but I guess she had to be. I think everybody.
No, she's in colony house. I don't know if all the monsters are in the cave, and plus, I don't know if that's
Well, I think the monsters in the cave were the ones that sacrifice, maybe just the ones that sacrifice their kids. I guess it doesn't necessarily have to be all of them. I don't know.
Just the parents.
Yeah, I don't know. But I didn't necessarily. She's saying she didn't notice. I keep saying she. I don't know if you really are a she. Sorry, just me. Just me says, I feel like the only person who didn't notice how bad the wig was. I didn't really think about it. I just was more like they're showing her with short hair to show it's the future. And that was really all I honestly thought about.
The problem is I've watched Yellow Jackets and that has a really bad wig. So I kind of want to wig watch.
Who wouldn't try to avert their own premature violent death? Yeah, Karen, no matter what, he would definitely try to change it if he could. And Garrett says, I saw the huge scratch on her when she time traveled. Yeah, I know. I don't know if it was this person or somebody else who had said before they think that maybe she got the scratch when she traveled. Oh God, Michael! It was a graveyard match. The monsters.
The monster match. Yeah, that's what I was thinking in my
Now,
head too. You read my
now,
mind.
now I'm gonna be singing that.
It was a
Okay.
graveyard.
Garrett was
It
saying,
went off
yeah,
like a flash.
based off of their relationships outside of From, the flashbacks seem to signify something important happening. I'm assuming Jim realized something strange about their lives before. Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, I definitely, that's what I said. It feels like that scene should be significant, but I just don't know what, like rewatching it, the scene didn't seem significant. There was nothing that stood out to me, but I do think it probably is significant. I'm just not knowing why.
That Jim,
Um,
that Jim's Tabitha was afraid that Jim, like her parents wouldn't like Jim.
Yeah, yeah. Maybe her parents
They
run
mentioned parents twice in
down.
that thing too. When Julie's playing with the puppet, she says, "Tell my parents I said goodbye," and then they're talking about Tabitha's parents, so maybe parents have something to do with it.
Yeah. Speaking of, Dieter saying, I thought all the monsters was parents and that were parents, and that's why they became monsters. Yeah. I mean, I thought that too, but I'm kind of wondering if it's more like because of the fact I think there was more monsters, and yes, you're right. They don't want to pay the actors may not have time. It might just be they don't want to pay that many people, but
They can only fit 12 people in the cave.
they can only fit 12 people. Yeah. I kind of took it more that the town as a whole agreed to sacrifice the kids.
I
So
think the
not
same way. I think the same
everybody
way.
was necessarily a parent. It's just they all agreed. And it
Yeah.
was those two that said, no, we're not doing that. Or no, in Tabitha's case said, no, 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 we're not doing that.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
I can't.
That's how I take
I
it.
can't.
I mean, that's definitely not been said, but that's how I
Mhm.
take it. Maybe Jim doesn't change it because future Julie told her that if he tells anyone, Ethan or Julie or everyone will die. Yeah, I mean, there's always that possibility that that's why they don't try to change it. She just means a she. Okay, good. I picked the right the right pronoun. Let's see. Michael says, whoops, I think the wording was that the children were sacrificed by people they love, not necessarily parents. That was the word.
Town.
That's
The
a
whole
good
town.
point. I mean, I assumed parents. I think we maybe all did. I don't know. Did you guys assume parents? Because that's a good point. It doesn't actually say that, but I think I assumed that. But I mean, for all we know, there could have been kids in this town that like were maybe 16 or something that were driving and they weren't there with their parents. We don't know. I just automatically assumed it. And maybe that was kind of a naive assumption. I hadn't really thought about
it. They didn't really say parents.
Probably right. No, they didn't. Well, wait, that's not entirely true. They did, but they didn't. The thing Victor said was that the children were sacrificed by the people they love. That's what the boy in white told him. But Fatima said that the people sacrificed their children to become immortal. That's where we're.
Well, it could be the town's children. It takes a village.
Yeah, but I think that's where we.
I mean, it explained why there's more than 12 monsters.
Yeah, it would. I didn't notice her hair was a different color. I just noticed it was short, but I think maybe it was a little darker.
It's black. It's like goth black.
Oh yeah.
She might be going through
maybe it's a bad haircut because Marielle cut it. That's why it looks like a wig to you. That's a good point though. Why would they have hair dye there unless somebody brought it with them? That actually does kind of imply that maybe she left.
I think she got out.
Okay, let's see. Michael says the ones who told them the story were the ones who loved the children. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. We kind of assumed that, but not necessarily.
Well, yeah, there could be kids that are there without parents.
Karen says, I assume the townsfolk collectively agreed to sacrifice all the town's children. That's kind of, that's how I feel too. Because I think there were more than 12 monsters. I mean, again, I want to look at that list. I haven't counted them, but I definitely do not think they were all in the cave. I
can find it. I'll find it and send you the link because I look at it from time to time.
Thanks. Yeah, those are the kind of things I want to keep like a document open while I'm doing it. Like has all those kinds of things in it. assuming Tabitha told them the story, then I assume that the original Tabitha and Jade told them the story. But again, that's another assumption. I don't know.
Or Julie could tell him the story.
Anybody could. I just
Yeah.
assumed it was, again, that it was
True.
parents. Brian says, I think it's important that the current cycle knows that a storyteller inspired them to hope, because someone from the present has to go back and tell them the story. Yeah, it could. I mean, it could be Julie. There's a lot of things that I think we're assuming that could be Julie now that she can time travel.
Yeah.
Well, sort of time travel, not exactly time travel, sort of time travel. But I don't
Story
know
walk.
that it's time travel. Story walk, yeah.
I think I just use the term story walk because time travel isn't explained in the show, but story walk is. So
yeah. And Michael's saying, yeah, this is where I think we got into that conversation before when we were saying about the granny monster wouldn't have had a child there. I mean, yeah, but wouldn't have likely been her kid. So I do agree with that.
Well, Elgin was raised by his grandma. Jade lost both of his parents. There's a lot of people that were raised by their grandparents in the show.
But I do think it means the town as a whole. I think that the way Fatima is saying it is she's saying that the parents gave up their children, but I think the whole town agreed to it except for those two.
Mm-hmm. It makes it more storybooky and more fairy tale if the whole town does it, like the whole town.
Yeah. Oh, okay. That wasn't. I was going to say something, but that wasn't in this one either. So we'll have to save it for next week. At least I don't think it is. If we get to that part, and yeah, just me. I think you're right. They wouldn't. Saying that back then, did they even live that old? I don't know how old she's supposed to be, but I mean,
yeah, people did live. You know, throughout history, people have lived in their 70s and
80s. But they didn't tend to. It was more rare that people lived that. But I mean, she could have been 70s, 80s. It's hard to tell.
It's actually surprising how many people live to be old age, like in the Middle Ages and stuff.
Yeah, it is.
On average,
I was actually really surprised when I started reading.
Yeah, it's just not on average. It was more rare that they did.
It's crazy with all the diseases they had and all like the lack of medical knowledge. It's amazing that anybody lived to be old.
Yeah.
Like Socrates lived to be old when they unfortunately executed him. You know.
Yeah, that's unfortunate.
Yeah.
I'm gonna double check something okay. I want to make sure of something. Okay, so I do think something that was really important, and we sort of touched on this, but we didn't at the beginning. I think Julie said something about it, but we didn't go into it. The whole Lake of Tears situation.
Yeah.
I mean, if and I wish I knew. I've read somewhere, and I know we've said this, but I don't know where it came from, that the writers said that the answers were in the first episode. Where did that come from? Like, because I'm going by people have said this, not that I've actually heard it. Do you guys know where that was said?
I heard that it was the first 3 episodes, and no, I cannot cite the interview. The showrunners, but I
gotta ask. I have a friend who told me that, and he's very knowledgeable. I gotta ask him because he's so detail oriented that I know it must be real if it came from him. Robert.
Yeah, I'm not saying it's not. Yeah. I'm just saying I would like to hear like specifically what they said.
Me too. Me
some people I feel like may have assumed that because of the whole, you know, it started at the beginning or whatever, that Victor says something about the beginning, as opposed to like they actually said it. And I've only heard it, you know, secondhand. So I was curious. And if it's the first 3, that's actually even more interesting. That's why I'd like to see the exact wording of what was
I think it's an older interview too, so it goes a little bit pretty far back.
It is. Yeah, it was before season 3. So but I would like to see that myself. I want to see the wording too. I'm curious.
Yeah. Michael is saying something interesting. They told them the story of reincarnation and coming back lifetime after lifetime and promised to do the same. I never really thought about that, but that could have been what the story was that gave him hope. We're coming back for you. We won't leave you.
Yeah.
I mean, what else could get? I mean, I always assumed it was like some kind of, you know, not nursery rhyme, but like a fairy tale or something. That actually tracks.
Or something could break the curse of the town with the monsters and everything, make the monsters human again. You know, reset everything.
Yeah. I do want to know if there is. That's a good. See, I'm trying to remember to write things down as I think of them. About the cycle,
right?
if they can tell us how long it is, and if there really is like like a specific cycle that keeps I mean, we know there are things that are cyclical, but we don't know if there's an actual it starts all over. I mean, we kind of do, but it hasn't been confirmed. So I would like to have some of that maybe confirmed. But anyway, back to what I was saying. Norman and the Lake of Tears. Okay, so she talks about fairies, number one, and I know there's been theories of fae magic, that kind of thing. Now, whether that was literal, I don't know, but I do think it seems very significant because she says the monster's claws went too deep, and that.
And they showed Jim. If you put on the closed captioning.
Yeah, I definitely think it's referencing Jim. I mean, it may not really necessarily be that she is saying that, but it's more foreshadowing it to us, I guess.
Or after, hindsight, a little humor in hindsight when they show him and his neck and everything when that's on the closed captioning.
Yeah. Or, I mean, there's also the idea of, we talk a lot about manifestation. I mean, maybe she made it happen telling about it. But I want to know, the thing that sticks out to me a lot, though, is like Lake of Tears. Like, what does that represent too? I know you're saying, who is the one who's not Norman, which is also important. But what is the Lake of Tears? What does that represent?
Yeah, I don't think we've seen the Lake of Tears yet. At first, I thought that it was that new body of water near the cabins, but then somebody said that it's a river. I swear to God, I thought it looked like a lake, but I guess
I thought it looked like a lake too, but I don't know.
I thought it was a lake. I was like, oh wow, the Lake of Tears. We finally found it. Because I don't think it's the Brundles. The Brundles is too small. It's like a little watering hole.
Yeah, I think that's also red herring. I don't know why. I just do.
Oh yeah, I don't think the Brundles actually are important at all.
No, I don't think they are either. Michael's still talking about. I had moved on before he was done. Was still talking about the sacrifice. My assumption is that the two parents who opposed the sacrifice got there too late to stop it, and could only comfort the children as they were dying.
Maybe they were even restrained. I was thinking, like, maybe they were tied up, so that they couldn't do anything. Like,
I mean, I think all these things that he's saying definitely make sense. Oh, that was actually before the other thing he said about coming back, telling them that they'll come back.
He's been killing it lately. Michael's been killing it with his theories. I've read some stuff on Reddit that he shared, and it was really good. So
yeah, I was going to say the theory that I saw, I'm like, is that the same Michael? I think it was the same. Yep, that's him. Okay, yeah, he was posting earlier in the Discord about the tree and stuff, and about like if it's a liminal space and stuff. And I was saying I think a lot of that, like, to me, makes total sense. But
oh yeah, I believe
that when we get to the tree. We're not even to the tree yet. Let's see. The boy in white said the end is the beginning. You have to go back to the beginning. Yeah, that's what I was referencing before. Yeah, that's what he's saying in the chat about the tree. But we'll talk about it when we get to the tree, so we can keep some semblance of order. We're not going to get through it. Just me says, I thought maybe Jade and Tabitha put a curse on the townspeople so they live as monsters. We think the monsters are terrorizing the town. Perhaps the town cursed those people. I mean, I would say no, just because I feel, and I don't know, but I more feel like that was their, I don't want to say their punishment necessarily, but like they wanted to be immortal. This town and the things in it so many times give people a version of what they ask for. Like it's got a
monkey's
sarcastic sense of humor. Yeah, like by the pool and everything. So I tend to think it was more because they asked to be immortal, or like I said before, if they're killing their kids to be immortal, they're already monsters. So maybe just manifested it and they became that. But I mean, there's always that possibility. Okay, where was I seeing where that started about? I was going to put about the tree. Because if I don't put it now, I'm thinking we're never going to find it again. Even though we're not to the tree, I'm thinking I will never find Michael's comment. I will never find it again. I was saying the tree. Yeah, the tree is, and I don't know how to say that. Yggdrasil and the Bod High tree. It's the reincarnation cycle going, You know more than I do what the thing's talking about, but that it has 3 roads to connect to the 3,
Mhm.
connect 3 of the 9 Norse realms of existence.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was talking about also about it being a liminal space, and that perhaps the town is a pocket universe, which we've I mean that was
Yeah.
what's it gonna call it said not Cliff. I'm trying to think of
Yeah, I've been saying that for a while
I know,
myself.
but I'm thinking, what the hell, Dale? I couldn't think of his name.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I've been
yeah.
saying
Okay, I
that
see
for
where
a
you're
Said
while.
it was a pocket universe, but then he was also, and again, we can go into this more later. But Michael had said that he thinks that it's and this is a theory I've seen before that it's a snow globe, because there's the picture of the snow globe, but that the steps that Victor, if those are steps on the map that Victor has, that maybe it's like shrinking this pocket universe. And I think that and I noticed in this episode too, or this may be the next one again. This is why it was bad we watched too. Donna says something.
That's why I watched episode 2, so I know I'd be on your level.
Yeah,
I watched it on my own.
Yeah, but Donna had said something to Tabitha. I think this was into that she said something like, "Where straight roads still took you in a circle," and it made me think of when he said that. So yeah,
because they don't get the colony house in the first episode.
No, they don't. I said that was the second one. Karen, I keep wondering if the Ankui kids are wearing the clothes when they wore when they were killed, and that could indicate the era. They're in white, dressed up, maybe makes sense for ritual sacrifice. It definitely looks cult-ish, ritual-ish.
In
I
a
would
sense,
say.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And plus,
Yeah,
it's so vague. It's so vague. It could be multi-periods.
I would like to know, though. I guess one of my big questions is, why is the boy in white different? Like, what is he in particular? Like, was he one of the ones they tried to sacrifice? Maybe one of them wasn't killed, and we don't know that yet.
There are 8 slabs.
Yeah, and he's still dressed in white. Well, is there a reason why we think 7 kids were sacrificed, though? Where did that come from?
It comes from the slabs.
No, I mean, you're saying there's 8 slabs. I assumed that you meant then that there were 7 sacrificed rather than 8. Maybe that's not what you meant. I thought maybe you meant that they weren't.
There's 8 slabs. Is there 8 slabs?
I don't remember.
Yeah, it's very important to the show.
I think there are 7 though. I think there are 7 slabs.
Oh, okay.
I'd have to go back and look at the cave painting.
There are 8 seats on the merry-go-round. You might be thinking of that.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah,
and 8 directions.
I have to go back and look.
All that. Yeah. Okay.
Weapon X-Wing says, I think if Boyd goes into the Lake of Tears, it'll cure his Parkinson's. I mean, that makes me wonder when that person says that could the Lake of Tears be like a Fountain of Youth type thing? And I say Fountain of Youth, not necessarily meaning youth, but like the idea that the Fountain of Youth that cures everything.
I think the regular water cures people faster. Because even in early episodes, they're like, here, drink water, here, drink water, here, drink water.
Yeah.
And they heal fast.
Yeah. But I do think that that's a possibility. Like maybe that there's something in the water, or Lake of Tears. Maybe the tears is made from the children's tears.
Oh no.
They cried maybe.
So sad.
I don't know. Let's see. If the kids were born in the dark and unalived in the dark, that would be Jade and Tabitha's kids as well. Yeah, I mean, Jade and Tabitha's kid was definitely killed. They couldn't stop it. That's kind of the point. Well, yeah, I don't know. I don't know what the born in the dark means. I've said before, I wonder if that isn't so literal, and that more means like they were in the dark, like they didn't know what was going on.
Yeah, I've heard theories they're just born during the eclipse, which would be weird because each of them would have to be born during an eclipse. Yeah. Born just at nighttime and then killed at nighttime, but live during the day.
Yeah, it's interesting that there's that many kids there at the same time too. But yeah, you think about the fact the monsters can't come out at night. I mean, maybe the reason the monsters can't come out, or at least we're assuming, can't come out during the day. We're assuming they really can't. I mean, only because we've been told that, but that maybe that has to do with because of the way they sacrifice their kids. But I kind of assumed that more meant like they brought the children into the cave, telling them it was something else. Like they were in the dark, they didn't know what was going on, and then they were killed before they even knew it. But at the same time, if they read them stories, then they had to have at some point known it. So I don't know.
Yeah.
Does Elgin say the Brundles is the Lake of Tears? I don't think so.
Mm-mm.
I don't think so. If you find that though, please tell us because I definitely would like to know, but I don't think so.
Elgin
I
asks
think that's just wishing that we had that answer.
Elgin asks Fatima, is there a body of water here? And he looks really uneasy, like maybe there was something from his dream that he can't remember, I think. And then she shows him the Brundles, but he doesn't say, I don't think he even knows what the Lake of Tears is. So I don't think that's what that is. But he was just like, is there a body of water here?
Yeah,
Like,
I don't think he mentions Lake of Tears, but if he did, I definitely want to know it. But I don't think he did. I don't remember hearing that. But I mean,
yeah,
there's so many things I've missed from this show. It's entirely possible.
that's just an
Um,
Ethan thing. Like Ethan,
yeah,
yeah, I think
Mhm.
Ethan
yeah, I
is
think that was just an Ethan thing.
yeah.
It's really sad how Jim tells Tabitha in the opening scene that he misses how things used to be, and Tabby shuts him down. Yeah, and that's my point that I think that scene has some importance, but I'm not sure what it is. Something about Fromville makes necks super slashable. If someone accidentally scratched someone with a knife or gold nails, will magically go for the throat and kill
Yeah, the monsters are pretty powerful with that stuff.
Yeah. Nathan didn't try to. I'm confused with the Nathan. Oh wait, Nathan. Not.
Oh,
When I hear
Nathan got
Nathan,
slashy.
no, when I hear Nathan, I'm thinking Nathan Simmons, Elgin.
Yeah.
That means Nathan, as in Nathan, Sarah's brother. Yeah. Yes, you're right. The Brundles could be an offshoot of the Lake of Tears. It could be. I just, for whatever reason, feel like the Brundles to me feels like a red herring. Like it feels like people think that there's a purpose and there isn't.
Yeah.
For whatever, I just feel like that.
I thought it was just sadly she just had a swimming hole, like just a place that would be relaxing for them. That's not all horrible.
Yeah. I'm gonna since we're after an hour, I'm gonna retweet this while I'm doing this. But since it is after the hour, we're already in the middle of the second hour. I should say for people, please don't forget to like and subscribe, and make sure that you check out the Discord and join it. And if I can get the thing up, I will put the link in the chat again, because we will. I think every time it makes a new link. I don't know, but I lost my. Where the hell's the YouTube video? It's in YouTube that I'm posting it. I should be posting it here, not YouTube. But we're going to have another watch party next Saturday again with the second episode in the Discord. So make sure you guys join. But make sure you please like and subscribe to the channel. Check out Julie B Deep Dives channel, which is in the description, and check out all our other interviews and everything. And that's my little spiel. And then I keep saying about the writers coming on the show. But I think by now anybody who listens to the show probably knows that we're getting them next week. But we don't have a day. So just stay tuned for that on social media. And as soon as I find out, I will put it down once we get a day. Okay, let's see. The townies did it for impure, selfish reasons, where the parents are doing it for pure, selfless reasons.
Doing
I'm not
what?
sure. Yeah, I'm not sure what that was in. This is where sometimes it's bad because we get behind on the chat and then I'm like, wait, what? Because we've already moved on, and I'm like, what was this about? Sorry, Michael, I'm not sure what that was about. But the townies became monster and lost their essential humanity. That's what I was saying about they were monsters because
I guess they think he thinks there's two groups.
Yeah, unless he's saying about the reincarnation duality. He might mean about the. I think I know what he means because he's saying about that. I think and maybe I'm wrong, but I think he means that the parents, the two of them reincarnating and coming back was for selfless reasons, where the monsters becoming immortal was for selfish reasons. I'm guessing that's what you mean. And if you don't, I apologize, but I'm guessing that's what you mean. Let's see. 7 kids come from Tilly. She's not gone. She'll be back. 7 kids on 7 stones. Yeah.
Well, she had 4 kids and 7 grandkids.
Yeah. So maybe it's the grandkids. Let's see. There's being born during an eclipse might be a requirement of the immortality ritual induced in Caesarean. I got a question though, or would there really, that would mean there'd have to be 7
Yeah.
like pregnancies at the same time though.
Or 7 eclipses followed by
Yeah, or
pregnancy.
7. I mean, I could definitely see it being that like the children that ended up in the town had been born in an eclipse. Like it's like that's why they were chosen or something.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
you know, we say, why do certain people come to the town? I think it would make sense that maybe they were born in an eclipse in that sense, but born in an eclipse in the town, I don't know, because they'd have to have 7 pregnancies at once. So I tend to think no, just
Yeah.
because of that.
Well, they're all different ages too. They all look like different ages, so it'd be
Yeah, they don't look exactly the same. That's true. And there aren't that many eclipses. Well, then again, though, here there could be lots of eclipses all of a sudden.
Who
We
knows?
don't know. Weapon X-Wing says the Lake of Tears could be the source of the water for the faraway trees. That is actually, I hadn't thought of. That. Yeah, that's a good theory. Golden
I always thought the Lake of Tears was going to be the impending flood that Victor has in drawings. So, or the drops with the spider.
You saying that though, like that brings me back to we've talked before about the theories that it's all in somebody's head or something, and or they're creating it and manifesting it. Maybe the Lake of Tears is literally tears. Like maybe one of them, like if it is like a snow globe or something,
like Alice in Wonderland.
Cried. No, I don't. Yeah, I don't know. Like maybe the flood because somebody cries and it's like literally
because in Alice in Wonderland, Alice cries and she cries the Lake of Tears literally in Alice in Wonderland. I'm gonna have to write that down.
Is it called the Lake of Tears in Alice in Wonderland?
Yeah, I'm gonna write it down on my list.
Oh, I didn't know. I didn't know it was called that. I mean, I knew she cried like that. But
yeah, I think it is called the Lake of Tears. I'm gonna look it up.
That might be where they got the name from then. Didn't the sacrifice create from? So wasn't like those people were already trapped in from. Why would they want to live forever if they were trapped in from? I think we've debated that. I personally don't think people were trapped back then. I think it was a normal town and it became what it became after they became monsters. Again, like the town kind of screwed them, but we don't know that. That's my theory. I think because didn't one of you disagree with me, or maybe it was Karen or AJ disagreed with me. Somebody disagreed with me. I just don't remember who it was.
Disagreed on what? I know what you mean. No, I don't think that they were trapped. I don't think they were trapped to start. I think that this place became a trap and kind of split off from our reality, maybe formed like a pocket dimension or whatever you want to call it, and trapped people because of what they did, because of the sacrifice.
That's what I think. But somebody disagreed with me. I don't remember who it was. Somebody did. I'm pretty sure. That's why Karen needs to call in. Dungeons are on its own. Julie seems like. Wait, Michael or Brian's saying, "Ooh, what happened? Scarlet disappeared." Dungeon is a realm of its own. Interesting. I hadn't thought about that. They're talking about. I think they're talking. I'm assuming with dungeon they mean the ruins. The underneath part of the ruins.
It's called the Pool of Tears, not Lake of Tears.
Well, still very similar. They could have been.
Yeah, I'm gonna look into that for the book club.
And Michael says the dungeon seems more like a spiritual realm, and could be astral projecting. Yeah, I don't know how I feel about that. Whether I feel like it's real or not. I tend to think it was literally there, like the area. But I definitely think that story walking could be a form of astral projection.
Oh yeah, I think it could be. It's complicated. I think they kind of made up their own time travel model, their own version of time travel for astral projection on this show. I've never seen anything quite like that before.
That's a good thing to ask. Is did they get story walking somewhere? Probably can't ask all these things, but I'm just trying to make notes of everything that seems interesting. Muncher says Elgin didn't tell Sarah where Fatima is. The voices struck a deal with Sarah and promised to tell her where Fatima is if he mutilated Elgin. She took that deal. That's one theory. I know that granted, she doesn't know the answer, but Avery said did say, so I forget exactly what she said in the interview. Maybe somebody who's on remembers, but she said something about Elgin telling her. So I think so at least Avery doesn't think that. But again, I don't think she actually has an answer. I think that was just how she took it. Mm-hmm. So I somebody I know said the same thing, although it might have been Muncher. I don't know. I can't remember who said what, but somebody else had said that before in the Discord about that. So it's a possibility. Did anyone else know Brendels and think that a fan of the fly named the place? Maybe a previous rock cursed used flies and genes spliced into Brendel flies. I haven't. I think I said the wrong person said that. Brian said that. I think I said Michael. I've seen the fly so long ago, I don't remember.
Well, he does call himself Brundle Fly, so.
Yeah. Hi, Mackie. Let's see. Yeah, I think that he did mean what I was saying about the. They happen to be born during eclipse. I was thinking more than one eclipse over months, years. Mm-hmm. Yeah, eclipses are kind of rare. So, yeah, I would think it would maybe be born during it, like outside of From. Okay, Robert says, Julie, take a look at Julie's hair in the Matthews pic on Henry's computer and compare it to the Julie hair in season 310 when she tries to take Jim. Maybe story walking is outside of Fromland. That would be interesting if she could walk outside of Fromland. I don't think she can, though, just my personal opinion.
I don't think her hair's that bad of a wig in that photo.
No, I mean, that's interesting, though, if her hair was shorter in the...
They're really young. Like, Ethan is so young looking. Simon's so young looking in that photo. He almost looks like a different kid.
Well, they probably might have taken real photos and photoshopped them together. It's hard to... Imagine it's Jim crying that creates a flood and saves the town. Or kills everybody in the town. And Karen agrees with what we said before. It's like a monkey paw situation, and that about the monsters.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it. Let's see. Michael. Alice cries a lake of tears in Alice's Adventure in Wonderland, Chapter 2, titled Pool of Tears. Alice becomes very upset after drinking from a bottle that causes her to grow extremely large. Clearly remembers much more of Alice in Wonderland than I do.
That's so interesting. Really, I've always thought there are parallels between Alice in Wonderland and From.
Oh, definitely, most definitely.
That is a really interesting comparison. I like that.
Yeah, but we also have in the cave, the whole table that was set up was very Alice in Wonderland-ish.
Yes, I caught that too. It was like the tea party with the Mad Hatter, and it was absolutely vibes. Yeah. 100%.
Yeah.
I bet you could go through. I bet you could go through From characters and assign them Alice in Wonderland character. Close.
Probably could. Yeah,
and the tea party was underground too. It's just it fits. It fits so well. Yeah.
Yeah, it does. Still a Sage is saying we're making crossword demon deals now. I'm assuming that was in relation to something we said a while ago that I don't remember. Sorry, I suck with that.
I do that too. If you're doing
okay, that was to somebody else. That's about the fly. Just me. What part of the spear are we at? If the monsters are just the tip of the spear with Maniel being introduced, how far down the spear did we get? I don't know, because there could be tons of different monsters we haven't seen yet.
Yeah.
Or they could all be the same monster. Oh, use ChatGPT. Yeah. Maybe Martin is the Queen of Hearts. Yeah, Michael. Everybody's Martin. Maybe Martin is everybody else, right? But yeah, I do think the whole Norman, back to what we originally were saying, I do think the Norman Lake of Tears thing is important. I don't know. And I think it might be referencing Jim. Oh, the other thing, and I completely forgot about it to do it in time, but my tab crashed. Why did my tab crash? Restore that. Let me make sure this is, okay, it's muted. Let's make sure it's muted. Okay. I have the video open. I don't want it to get unmuted. It'll start making noise. I meant to take a screen capture and forgot to do it, but I wanted to know if you guys thought, did you guys, I'm sorry, I answered that and didn't. Do you guys have an answer for what just me asked? Sorry. Did I cut you off, or did you not have an answer either? Really?
Oh, I believe there's more. Yeah.
I definitely believe there's more. I don't know how many more. I feel like how many more kind of depends on what they haven't written yet may
Yeah,
decide.
they only have 2 seasons to finish up.
Yeah, so I
Yeah.
think it depends what they write, but I definitely think there's more. I don't think that we're at the end of the spear. If you using that analogy, I definitely don't think we're at the end.
I feel like Kimono Lady and the Man in Yellow are like the middle management, and then there's some upper management we
Yeah.
haven't seen.
Yeah, I think
I
that's
don't know. I tend to think that the Man in Yellow may be the big bad.
I think he could be.
He
Yeah.
could even be the devil, like a representation of it. I just wonder that
Yeah.
because I think, and I don't know, but I think that he's the thing that made them immortal, that was there the whole time.
Yeah.
That's what I think. But I was
That would
I
kind
was
of go with the
thinking-
King in Yellow theories.
yeah.
Dr. Mabuse.
Yeah. I know you. I still haven't. I need to look at that stuff when I get a chance. But I was going to say the one thing I wanted to ask you guys if you had noticed or you thought, and I should have gotten a screen capture, but I was watching it before this, like not that long before we started, and then I forgot about it. When they show the tree that's in the middle of the road in the first episode, it kind of, to me, the way they showed the one shot, and it could have no meaning. It could just be if it is true, it could just be it was done like as a directorial thing to look cool. But the tree and the branches, the way they showed it, made me think of the symbol on the rock, like the sort of F symbol. I call it an F. It's not really an F, but do you know what I mean when I say that? On the talisman.
Yeah. That rude. Yeah.
Yeah. The tree reminded me of that in this episode when I watched it.
It looked a lot like it for sure. I saw that.
When we were doing our live, I also said it kind of looked like the rune that looks like a B or a rune that looks like an M. And
well, either way, it kind of
explain. Well, I kind of explained both of them. One of them was a fertility symbol, the B-shaped one. And I can't remember the name of it. People in the chat help me, Michael. And the M one is Arwaz, which is this beginning a new adventure and maybe getting rid of old things and coming into something new and an impasse and a threshold. And I thought maybe that was the one.
Well, threshold definitely makes sense. But yeah, I don't know. It looked like definitely looked like a rune to me, though.
Mm-hmm. I don't know how it looks like an F, though.
I'm calling it an F. The symbol to me looks like an F on the.
Yeah, I know, but within the tree itself. I mean, I can send you that picture. I took a screenshot of my television.
Yeah, sure. No, yeah, if you want to send it, you can. I was just the way the angle it showed. I could be like looking at a different frame than you were too, as they panned the camera over. But it made me think of that at any rate. And let's see. Karen is saying, and it says that I think might be these guys using the Lost Playbook, and the monsters are like Smokey and the other, and the Man in Yellow could be the Man in Black. Yes. I'll just say yes without getting into that, since you guys won't know what we're talking about. But yes, I also I'm going to say to you, Karen, without explaining it to them, that I kind of wondered if some of it could be what Smokey was supposed to actually be, what Smokey really was. But I would tend to think, I don't think they would use the same thing for another show, but what Smokey was could actually make sense for the town. I'll just say that. And if you've watched all From, you know what I'm talking about. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, text me and I'll tell you.
Yeah.
Let's see. Okay, I did that one.
Okay, send you a picture.
Okay, is it in Discord? Oh, I didn't get a ding. I should have. Oh, there you.
Yeah.
Yeah, they might be.
Oh, did I send it to you? Or
Yeah.
Julie?
See, if you look at the bottom of the tree, like the bottom looks like an F.
No, I sent it to you.
Yeah, I know. Look at the
Oh
like.
Yeah,
If you look
I
at
guess
like
the F, but I was
the
looking
dot,
more at
that
the
was-
branches that looked weirdly bent at
Yeah,
the top.
that's why I said we were looking at different branches, I think. I'm just
Yeah, I
wait,
think
let
so.
me look at the text. Okay, one wonders whether
Yeah,
Norman's
the
other
F
name
could
is
be
by
incorporated in there too.
Yeah, it's twisted branches. It could be a lot of letters and runes and everything else. Wonders whether Norman is the original daughter's sacrifice, and Ethan's question about the fairies coming to save him refers to the two Chromonockles coming to save their daughter. Ooh,
It could be.
yeah, it could be. Definitely could be. Um, let's see. I think young Tabitha saw the man in yellow in her nightmare. Ooh, we were saying that maybe it was the spider or Eloise, or I never thought about that. It definitely.
Yeah, I
She
thought
looked
about the
up.
man in yellow. Yeah,
She
yeah.
looked up, which makes me think it was something like flying. But then again, a little girl would be a lot shorter than that guy, so she still could
Yeah.
be looking up.
You could just pop up behind the rock.
Yeah. Uh, okay. They're saying again that the hair looks the same as in that photo, so maybe she traveled back in time for the photo. I
Yeah,
think that's possible. I'm not sure. I guess
I'm
I'm
gonna have to
just
go
not
find this photo.
sure. Right. I
Yeah.
guess I'm just not sure what would be the like. I don't know if she can travel. Number one, outside of that, which I'm not saying she can. I'm saying we don't know if she can. But I kind of question what would be the point of her traveling back in time that far, unless she was maybe trying to stop them from getting to the town. I don't know. I mean, that was specifically, I guess, to Brian and not us anyway. But sorry, I want to make sure that
Mhm.
I tell people we're still going. I'm trying to put it on social media. Um, Right, Lake of Tears. Wouldn't it be nice if they found a dam of tears or some comment on water level or something instead of a flood of tears?
Yeah.
Just so if they have a raft, it's got to be led by Boyd. And I know that's not what they mean, but well, maybe they do mean that, and they spelled it wrong. But I think Captain by Boyd just because of Lost. I'm saying that. I don't know if that's why they're saying that or not. That's why I'm saying that. Let's see. But Ryan saying maybe she story walked to past in Fromville, exited to the outer world in the past, and returned to Fromville in the past to get her back to her present, aka the future. Time travel is so confusing.
Oh, I know. Yeah.
Even sort of time travel, right?
Yeah. Um, they gotta tread carefully. Like I believe that they have been planning this from the beginning, but like yeah, they definitely have to be careful. Like the writers have to be really on their game because time travel can get very messy.
Yeah, I like time travel stories, but
Me too.
it's got to make sense. And if they go too twisted, it gets to the point it doesn't.
Looking for this picture Robert's talking about because now I'm curious.
No, the picture from the newspaper. Yeah. Oh, speaking of, and maybe I'm the only one that didn't notice it before, but there was a rendezvous truck in the pilot. Didn't see that before.
Yes,
And
yeah, that's true.
I'm probably the only one that didn't notice it
Yeah,
before,
so,
but I did.
yeah.
Maybe losing Thomas was also kind of narrative echo nod to having lost their children in the original incarnation. It could be. I'm not sure. I don't know though, because it wasn't Jade, it was Jim. So how does that connect with the Jade half of that?
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I'm not really sure about that. Like Thomas seems like maybe in every cycle there's an anomaly, not like Miranda only had two children, and Tabitha's got you know had three originally. So,
Yeah.
like I think it's not always going to be the same.
Sorry, go ahead. I didn't mean to talk over you. I'm just talking to myself as I'm doing this.
I
I'm
think
going to download that photo and see if I can screen share it, but go ahead.
yeah, I think maybe honestly, I think maybe like Fromville orchestrated Thomas's demise, because things had to happen a certain way again, and it only wanted Miranda and two children, not three, and also her trauma, like on the subject of Thomas, like not Tabitha's trauma of losing a child, really messes her up and makes it more difficult for her to try to figure things out. So, I, I believe in Robert Saunders' theory. Robert has said that he thinks. I don't know if he still thinks this, but he said this before that a Fromville entity called Tabitha and Jim, Tabitha and Jim, and distracted them and led to Thomas falling off the changing table. I
Yeah,
think that could be.
Could be, could be. Let me see if I can screen share this. I'm going to see if it works. Can't promise it, but let's try it and see what happens.
Oh,
Select a window or screen. We want to share this. Ha! Allow. There we go. I did it. It took me forever to do it, but I did it.
Yeah.
I don't know if I make it bigger, if did that do anything? Or just on my screen covered it. But there's the picture. Yeah, it does. It moves it. Weird. Okay, well, anyway, there's the picture. I was saying, can you guys see my mouse too? Or no?
No. Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
I
I
was
see that
talking,
clearly.
yeah, I was talking about this part of the branch. And I think you were
And
talking
I was talking about the top part that looked like a B or M. So
part. Yeah. There's a lot. That's what I said. A tree branches are twisty and could really look like a lot of things, to be honest.
yeah, but the way those are broken is really weird because they wouldn't break that way, like when they fall down. So
Well, no, but they may have broken it as a prop, broken it as opposed to just to make it look a certain way. But I don't know. I said it could even be just like as a reference. They wanted it to look like that, and that it is not really relevant other than it looked really cool to look like that. I don't know.
Yeah.
So Pink Bunny says, do you think, whoa, what was that? I swear I just heard somebody say something and I have no clue where it came from. Do you think Abby saw Julie the night Boyd found the talisman and that's why she went crazy? But she wouldn't know Julie. Although maybe Julie said something to her. I had not thought of that. But I mean, I would say, I would ask you, Pink Bunny, why would she make her go crazy though? Because she didn't know Julie, because she was dead before Julie got there.
Right. Yeah.
But yeah, if she started showing up and talking about time travel and all kinds of weird shit, then yeah, maybe. Then that could definitely make sense. Yeah. Brian says Tabitha's nightmare being of herself as a child seems to imply that she was raised in the cult, implying the cult existed for a generation, half generation. Maybe. I mean, I kind of wonder what the dream means, because she sees herself as a child, and I don't know that any of the incarnations were there when they were children, but it to me maybe means that they might have been.
I've thought about this. Because it does seem strange. But the way that I think of it is this. So I look at it like, when she was a little girl, when you're a child, and you have a dream of a place or whatever you're dreaming about, you're dreaming of yourself as a child in that place. So I think that she was dreaming of herself.
So it's just her version of herself that she saw.
And I think the reason that she's wearing the old-fashioned clothing in it is because that's what she would have worn in a past life. But it was just her dreaming about it and having a vision of Fromville in that dream. I don't think she was ever actually there as a child. Now, it is possible, though, and I've heard somebody suggest this, that maybe the original Tabitha and Jade did actually grow up in that town and like they were born there. So maybe that's another explanation for that.
Yeah, it could be either. But I see Karen said it wouldn't, maybe her dream doesn't have to be perfect though, because it's not necessarily a memory. I mean, dreams are dreams and don't always make tons of sense. So I mean, the dream could have just been foreshadowing she was going to be stuck there too. It could definitely not be literal. I think we take it to be literal and are taking it more of a vision because Tabitha has had visions, but that doesn't necessarily mean that was a vision, I guess is what I'm saying. Yeah, I don't know.
I think she made red and yellow in that dream when she screamed. Like she was screaming at something and she couldn't remember what it was. Looking up, I think it might have been the man in yellow because we know he comes out in the daytime. Maybe she had a vision of that guy. Yeah,
and he definitely would have been tall enough as a little girl that she would have to look up. We have somebody who is on our Twitch who is spamming. So, because not going to go to a Russian site. Thank you. I'm not sure what that's about, but that is definitely not. Okay. Have we figured out what From is yet? Papa Socks, hi. I'm not sure if he means the town or what the word from means. I'm guessing probably means what the word from means.
I think it's like the whole show. It's the whole thing. And we figured out from
Yeah.
not
Oh, yeah.
quite
you
yet.
figure out from- Not quite yet. I tend to think though, going on the word, that it is maybe that where they come from is more important than where they're at or where they're going. But I don't
Yeah.
think tell us that for a while, because that was one of the things I did want to ask the writers. But if they haven't even told, assuming that he was telling the truth, I don't know why he would lie. If they hadn't told Perino what it meant, at least
Yeah.
at the point of the beginning of the season, I don't think they're going to answer for us. Oh,
I think I think it means that, it's about their, where they come from, as in Tabitha and Jane reincarnated from the original place, the original Fromville, and it's called Origins in certain countries, which also, I think that's why it's called that. It's like it's more.
I just want to say, marketing people, why did you not suggest they name the show Origins here as well?
Yes.
Origins would have been better.
So much
Just
easier
saying.
for the Google.
So much easier
Yeah.
for the Google. I'm just
Yeah.
saying.
By the way,
because
Jane,
that
I found that picture, that rendezvous picture, the picture behind it, and a full screenshot of it if you want to show it. And Julie's hair is long, so I'm not getting where people think she has a bob haircut in this thing.
I've been looking everywhere for this right now, and I can't find it.
Yeah,
I can send
I'll
it
put
to
it
you
up.
too if you want.
Let me get
Yeah, that'd be
I'll
good.
probably get kicked out of
Discord
StreamYard
window,
again, but I can
though.
do it.
I must have closed Discord. Let me reopen Discord.
Is this
If I
the
don't have
picture on the
Discord open.
computer? The
Yeah, she sent me the screen. Okay.
I almost just
Well,
found it.
the article. It's the article with the picture. And
Oh,
then
the
there's,
article.
Let me save the pictures and I will.
I took a longer shot of it because there was a few adverts and stuff around
What
it, and I had a picture.
What's the thing? Why is you got one that's of the article, and I don't know if those were ads, but you have somebody's video next to it.
Yeah, it's the Movie Gurus. It was a
Yeah.
shot at the bottom of part of the screen.
Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. He took the video. Okay. Or took the screenshot.
No, I took a screenshot. It just happens that I was watching his video at the time. I was also taking a
Oh,
screenshot.
okay. Was it the
So you
time
can block that corner if you need to. You can block the movie
No,
Guru
I don't
off, or you can
care.
give them the advert.
I mean, I don't care, but I just wondered why. I'm like, okay, look, I did it again.
Well,
I keep closing.
They didn't have this on for very long, so I took shots of everything because I thought if they took it offline, that I'd have a copy of it for my records.
No, I get that. I get that. Okay, present, and we want to present share screen, and we want to share screen of photo viewer. Allow.
But you could just put the article up because the article has the.
Yeah.
It's a pretty good shot of the article, actually.
Her hair is longer there, isn't it?
Yeah, it looks pretty long.
Yeah, I'm not sure that I would say that's the same hair. I think that hair looks completely. I mean, it still looks like a bad wig, but yeah,
I think he must have done something else. I'm not sure. Yeah, it is different. I mean, she's got like bangs in this picture.
Yeah, that's definitely different. Definitely different.
Yeah, but it's not the same as future Julie that we saw for sure.
And plus, girls could grow out their bangs. You know, she could have been like 15 in that picture and grew them out.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't see the other thing with the doesn't show the rendezvous. I'm not sure what you meant about the other picture because I don't see the rendezvous thing on it.
Oh, that's the one, the 1579.
Oh, you mean that came out of that? Okay.
Yeah, it's underneath it, the subliminal shot or whatever.
Yeah. I think everybody's seen that by now.
Yeah, I just want to group. I kind of grouped them all together for your benefit.
No, that's fine. Yeah, if somebody wants to see it, I don't want to show it. I meant I thought you meant like the literal truck. Let's see.
No.
Yeah. I did. Okay. Michael says, I think the voices lied to Abby, convinced her it was a dream. I definitely think that. I mean, I most definitely think that. Do you guys? I mean, I think it was probably.
Well, she thought she killed people. They would go back to the real world.
Yeah. I mean, I guess it's possible that it was more mental health and she went a little there. But I think that's a definite possibility that they told her to do that. I mean, and I
Mhm.
kind of was thinking about the fact of like how that we were talking about. We want to know why they made Sarah kill Toby when
Mhm.
she left the door open and he would have died anyway. I
Mhm.
sometimes think part of it is just the game and doing something to
Mhm.
screw with them. So it may have just been like, "Ooh, this will be fun. Let's make Abby go nuts," type of
Mhm.
thing, and like really
You know
had
what
no
you should do,
purpose.
Sarah, is make out with Toby before you stab him.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. I don't know
Hey,
unless that
Jasmine,
was
you should
like
make out with that dude before you take out his tongue.
yeah, unless it was like
Right.
I'm sorry for what I'm about to do. I don't know.
Yeah.
Brian says, I definitely believe Tabitha was dreaming. She's Tabitha Prime in that nightmare. Yeah,
Yeah,
it
I
could have
agree.
been her dream. That's definitely a possibility.
I agree. Yeah.
Pink, what was that? Pink Bunny. I got a message from Karen. Yeah, that's true too. Karen, I don't know why she's not putting it in the chat. Karen said maybe it was a test. First, they got her to kill a stranger. I'm assuming she means Sarah. That's actually interesting because maybe they thought she couldn't kill Ethan because she knew him. I don't know. Julie
For
knows
like a
about Boyd.
day.
Yeah. Pink Bunny. Julie knows about Boyd and Ellis and wanted to know where his boat is so she could lead them there. Wait, Julie knows about Boyd and Ellis and wanted to know where his boat is so she could lead them there in the future. Maybe that was the last thing to happen to make Abby think it was all a dream. Ooh, I like that. If she went back to the past to get the boat. But wouldn't his boat be outside Fromville though? I don't know.
think
Maybe
so.
she goes outside Fromville and drives
Yeah,
it
but
in.
if she goes outside Fromville, why not like just get the army or something? I'm not sure.
Right.
Because
Like I'd be
nobody
going
will
for
think she's telling the truth because everybody
that's
will think she's
true.
insane
But
and put
still,
her
They
in
I
wouldn't
would
jail.
be
believe
I
her.
would be go well, no, I guess guns don't help. Yeah, I don't know. I like that though. I'm not sure that it tracks because the boat was outside of Fromville, but I like the idea. Michael thinks the dream feels more like a vision of a prior incarnation who was there as a child, or maybe it was a vision of their lost daughter. I definitely don't personally think it was supposed to be their daughter because I think Tabitha would have known it wasn't her in the dream or wasn't supposed to be her. That's why I say that personally. But I also do know, and I think I brought this up once before when we were talking about this with dreams. I remember when I took a myth and symbols class in college. And one of the things we talked about was dreams. And the teacher told us that a lot of times when you dream about someone sometimes it just really is about that person, but oftentimes the person you dream about, it's not about them, it's about yourself. So like if you dream about a daughter or something, it could be that child part of yourself, or you dream about your mother, like it's your mothering part of you that you're dreaming about, as opposed to like an actual person. So yeah, I don't know. But I tend to think if it wasn't looking like she looked, she would have noticed that. And yes, her child would look like her, but it wasn't Tabitha's child. It was Tabitha Prime's child. So I don't know. Do you guys have anything to add to that? I know sometimes I'm answering them and then clicking them off. If you guys have comments about them, please give them. Don't just let me click it off.
Yeah, I don't think it was. I mean, it could have been their lost daughter, but Tabitha said after the episode where she remembered the dream, in the next episode when she was telling Jim about it, they were out there near the cabins, and she referred to the girl in the dream as herself. I don't remember the exact quote, but she did refer to the girl in the dream as herself. I mean, unless she was confused, I think that was a past incarnation of her for sure, but probably the original Tabitha, the Tabitha Prime, if you will.
Yeah.
I agree.
Yeah, no. I don't know. I think that she would know. Hopa Sucks is based on the vagueness of the show and even what the characters know. I think that Aliens is not off the table because where they all come from is our worldly Twilight Zone, not human. I mean, I think it could be aliens. I think it could be a lot of things.
Oh yeah, sure. I mean,
I haven't ruled anything out. I still think it could be there in the Matrix or something like that. So
you never know. I mean, the entity that that convinced them to sacrifice their children and turn them into monsters could be an alien. Like that's definitely not off the table.
Yeah,
I
yeah, I agree. I don't think it's off the table either.
I tend to think it could be more of like a demonic figure, like maybe the man in yellow is some kind of demonic thing. There are a lot of biblical references in the show, but it could be an alien, it's possible.
Yeah. I'm looking through a lot of Michael's stuff because a lot of it's on that thing that I can't say, and Engakuk.
Oh yeah.
Um,
Yeah, I get it. I have no idea.
I think that, somebody said, I don't know where, and it might have been him that said it. Probably was him that said it. Somebody had said before about the I am Groot that maybe it was more like, and Kui can mean a lot of things, and it's more like in the way they said it, that it was to get them to remember as opposed
Yeah,
to
it's like I am Groot. Like Purple
like
Media
literally
said it was kind of
remember.
like I am Groot.
Yeah. Yeah. Let's see. Her hair is longer, but future black. This could be a haircut she gets cut in the future. Yeah, her hair could be dyed darker and then she gets it cut. I guess that's true. I don't know. To me, it looks brown in the picture, though. It might depend on the screen you have too. I mean, looking at it, to me, it didn't necessarily look darker in that picture. So, okay.
A little bit darker.
But long.
Okay. Boyd, yeah, it was definitely longer. Boyd called Abby Iron Abby because she can handle anything, which makes me think it was the voices lying to her, not just her going nuts. I mean, I definitely think that there's a big possibility that like I said, that it was the voices. I believe that.
Well, it seems the voices have a kind of have a MO where they say, do this and everybody goes home.
Yeah, kill people and you can go home.
It could be like kill them because she said, oh, when I kill them, they go back to the real world.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely think that's a very real possibility. Okay, that wasn't to us. Let's see. Brian says to you, Julie, I think Man in Yellow is a human vessel that's hosting a big bad. Little Tabby Prime looked up at human Man in Yellow, and Man in Yellow dropped his human face for a second to give her a scare. That's interesting. Yeah, because he definitely may not, and just like Papa Sox was saying, maybe he's not human. He could definitely be, alien or something else.
Oh yeah, yeah. That's a great.
Golden Child says Sarah kissed Toby because she was having memories of when she killed her ex before she arrived from Fromville. It's a possibility. I don't know. I just think hilarious. That was so bizarre. I'm definitely going to ask them that. Okay. Brian says, I think she has to trigger story walking in Fromville via the ruins. I feel like she can then exit to the outside world and return if she knows the method, but I don't have any good science for it. It's definitely possible. I just feel like, is that too much if she can like leave the town at will? Like, I just wonder, like, is that, I say too much, and I'm not sure if I don't want to explain wrong what I mean, but like, is that too open-ended, easy of a fix if she can just leave the town and come back anytime she wants? That to me is too easy. Like, I think that would just make like she could solve everything. Like I said, whoever said go get the boat, like could go to town, grab what she needs, come back. Like that to me, just personally, I don't feel like she can maybe exit because of that.
See, I feel like future Julie is from outside of Fromville and coming back in, but there's going to be a really hard way for her to get out. Yeah, it's not going to be easy. Yeah.
I mean, she could have came back that way, but yeah, I don't know. I just think that the story walking is limited to Fromville. I personally. I think the photo, Karen says, I think the photo is just an attempt to make Julie look different and younger. Surely a photoshopped hair, possibly a wig, and maybe reading too much into the hair. Yeah, the other thing is a lot of times they take actual photos of people when they were younger and Photoshop them together. Like they might have taken a photo of Hannah a few years ago and that she had, and a photo of, Simon and one of Catalina. Where the hell did my window go? And one of Catalina, and like Photoshop them together. Yeah, I don't know. Papa, oh, this is interesting. Papa Socks said, because they're sketchy about the past of all these characters. I have a feeling Sarah left a mental institution. That's something I never thought of. I mean, I tend to think that Sarah is breaking more because the town broke her, but there was definitely something. I mean, she definitely had issues when she got there, and it did seem like she was abused. Um,
Oh yeah. Yeah, she showed signs of trauma. Yeah, like it's a trauma response to just shut down when somebody asks you a question like, how did you get here? Or something about her ex that she was asked and she just said,
yeah, I think
it's better that he's not here,
yeah, it was a
That's what
conversation with Elgin, I think.
yeah.
Okay. Papa Sock. Okay, one's in reference to that. Papa Sock says, I think that he agrees with Michael. They broke Abby, I think, but what I want to know is what happens if they can't break somebody. And Michael's saying, I don't know they necessarily broke her per se, just lied to her with a plausible but wrong theory, which she tried and later told Mr. Fishenlow she was wrong in the forest with Sarah by the lighthouse. So I'm guessing by that he means that he's saying when she said she was wrong, she meant about killing people, brought them back. And she decided that was wrong. That's how I take that. Yeah. And to answer to the first part of that was in reference to with Papa Socks, I mean, I think they're finding out right now when they can't break someone because I think they haven't completely broken Boyd. I think they've partly broken Boyd.
Right.
I don't think they completely have. But yeah, but in answer to Michael, yeah, she could have been referencing that when she told Boyd that. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah. They're not completely like they're just driving people closer and closer to their breaking points, but no one like Sarah's the only person who is broken. She is definitely broken. That's why she said, I won't let this place take his soul.
Yeah.
I've already given it mine. So she's
It's broken her down. I don't think she's broken now, but I think it did break her. I think now she's building herself back up. I would say. Yeah, I don't know. But yeah, she definitely was broken. And Karen says that she agrees she doesn't think Julie can come and go at will. And if she can, how would she know the first time? Isn't the first time too much of a risk to take? Yeah, because she could end up like Dale, I guess. I don't know. I just, like I said, I feel like if Julie can leave the town at will, or anybody can leave the town at will, just like Tabitha left, but they had it built in now that she's not going to try it again. I mean, she may be able to leave all the time, and maybe Tabitha can't get stuck in the side of a pole like Dale did. But I just feel like I said before, I think that's the Superman turning the Earth back. I think that you can't do it more than once. I think that if they made her be able to leave all the time, it would be too easy. I don't even think they're going to have anybody else leave, likely.
Yeah, I doubt it. I doubt that.
Let's see. Okay. Early on, Brian says, early on, I thought that Nathan had rescued her from a cult that was grooming her to ultimately play a role in Fromville. Although they never told Sarah that.
Yeah, you never know. I mean, she said that he saved her, so we don't know what he saved her from. It could have been an abusive ex, or it could have been a cult.
Could have been an abusive father. But yes, it could have technically, yeah, definitely could have been a cult. And there is something culty, I feel like, about maybe.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, it seems like if they can't, Michael says, seems like if they can't break someone, they might just send Man in Yellow eventually. So I guess he's saying he thinks they couldn't break Jim.
Right. Yeah.
Well, Jim still still has hope. Jim didn't listen. Jim was told in a way to leave things alone. I mean, he wasn't told outright to leave things alone, but the whole your wife shouldn't be digging there and stuff. Maybe that was more like a warning, like you need to stop her, and she didn't. So
and also Randall told Jim in episode 9 of season 3, I think it was episode 9, he either 8 or 9, he said none of us are getting out of here alive, and Jim said, I don't accept that. So he definitely was still he still had hope. I think taking him out of the equation was kind of it was a way to put a roadblock in front of Tabitha, because that kind of trauma and grief is going to now hamper her ability to try to figure this out right after she got this epiphany that that they're getting too close to the truth. So I think it's meant to be a deterrent to her, like an obstacle for her. That's why I think they took him out.
Yeah. I mean, I definitely think they took him out to hurt her at any rate.
Oh yeah,
To affect her rather than it actually being about Jim.
definitely.
Brian says Sarah was in a cult, likes the idea, but I've encountered fans who tell me Nathan rescued her from a bad boyfriend. And yeah, I think to me it was implied it was somebody who abused her. And I think Avery kind of said that's what she thought too. But again, we don't know. I mean, even when the actors say something, that's their opinion. I mean, they're not always told. They're kind of giving them the backstory they think they have,
Right.
if they haven't actually been outright told. So, Karen said, one thing that struck me about this episode was Boyd's reaction to Frank after his family died. Later, I feel like he's getting worse overreacting to Nikki, but he's been like this all along. I mean, he definitely reacted bad, shoving the gun at Frank, but I think he's just like devastated that this happened. And I feel like Boyd blames himself. Like, even though he's saying it's Frank's fault, I feel like Boyd is sort of blames himself because he feels like he should have done a better job, like making sure they did what he said, which it's not his fault, but I just feel like Boyd blames himself for everything.
Oh yeah, he carries everything on his shoulders. Like he definitely blames himself for everything. And it's like that savior complex that he has. It's kind of like Jack in Jack in Lost. You just feeling like he's responsible to save everybody. When Boyd got to town, he saw "Save Me" painted on the barn. It's felt like his mission from the beginning, and he calls himself Mr. Fish and Loaves. So he definitely feels good for everything.
But yes, I mean, he goes off the handle a lot of times. I mean, especially think of this, like the way he's treated Acosta. I mean, yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's see. Robert is going to bed. Good night.
Good night, Robert.
And thank you, Dieter. Yeah, I should mention we are into hour 2 now. So if you are still with us, thank you. And please take a moment to like and subscribe and check out Julie's channel, Julie B Deep Dives, which is in the description of the video. And you can see all our old interviews at Sci-Fi-Vision's videos and past live feeds on the YouTube channel. And I will put on the YouTube channel on the community board once we find out when we are getting John Griffin, Jeff Pinkner, and Jack Bender, which will probably be next week for our live stream. I kind of went blank there for a second. But we're going into hour 2. Thank you, everybody who is still with us. I know, Scarlett, you said you're going to leave probably, what'd you say, 1:30? I already forgot what you said. I read what you said, 1 a.m. I don't think I think probably around 3 hours I was going to quit, but if you guys gotta leave early, by all means. But we do appreciate everybody who's stayed so long, who listens to us go on and on.
Yeah.
Papa Sock says, strange that after 3 seasons, we don't know if history is repeating itself from previous timelines. Are we headed to a massacre like before in Victor's timeline? Possibly, maybe the show's just a slow burn. I've said multiple times, I really wish they'd tell us more about that damn massacre.
I know.
It is one of the things I do not understand. That I thought that it was supposed to be that Christopher killed people, but then that didn't make sense anymore. Right. So I really want to know more about it. And I mean, I think some history is repeating itself. I think things are cyclical, but like, is everything like that? I don't know. I think the biggest thing is that they have not been able to save the children all these times that they've tried. They need to do something different. And what that is, I don't know.
Right.
And Michael's saying, hopefully this is the incarnation where they solve it and wrap it up neatly. Sounded like they have a 5-ish season plan or so. I would have to assume that one of two things, this is just my own personal opinion about the way they structured the show. I think one of two things are going to happen. Either this incarnation is going to solve it and fix the problem and save the children, or it's not going to end and it'll continue. I do not think that they're going to introduce another reincarnation. I don't think that there would be a point to that, because they've introduced us to these characters in this incarnation. These are the ones that we care about. So I feel like it's either this incarnation or it's none. I mean, I could definitely see it ending open, but I don't want it to end open, but I could see that happening.
Right. Yeah, I hope not. I really hope that it's not going to end like with the same time. I think that that's the goal of the big bad to to ultimately massacre everybody. It doesn't want to do it right away because it's not just about murdering people. It's about terrorizing some, killing some, terrorizing the rest, and feeding off of their fear and their pain, and then something ultimately it's at the end of every cycle. I think something triggers a total massacre of everyone. Like everyone is broken down. It milks all of their fear and pain as long as it can, and then it just finishes them off. So that's the thing. What triggers it though? Like what breaks it down to the
ask
point?
You a question, just kind of expanding on what we're saying. We're talking about a massacre, and we thought maybe that Christopher killed people.
Yeah.
Now, I mean, I don't know how it fits into the reincarnation, but is it possible that Abby could have become a massacre? Like she was shooting everybody. And I'm thinking about like what happened if Boyd didn't stop her? Could that have become the same thing? Although we do seem to think that the massacre was the monsters because people were torn up. But if the massacre wasn't, it makes me wonder if that was like the potential for that. Don't know. Just, kind of popped into my head and it made me think about it.
Yeah.
Interesting thought.
I don't know. I don't think she probably couldn't have actually successfully massacred everybody, but I mean it's possible. I mean, if Boyd hadn't been there to stop her, it could have been like a massacre happening in a different way, not by the monsters and stuff.
Yeah, and that's why I've said I really feel like I need to know more about that massacre, because they made me think it was Christopher, and then we know that the people were ripped apart, so that doesn't make sense. So how does he fit in? Unless maybe it's just them trying to get people like Sarah, like Abby, like Christopher. Maybe the idea of the massacre is to get them to do it, and then if they don't do it, they kill everybody.
I think that may be actually. Yeah, I think so.
I mean, I don't want them to. I would think they wouldn't probably massacre everybody though, just because I don't think they're going to kill all the characters people like. Like people wouldn't watch it. I think people would get too mad if they did that. I mean, there could be like the threat of it, but I don't think they're actually going to massacre all the people in the show, because what would be the point? Like,
oh, that would be a terrible ending. That may be the intention, but I think this cycle's already shown signs that it's different. I think there are anomalies already. Miranda, as far as we know, never got out, was pushed out and came back. Tabitha got out. I think they're making progress that hasn't been made before. So I don't think it's going to be the same.
Yeah. But yeah, you're right. Tabitha didn't make it. I mean, Miranda didn't make it. If the show repeats events and characters' interactions, and how much of the history of another character can we depend on to fit the current character in action? Miranda and Tabitha both were bad mothers. I don't know. I mean, I think a lot of things, it may not be so much repeating events as it is. I kind of wonder if some of it is more foreshadowing and we are seeing it as repeated events. If that makes sense. Like, because I question, like I had thought, and this isn't in relation exactly to what Papa Socks is saying. I just, it makes me question it, because as soon as Sarah looked at the screwdriver, and I've said this before, I like instantly knew, I'm like, she is going to stab his eye out. because I remembered the one-eyed guy that Jade saw. Now we're assuming that we've said before that we assume that is one of his reincarnations. But if that's the case, then why did the same thing happen that happened to Elgin? Because Elgin is not his reincarnation. So I sort of wonder if some of it is more just like pointing to what's going to happen, or it is just everything cyclical. I don't know, but I don't know that things being cyclical are necessarily the same repetition as reincarnation. Like, I think there's two different things at play. Does that make sense? Or did I lose you? Which is possible. Everybody got quiet, or maybe you.
Sorry,
maybe
I'm back. I put it.
You're back. See, I'm talking to myself. I asked if I lost you. You weren't even listening to me. I was saying that I thought whenever Sarah picked up the screwdriver, I knew she was going to stab Elgin in the eye because we saw the one guy that Jade saw. But that was supposed to be, we think, Jade's. Oh, that's Karen's cat. I thought it was a baby. We assumed that Jade, the guy he saw, was his reincarnation. But if that's the case, then why did Elgin get stabbed in the eye? Because Elgin has nothing to do with Jade's reincarnation. So what I was saying is, I feel like some of that stuff is foreshadowing more so than has to do with the reincarnation, and that there are things that are cyclical, repeating events, but the events that repeat are a separate thing from the reincarnation and the people coming back to life type of thing. Like, I'm looking at that as two separate issues.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. Like, I've been looking at it like that, because even like the eye was the opposite eye too. So I think it was more just pointing to what was going to happen.
I think so too. Yeah, and it doesn't always happen the same way. They're just certain things that keep repeating, but not always in the same exact way in every cycle. But yeah, like losing an eye, like that's definitely a recurring theme. Like, it's, for some reason this place has a certain playbook, and that's part of it. And like the getting tethered to a tree, like it happened to Kelly in season 2 with the rebar, and it happened to that Puritan guy with the spike through his eye stuck to a tree. So
yeah, that's the guy that I thought was like connected to Elgin. Maybe that's why. Is it possible? And we've kind of wondered before, or maybe some of the other ones reincarnated, but I don't know if that fits with the story. So yeah, I don't know. I think it's more the cyclical part of it. Michael's saying maybe once they do their vision quests, they'll see what happened in prior cycles. I would like to see that. I want to see what happened in Victor's cycle, like with the whole car crash that happened before. That's what I would like to see.
Yeah, and Victor is, he confuses things a lot with the way that he changes things around. In season 1, he says that the first time he saw the boy in white was before the 2 cars came. And then in season 3, he says he first saw the boy in white on the morning after everyone was massacred. And so that's 2 different things. His memory, we know, is messed up. And also, I think he was in one of those 2 cars. And
that's what I was going to say. If he was in, I kind of wondered that too, because I think the 2 cars are always going to be Jade and Tabitha's reincarnations. So I think Miranda was in one car and Christopher was in one car.
Oh yeah,
so,
for sure.
I mean, if that's when they got to the town,
yeah,
then we know the massacre happened after that, because he met Christopher. So that could definitely be the case. But yeah, I agree. I think it's always the 2 of them that are in the car because they're colliding. I think that's the important part of it.
Right. That's why Victor said in episode 2 of season 1, he said to Julie, 2 cars, 2 cars coming. So he said something about how, like, it's, do you think it's special? It's special. What do you think it means? And I think it is special because in every cycle, it's these 2 reincarnated people colliding every single time in 2 vehicles. So that's why it's special. That's what starts a new cycle as they try once again to save the children. So I definitely think Victor was just confused when he said that, he saw the boy in white before the 2 cars came. I think that was his
before the 2 cars came. Yeah, unless maybe he saw them right before they crashed. I mean, who knows? Right. But yeah, I mean, that's the other thing too. Maybe the massacre is just like the outcome of one of the things they did wrong too. Like, it maybe they didn't save the children, they made a mistake, and that's why there was a massacre.
Right.
Like
I think
each iteration could be different in that sense. Like maybe the end of the iteration could be completely different.
oh,
because
absolutely.
because I think I think that the cycles have to be different this time, because otherwise, like I said, like these are the characters we're following. So this is the cycle we're following. So there's a big possibility that they're going to solve the problem. Well, maybe just like the boy in white said, I'm not helping because they didn't listen. Like maybe him not helping is what made it worse, or him helping made it worse and caused the massacre. Like maybe that was just the end of the cycle. I don't
Right.
know. Yeah, I don't know. Papa Sock said Victor threw so many things out the window that he thought were necessary to help the From people, but he also knows remembering brings bad events. What I don't know what WTW. I'm like, wait, what's WTW? I was thinking way to go. That's not way to go. Okay, I'm getting too
I
old.
believe
But I don't,
what the what.
what the what? Okay, so instead of
Oh,
WTF, what the what? Okay, I would
okay.
use WTF.
You use it as a teacher.
Okay. It's a polite version of a WTF. Got it.
Yes.
That's it. And also CT5, you're fine. We're not going to be here 6 hours this time, but you're not too late. It's cool. We're still here. But yeah, I don't know. I think Victor was just frustrated. Is my answer to that. I think he doesn't know what to do. I don't know that there's more to it than that. What do you guys think?
Let's see. Victor threw. Yeah. He said that those things that he thought they were going to help, but they only hurt. So yeah, I don't know why. I guess he thought maybe those things would eventually help him remember stuff. Like I found that very odd.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know.
I mean, I think he's hoping that his remembering helps things, but it doesn't always. And that's why I think he's just kind of like frustrated and is like, I don't know what to do. So he's kind of like acting out. That's the way I look at it. He's just acting out, not knowing what to do.
So. Yeah.
And Michael agrees with me, said, would it have been a massacre with Abby since she was trying to wake everyone up indiscriminately? Yeah, I think it could have been, definitely. It's an interesting thought. Pink Bunny says, knowledge comes at a cost. The boy in white told Victor how to solve everything, which unleashed all the bad things like Manuel all at once, and they couldn't defend themselves. Now, see, that's kind of what I was saying. Like maybe him helping them is what ended up causing the massacre. And I'm assuming that's what they mean. Maybe they don't, but I'm assuming that's what they mean. Because like that's what caused all the problem. Because the boy in white's like, I don't want to help. Like he's basically like, it made it worse. So you need to figure it out yourself. Yeah. Yeah. I definitely think that makes sense to me. Because it's like the boy in white doesn't want to help. Why doesn't he want to help? But I think it's like he wants to help, but he can't. Or can't, what he's doing isn't necessarily helping. Go feed your cat. Julie went to feed her cat. Papa Sucks says, I might be on to something with Boyd's wife. Could have been a massacre only because they were 96 days without an incident. Not sure if that break is important. Oh, yeah. I wondered that too. And see, I wrote that down. I even have that highlighted and I didn't get to that, didn't ask that. I wonder if the 96 days is important. Nights is important as well. I mean, I think that I think the cars coming are the beginning of the cycle. So, it's starting a new cycle that just didn't necessarily end badly. But yeah, I don't know. I think that breaks is important. And I think it's because it's starting over. And now all the bad things are going to happen leading up to whatever the bad thing is, I guess, if that makes any sense. And yes, Michael, you're right. Abby wouldn't have stopped until everybody was dead.
Mm-hmm.
But obviously the massacre, like we said, the one that happened was with people ripped apart. Are you back now?
Yeah. Like
okay.
Cat was demanding treats. So it was going to raise hell.
No, that's fine. I just was going to say, where did it go? God, I am so bad at this. I want to say it was Papa. Yeah, it was Papa Socks. Okay. Was asking, do you think the 96 days had is important. I think it's because it's the beginning of the cycle. But other than that, I feel like there's some importance to it, but I don't know. I'm not sure what it is, I guess.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, I don't
I don't know
know.
what you guys thought. Yeah, I don't know. It just seems like I don't know if they just showed us that to say they've been doing good and all this started the chaos.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so. I mean,
I think
we don't know what event happened before that 96-day period.
No,
Right.
we don't. That's true. Mackie says that Elgin and Jade are reincarnated brothers, they think. Again, I'm not sure if anybody besides Jade and Tabitha are reincarnated. I'm not sure if I think that yet, but I mean, it could potentially make sense. Since he did see, I mean, here's the thing, and I've said this before. We are assuming that what Jade has seen is versions of himself, reincarnated, whatever you want to call them.
Yeah.
But the truth of the matter is, he also has seen Tom the barman, who is
Yes.
not a reincarnated. Is not him.
Right.
So, and that's why I've questioned before, like why he sees different visions than Tabitha does. And I don't know that I 100% think everything he sees is a version of him. I think it's possible that some things he's seeing are not part of that, or maybe is the town, or even, whatever, trying to get him, maybe another version of him, trying to get him to go from point A to point B. Kind of like how Miranda, it seemed like Miranda was purposely showing Tabitha certain things. I don't think it necessarily is always, I don't know.
Yeah, like the skull guy, the skull guy either tried to choke him or vice versa, so I didn't think that was him.
I think it
was the guy he was choking. Maybe the one who was being choked, was who he was actually. Well, no, because he would see them rather than see into them. I don't know. All I know is the way he sees the visions is different than Tabitha, because he made a point of saying that when he sees the visions, it seems like things that shouldn't have happened as opposed to the right thing happening. So
I think he feels that way because he hasn't had the benefits that Tabitha has had, or Miranda. Like, Miranda dropped acid, so she saw things very clearly. Tabitha has the connection of being able to interact with the son of her reincarnated self, which triggered memories, and her husband in her past life. So I think Jade's visions are so confusing because he doesn't have anyone related to Christopher to jog his memory. He didn't drop acid as far as we know. He did other drugs. So I think it's possible. I still believe that every one of those men in his visions is a version of him. And the fact that they're attacking him in some cases, it could be kind of him blaming himself for what happened. That's how I look at it.
Literal. Yeah,
like attacking himself, like blaming himself, like you messed this up every time. And he's seeing them, in really bad situations. Miranda saw all the chosen ones before her and how they failed. So maybe this is him seeing how they failed, like the guy with the eye through, the spike through his eye, and the guy with the disfigured face, the Civil War soldier. Like, it could be seeing, he could be seeing terrible fates of his past selves, perhaps.
He could, but I still think it was foreshadowing Elgin. I don't think it was reincarnated Elgin, but I think that it was telling us that was going to happen. Or at least that's how I saw it, because I mean, that was definitely instantly what I thought.
It absolutely could be foreshadowing what happened. Whether or not that was Jade,
a version of Jade is irrelevant. Yeah,
I definitely think it was foreshadowing either way. That absolutely, and all the other one eye imagery, eye missing in various drawings that Victor has done. People with an eye missing. There's one in the opening credits. So yeah, absolutely, it's foreshadowing.
Yeah. Michael says Victor's an imperfect narrator. Yeah. I think we've said that before. Victor is definitely an unreliable narrator. I don't think he tries to be, but I think he's definitely unreliable, and you cannot believe everything he says. I don't think he's purposely misremembering it, but I definitely think he is.
No, he's sincere. He's genuine. Like that. Absolutely. He's sincere. He's just confused.
The other thing Michael says is 2 cars is the 2 Cromonockles coming to town. That, I hadn't thought about that, but that makes sense. But I think
That makes me wonder though if that has something to do with the whole Norman story. But I wish they did. You know, I kind of wondered maybe they did. I think it was who was asking me. This is again where I took a picture of it or something to see and don't remember who asked me. I think it might have been Karen. But somebody was saying they wanted no, maybe it wasn't. If it was one of you, you can tell me. But somebody was saying that they wanted to know if they wrote the whole Chromonacle book out. And I apologize if it was somebody else and who said it, but it makes me think of the fact of like, okay, you guys don't know this. I mean, you haven't watched Lost, Scarlet, and Julie, you haven't finished it, so I doubt you know anything about. I don't know how far you are. I can't remember if it happened yet, but there's a book in Lost that they actually wrote the book and published it called Bad Twin, and it was like a reference in the show, and it just makes me think it would be really interesting if, as part of the side story / ARG, that at some point we got a okay, it was Karen. She texted me. She's like, that was me. I would think that'd be so cool if we ended up getting like a Chromonacle book and like it actually has clues in it and stuff. I'd totally buy it anyway.
Oh, they're missing a lot of marketing.
Yeah.
Scarlett and I talk about this a lot. They're missing marketing opportunities. They could have a jade chia pet where he grows that crazy hair.
You could sell talismans.
You need to tell David Alpay that. I'd love to hear you tell David Alpay that.
I need to. You know, like there are ways you can actually do Cameo, send a message to David Alpay and some of the others. Like you can pay to send them a message. Like somebody should.
Say, I think you should market a jade chia pet. That's hilarious, Julie. That's funny.
I mean, you could do the Boyd's boat keychain too.
Yeah,
you could do the talismans.
Yeah.
You could do Smiley doll, everyone. Jasper doll, everyone.
Yeah.
God, that reminds me, I want to get people's opinions too, because I want to, if people remember this, maybe you can tell me in Discord later. I want to design, like I had previously designed well, that wasn't Walking Dead. It was for the new Walking Dead series for Rick and Michonne. But I had designed, made a design, and I put it on Redbubble, and I made like, well, I didn't actually end up ordering anything, but I did it to make a t-shirt was the point. And I keep thinking like, I want to design something for From, because I want to buy like a From shirt, but like, I want it to be my design and I don't know what to put on it. So if you got ideas, people, of what I should try to draw out, tell me. Because I want to seriously, like, I want to make some From merch because I want some. It's like I want to order a talisman from somebody. I know Dieter had that link before. I don't know whose it was, but there was a link in your Discord about a talisman. I at some point need to order a talisman. I also want to try to make them out of clay too. This is I'm completely going off on a tangent.
Yeah.
But I make stuff out of polymer clay.
Yeah.
I'm going to try to make a talisman because I think that'd be so cool. And
there are people that 3D print them and like they're selling them on Etsy. Rabbit Tree Designs gave away 3 for me to give to people. It may be really cool ones.
But yeah, I'm going to try to make one out of polymer clay, like to make like a charm and see how it comes out. And if it comes out really good, which it may not, it depends how good I do at it. I say I'm going to try. I'm only so good. If it works, I might give some of them away. I was thinking about that, about making them to give away, but that all depends on how well my clay making skills go once I try it. Anyway, sorry. That's just something that's been on my mind. So I'm just telling everybody.
Yeah, I mean, they've just lost some marketing opportunities. There's so much marketing they could do.
Yeah, they definitely, there's a lot. There needs to be a shirt. Oh, Victor was just frustrated. No axe, no tree. Sorry. I like that. I'm gonna have to remember that one. I'm gonna take a picture of that. That's awesome. Yeah. Yeah, they need to do something with peaches. There needs to be some kind of peaches. Let's see. Victor is a little bit of a hoarder. Yes, Victor is definitely a hoarder. Karen says Victor is intellectually, emotionally, and psychologically stunted. He's eternally a child, and I think acting out is good description. Yeah. I think, like I said, I think Victor just didn't know how to handle it. I think that was his way of like, well, acting out. But yeah, just kind of like, I'm going to destroy everything because I don't want it to be there anymore because it's making things bad type of thing. Whoa. Otherwise, there's a lot more in the chat. It was at the bottom and now it's not. Yeah, he keeps things kind of hoping things will be useful, something. That's true. He does keep a lot of stuff.
Because Michael says not sure what a sled or croquet set would help with, but that's
what that comment was in reference to. Yeah.
That's the way he remembers things. Like
yeah,
a story. He'll remember a story if he has an object. A lot of people that have like dissociativeness will do that with objects, so they remember.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, as opposed to just the drawings. That's true. That's interesting. Yeah, some of those things may have meaning that we don't know, and maybe we should dig
croquet set like Alice in Wonderland.
Oh, yeah, that's definitely could be an Alice in Wonderland reference. But we ought to, seriously though, we ought to dig into what he threw out the window and look if there's anything that could have meaning behind it. You know, Aaron is saying that 96 looks like, well, that's a backwards yin yang, but 2 fish Pisces yin yang kind of does. Yeah, if there is an important number, or I mean, if it is important as a number, sorry.
No, that's what Banshee Breakdowns has a video about that, a video about the talismans, and she features that number in there.
69, yeah.
Well,
I mean
96.
Sorry, 96. Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah. 69 looks like yin yang. 96 looks like a back, like it's like an inside out yin yang. Michael says that Barman Tom might be like Father Cautry to Boyd. I think we've kind of talked about this before. Like, I still question, and yes, I agree, but I still question if like Cautry and Tom, if they're more like their what do you call it? Like their inherent good their subconscious trying to talk to them to tell them what they should do, or if it is something that's made by the town. Because I tend to think it's something more than just their subconscious. I know the actor who plays Father Cautry, when I talked to him, he said that he thinks it's more. And again, his own personal opinion. It's not necessarily the truth, but I mean, I think it's definitely more. I think it's a trickster, and that all the town folks maybe made a deal and they can't talk to each other, or they will figure out the trap, monsters, symbols, visions, everything else, a lie. They need to talk to each other more, but I think we say this all the time, that they need to talk to each other. That's an interesting idea, that maybe instead of the art, Miranda wrote chromonocles. One of them definitely could have written that story as clues to the past, you know?
Hopefully not future Julie wrote it.
Yeah, maybe future Julie. A chromonocle book would definitely help. How the talismans work. I asked this before, and we'll ask it again. Would you like to travel through Fromville and try to figure things out? Personally, no. Like as actually being Fromville, if I was in Fromville, I think I definitely would be like Jade trying to figure things out. But would I want to go there? No. I think I would end up like Nathan said. I think I'd end up hanging myself. I would not do well in that town. I am not a brave person. I am not that person. I would not deal well with it at all. So yeah, no. That's my easy answer. No. Oh yeah, no, like Tabitha.
Oh my God. I can't.
Yeah. And CT5, what site do I use? I just meant like I was going to design it in Photoshop or something, or with AI or whatever. I don't know. I was going to say, I think I actually have, this isn't going to help now because right now it is not at all. It isn't, where's the dang thing at? It's not, I don't know if a link like this will work. Let me just put the whole link here. It's store dot, I don't know if a link works in there if you don't put it as the full link, but it's store.fandomvision.com is where the store is. But I mean, like I said, there's nothing, the shortcut is store.fandomvision.com, but there's nothing from related yet, but that's where it will be at, is at that link. I think I've mentioned, I don't know if I've mentioned on the other podcast or on here or just on the other podcast, but I'm just trying to find ways to pay for my web server for scifivision.com. So, anything always helps, but I do want to make some From stuff, but I want to make some From stuff just because I want my own From stuff.
Yeah.
Like because I was thinking too, like, I'd like to, have it to where around, then you meet somebody and they're like, hey, you like From, and then cloud shirt with a lighthouse on the back. That's pretty cool.
That's why I always carry this bell all the time and ring it constantly when I'm outside.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hoping that somebody will notice.
Yeah, no, I know. Yeah, they need to make a bell. That's a good thing. Make a logo for Tom's Bar, Fromville Motel, 96 days with no incidents. Yeah, that's pretty good too. I'm definitely trying to think of things, but I want a From hoodie is what I want actually. Why doesn't anyone ever talk about the call Kenny got on his house phone? It was him and Tian Chen in their kitchen, and the phone rang and a voice said, the poem. Wasn't that in his dream though?
Yeah, it wasn't his
Or
dream.
sleep, right?
Yeah.
Well, it also burned him though. It was kind of like a Freddy Krueger dream.
Yeah, it was a
He
dream.
had a burn on his arm. Yeah. And yes, it was about They Come in Three, AA. But yeah, that was a dream, which I would say is probably the reason why they haven't really gone into it. And also because I assume that since they used it to solve that riddle, like we have the answer now. So I don't know beyond it helping them solve that riddle if it was really relevant. But yeah, nobody really mentioned it. Like Jim gets a call and it's a big thing, but it was a real call. So I would say that could be, different. Michael has a good point. Why was there a sled if it was never winter? Maybe
Because
somebody
people just come in with whatever in their car.
Yeah, I was gonna say maybe there was a sled in their trunk, but that is a good question. Like it's an odd thing to have when we know they haven't had winter, but that may just be the writers didn't think of that. Okay, let's see. Cats.
Well, that we know of, they haven't had a winter.
Yeah,
As far
well,
as
no, they
winter's
said they
concerned, but
haven't.
maybe before 1978.
That's true. That's true.
The
Maybe there's
50s,
a
maybe.
reason. Maybe there's a reason time stopped, and maybe that. I mean, if they start dressing different, then I'd say the place changing is why that's happening.
Yeah, we
But
have
so
to
far
see
they haven't.
what Smiley dons in the
Yeah.
next season.
Yeah. Let's see. This was about, we were talking about the Cautry and Barman Tom. Michael says, are they helper spirits or something, or Fromville trying to be misled? Seems like they're trying to be helpful. I feel like, yes, so far they've mostly been trying to be helpful, but I don't know that that's necessarily means they will always be. Like I could see them saying something that's the opposite of helpful and expecting them after, like you're so nice to somebody, you're nice, big help. And so I'm going to listen to you. And then you tell them something that's going to totally screw them up. I could see that happening. Oh, that's cool. Leader got some talisman stuff. Let's see. Okay, Michael leans towards helper spirits, like voice Abby trying to give Sarah a message for Boyd. Yeah, but Abby, what Abby told Boyd seemed to me to be not helpful. Like she was trying to take away his hope or whatever.
Yeah, the voice that
was different, maybe, but
I think the only one that was legit is the voice in Sarah's head that was telling Boyd, tell Mr. Fisherloaves I was wrong. There are things out here worse than the monsters. I think that was really the spirit of Abby speaking to Sarah in her head. Either that or it's the helper, like maybe the boy in white pretending to be Abby to give that message to Boyd. But either way, I think that was a message trying to help. The rest of the Abby people, the rest of them were just trying to trick him. I don't trust
and that's why I'm saying, like, I don't think they're subconscious, because I don't think that Abby was good. The one that helped the talk to Boyd.
No, definitely not. Yeah, like one of them, she was in the RV when the monsters were closing in, and she was saying, like, come back to me, boy, come back here, stay with me. She was trying to get him to stay in there while the monsters were approaching, and he would have died. So yeah, that's not his unconscious.
No, I know. And speaking of that, I was just going to say, the whole spider web thing.
Oh
is
yeah.
what I was kind of thinking that maybe was to do with what I was saying, like the smoke monster was. Like I wondered if it was like manifested as like what he saw as his fear, but that it was. I don't know what I'm talking about. What I was talking about earlier.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't want to say too much because I don't want to give away something big on Lost because I don't know if you know what the smoke monster is yet. Do you?
I don't know what it is, but I
Okay.
do have an idea of like what the kind of thing it does, like the way that it seems to manipulate people, like what it did with Mr. Echo and his brother, manifesting his brother there, and then it just killed him. Yeah, so I can see what you mean, even though I don't.
Yeah, but there's
Yeah.
like another part of it that I don't want to spoil for you. But I'll tell you once you get to it. You'll see what it is. But like Karen said, I don't know that it was the best idea of a storyline, but it makes me wonder if it's possible. It could be this.
Uh-huh.
But thank you, Papa. I'm glad you're enjoying it. Michael saying would rather it was a prior incarnation and not a future Julie, which feels like a stretch. I'm not sure what that was in reference to. See, this is what I don't like when we get behind because I get confused with what people are talking about. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. You'll have to tell me what you're talking about, Michael. I apologize. Could Cautry and Tom be playing a long con, get Boyd and Jade to trust them or at least not fear them and set them up? That's kind of what I was saying. Like if they think that they're really helping them and then suddenly they turn on them. Although I have to wonder what their end game would have been to stop Boyd from torturing Elgin, unless maybe for some reason they wanted Sarah to do it. Like just like they wanted Sarah to kill Toby when she didn't necessarily need to. Like maybe they wanted to break her further. I don't know. Keeps me thinking of different things. Let's see. You can make a rendezvous. Yeah, I totally need to make a rendezvous truck.
Yeah.
That's a good idea.
It's full of Bibles.
You never have a site to make mock-ups. Yeah, I just use Redbubble or Cafe Press or whatever. I mean, Redbubble is the one that I put up for people to use, but I've ordered from both of them because I have, not that you guys want to see my stuff and it's even interesting, but I have a lot of some of my like the AI / Photoshop / painting art that I made. I got printed in pillows and stuff for my office because I wanted purple things because my office is painted purple. So like I got stuff printed and I think I used Cafe Press for some of it and I used Redbubble, I think, for the other thing. But yeah. Let's see. But yeah, that's definitely Karen. I definitely think that makes sense. And that was kind of what I was getting at. Victor definitely said that seasons never changed before. That was definitely.
I wonder though, like if he's remembering that right. You never know. I think in this case it was actually right that the seasons hadn't changed, at least for him, because I mean the boy in white changed too. I know that was a way to explain Fox Smith's growth, but like. Yeah, in this case, I think he might be right that maybe the seasons never changed before because people never made this much progress before. So things are escalating and getting worse.
You know what that makes me think? See, I love when I just kind of randomly come up with thoughts. I'm like, do these make sense or are they completely insane? But I was thinking about the conversation earlier that Michael had in the Discord that he was saying about it being a snow globe.
Yeah.
What about when you get like a snow globe that's got like a music box, like have you ever had one of those where like you turn the thing and it plays music? Well, maybe it's like it's making it go faster because like like you're saying, they're getting progress, like they're on the track. I don't know if that made sense the way I said that, but I'm envisioning like turning the music and like it's making it go because they're making progress, I guess is what I'm saying. I don't know. It made sense in my head before I spit it out.
And not so much the Canadian weather and Fox Smith growing.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
I mean, I think that was really smart, but I think that may just be because people complained about Walt.
So they wrote it in, but I think they made it work really well, though.
I think they did too. I think they did too. So who do we think the voices are? Pink Bunny asks. I mean, I think
Sarah's
the voices. I assume that they mean Sarah's voices. The voices Sarah hears. I assume so.
Well, they have to be at least middle management, because she said that in the second episode she says that the monsters, they wanted it to look like the monsters did it, so they have to be a higher up entity, higher than monsters.
Well, wait, back up a second. We're assuming they monsters wanted people to think they did it. I don't think she said that, did she?
In episode 2, Sarah says in her head that they wanted to make it look like the monsters did it.
Yes. Yep.
Thank you, Julie.
How am I not remembering when I listened to that? That was in the one we watched yesterday?
Yeah.
Okay. I told you this is why I was rewatching the first episode, because when we were chatting, I know I missed a lot of it.
I also, for our notes for our live, I typed out all Sarah's speech and all Kenny's speech about chess, word for word.
Okay, that's helpful.
Yeah, I do the
So
same.
I know what it is.
That's what I've done with the other recaps, but I did not do that for this, because I'm like, this is not for a recap. I don't need to spend hours and hours writing this, so I didn't.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I'm not doing that. That was too much work. I mean, I'll do it next season, but not. Michael says, I think it was legit Abby in Sarah's head, but not evil Abby in the RV/dungeon. I miss, people keep saying dungeon. I think ruined, but I know they mean what they mean. But I think that, which does make it confusing as to which apparitions are helpful or evil. I definitely think they're different. I mean, I don't know what they are, but I definitely think they're different. And I think it really could be Abby. Although I wonder why she's still hanging around there, though.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't know.
Souls trapped somewhere in From?
Yeah, maybe.
It wouldn't be the first time.
Or they could just be pretending they're Abby, too. I mean, it still could be something helpful that's pretending to be Abby's voice. It may not actually be Abby. We don't know.
But the way they framed it with Sarah, it seemed like it was the first time she heard a female voice. It seemed different. I feel like it was legit from what I see.
Well, I think it was legit, but I'm saying, like, was it really her? It could have been helpful, but not really her. But yeah, it could really be her, too. I mean,
I would say it was her from what I've seen. Abby.
Yeah. Or Sarah heard the boy in white, like Father Cautry and the other priests. They saw the boy in white later on. He doesn't want Boyd there. Maybe only Tabitha and Jade. Isn't Sarah and Victor and Tabitha are the only ones that have seen the boy in white, right?
Sarah, Victor, Tabitha. Yeah. When Elgin saw him in a dream, he saw him in his dream saying the cicada nursery rhyme. He remembered that at the end of season 2. So we just didn't see it.
Right. What the heck? I'm not sure what he means. Sarah heard the boy in white like Father Cautry, because maybe I'm reading that wrong. I know. Am I wrong? I think his first language is in English, right?
Yeah,
he's because what you're writing to me grammatically implies that you're saying Father Cautry heard voices, and I don't think that's what you mean. Yeah, I'm not sure. You'll have to explain what you mean, Dieter. I'm sorry, I'm taking that wrong, because I don't think that's what you mean. Mr. Echo and his stick. Oh, Mr. Echo, dude.
That was so sad. I was so angry they did that. They did him so dirty. Oh,
yeah. There's a lot of things you'll be mad at if you're not mad at if you haven't seen him yet. Don't worry. There's lots of things to be mad at. He meant about wrote the book. He would rather that it was a prior incarnation rather than a future Julie wrote it. Julie. Yeah, Julie going back in time to write it does kind of seem like a stretch.
Yeah.
I think that's kind of like the Martin of everybody. I think people are just saying Julie can do all kinds of things because she can story walk.
And yet it is a trope when these things happen.
Yeah, it is a trope. Okay. The nickname code word did seem to indicate it was Abby who would have known it. Okay. He doesn't mean literally code word. He means iron. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, or he might mean Mr. Fish and Loaves too.
Yeah, that too. Yeah.
Okay, I'm still at the stages only on season 2 of Lost. Yeah, that's why I don't want to spoil too bad for people who haven't seen all of Lost. But if you haven't watched Lost, go watch Lost. I honestly think if you like From, you will like Lost. Don't listen to the people that tell you everybody was dead all along, because it's not true. I laughed so hard during the documentary because they're saying they were not dead the whole time. People, for whatever reason, either don't remember it right or didn't understand it.
Right.
And that is the only spoiler I will give. They were not dead the whole time, because they said that from the beginning. But I think people who like From, I think you'd like Lost. Okay, no, that's okay. Father Crotchery, who thought to have heard the voice. Oh, heard the voice of God. Okay, in the real world, but it might have been the boy in white.
Yeah, it might have been.
I think it was.
That
Yeah.
I guess that biggest question for that comes with, can the town affect the outside world? I think is the biggest.
So, Dieter, do you think the new priest also did? The one in Camden? Was that what you were talking about? Like Kadri and
That
the
must have been
other
what he meant,
priest?
yeah.
That's what I think.
The boy in white must have the sus priest.
I think that's his playbook again. Masquerading as the voice of God, you know, telling the priest that Tabitha was coming, make sure she looks in that lunchbox. Yeah, like
Yeah.
I think. I mean, come on. It's
yeah,
just
but I definitely
uncanny. Yeah.
Sorry, I was gonna say, yeah, I definitely do think that it makes sense it was Abby, and if it was, that's why she would say fish and loaves. So they knew it. But I don't know. I mean, I don't know if I believe the town can affect the outside world or not, but it's an interesting thought. But yeah, Karen's saying it is similar to Lost. From is similar to Lost, but not because like people say, well, they worked on like some of the people worked on Lost. It's not like all the writers were from Lost. But I think it's similar to
some
Lost.
of them worked on Fringe too.
Yeah,
some
some worked on Fringe too. I think that it's similar to Lost, simply like meaning such a deep mystery that you can go down the rabbit hole. That's the part I mean similar to From. I mean, whether there are things you don't like about Lost, maybe, and I know a lot of people don't like the ending. The ending is very polarizing. That's all I'll say. A lot of people liked it, a lot of people hated it. But that doesn't mean it wasn't a good show. You know what I mean? Like that's the end. To be honest, there's probably going to be a lot of people that are going to hate the end of From too. Nobody like there's never going to be everybody agreeing. You know what I mean?
They're not going to make everybody happy. There's no
yeah,
way.
They can't. And still the Sage loved Fringe. Yes, we loved Fringe too.
Oh,
I don't know about you guys. I mean, I
it.
did. People
I
from my
love Fringe.
Yes.
I was going to say for people, no, you guys don't know this, but I was talking last night when we were on the Discord that like Karen and AJ and I, who do the other sci-fivision podcast that we do on Tuesdays, we all originally met in a chat room during the Lost ARG. That is how we met, how we started working together and everything. At that point, we started a show called Lost Causes, which was our podcast, which was this podcast. It's what it became. But it was Lost Causes. It was just an audio podcast. And we had Lost Causes, and we had On the Fringe, and we had one for Flash Forward. We kept changing the name. That was a dumb thing we shouldn't have done. But that's why eventually,
names, though. Lost Causes.
Yeah. That's why eventually we became Fandom Access, and then recently I started saying we need to make it Sci-Fi-Vision, like we did Sci-Fi-Vision presents Fandom Access, so it's still Fandom Access, but because it's a lot easier to get interviews and stuff when it's connected to the website, because it was very hard to explain to people that it was part of the website. They didn't get it, so it was easier. But anyway, we did Fringe, we did Flash Forward, we did lots of shows. We had Middlecast for Middleman. We had a lot of things. But yeah, I loved Fringe too.
One of my favorite shows ever. I just watched that for the first time this year too. I watched Fringe for the first time, and then From, Severance, like Silo, and now I'm watching Lost. Like all some of the best shows I've ever seen. Like I've watched all this year.
It's like you've had a great awakening.
Yes.
Lost and Fringe are definitely two of my all-time favorites. My other all-time favorite is not like it, but my other favorite is X-Files. That will always be my other top show, even though it's not necessarily like From. Was my first fandom I got really into. He also confirmed Nathan's theory about From Phil getting angry. He could have just told her Abby was wrong if he wanted to do that. Okay. Okay. I'm assuming he means the boy in white. I'm a little confused by that. I think he means the boy in white.
Yeah,
Nathan like Sarah's brother?
I'm assuming, yeah. I remember him saying about their nightmares. I don't know that I remember him saying about it getting angry.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, I remember in the woods when Sarah was with Boyd and it was storming. The storm was coming down.
Oh, he said that. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So the boy in white spoke to Sarah in her head at that point and said that Nathan was right. This place is angry now. That's what it was. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, and he could have said Abby was wrong.
Maybe.
Pink Bunny. When Tabitha was in Maine and she borrowed the phone, one of the girls said something like, "I can't believe you let her touch it." But I'm curious if anyone else has tried to look at the people there. I mean, I don't know. I didn't really pay much attention to them. They just
I always thought there would be more scenes in Camden, Maine, like investigating the mystery. Like when Tabby came back, and then the sus priest, and then the ambulance. It's not a normal thing when the ambulance just disappears with 2 EMTs, a wanted person, and a cop. Somebody's got to be investigating that.
I
and
agree,
she
and
called her mom.
I definitely would like to see more on the side of the town. I mean, the real world outside of the town. But the problem is we don't got enough episodes, and I feel like it'll take away from the mystery of the town. This is why I would love to see like either a web series or as part of an ARG that you get that kind of information, so it doesn't take away from the 10 episodes we get a season. Either that or writers put more than 10 episodes in. That's my other suggestion. Make
them
more
longer. Put an extra 10 minutes on each one.
No, or even put even longer. That's a good idea too.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't know. I never really thought about those girls again, to be honest.
Well, I thought about her calling her mom because her mom.
Yeah, but I mean, I
investigated
girls being important because Pink Bunny says, "Do you think any of them are the monsters?" Was she an extension of her?
Level 2?
No, yeah, because people were saying she didn't really get out. I've said before, I tend to believe she got out just because, like, that was what we were told, and I know that not everything we're told is true, but it's like I'll believe it until I hear it's not true. When it comes to that, like that to me makes sense. So I just assume she did, but I know some people think she didn't. And from it heading to Battlestar Galactica favoritism for still the stage. I liked Battlestar Galactica. It wasn't necessarily my favorite. I liked it. I liked Stargate a lot better than Battlestar Galactica. Stargate was a big one for me. We were having this talking about that last night. Yeah, Karen didn't like Battlestar Galactica a whole lot either. I don't like that they're in space for so long. I don't like the space opera thing necessarily. Not the whole time. Stargate's one of the best. I agree. But my top, in case anybody cares, I think my absolute top is always going to be X-Files. I think because I grew up with that. That was when I was a teenager, and then I went to the set, and that was just that will always be my top. That's not going to change. I think my second is probably Lost. But yeah. I was going to say, I did put, I'm sure I did. I'm pretty sure I did put the StreamYard link in the chat a long time ago, didn't I? Yeah, it's still pinned there. If anybody wants to join us, although I don't know how much longer it's already 1:30, but
yeah, I was going to take off in a sec here.
No, it's fine if you want to. I figured I'll go till 2 if Julie wants to, but I don't know that I really want to go too much longer just because we were going to try to keep it shorter, and I know we've already gone 3 hours, so I think at 2 a.m. I'm going to be about done. But
same.
Yeah.
Well, maybe I can hold on a little bit longer.
Well, it's addicting. It's definitely addicting.
It is.
So yeah, I totally get it.
Yeah, but often 2 o'clock becomes 6 o'clock in the morning with us. So.
Yeah, no, I think we need to be a little more
have a little more self-control.
Yeah, that's the word I'm looking for. We need to have a little more self-control.
Yeah.
That's why I'm kind of like, I want to tweet people we're still going. I'm thinking if I do that though, will more people come, and then I'll be like, nah. Then I don't want to.
It's a solid 2 a.m. I'm going to leave at 2 a.m.
Yeah. We will
completely peace out.
Be going until 2 a.m. ET, and then we're leaving.
Call in. 40 minutes left. Call in, everyone.
Yeah, call in if you want to call in.
Tell us what you think.
Tell us what you think. Let us know your opinions. I at least put that on Twitter and
see, I don't watch a lot of sci-fi like Stargate and Farscape and Babylon 5 and.
Yeah, me neither.
Yeah, I've never seen. I mean, I've seen a little bit of Babylon 5, and I never really liked it. That was my dad's show. I didn't really like Babylon 5. Farscape, I could never get into. There's again that Martian thing. I don't know why they come in the chat just to advertise. I like sci-fi. I like fantasy sci-fi, but see, I didn't really like watching Andromeda either. I mean, I watched it some. I think at one point I started watching Andromeda, and I, for whatever reason, never finished it. But I think I did watch some of Andromeda. What's some of the other ones I liked while we're talking about it? Odyssey 5. The thing was canceled so quick. But Odyssey 5 was awesome. That was one of the ones I loved back then. What's that one with that? See, some of them I can't think of the names of. Karen probably, if she's still there, can think of some of the ones we've talked about that we like. I'm too old. I can't think of what I liked. I draw a blank. It's too late at night. I'm like, I'm getting old because I can't think.
Wild West.
No, not Wild West. But yeah. I mean, I like the shows like From, but I like a lot of the sci-fi stuff. I mean, we like Arc right now. We're covering on our other show.
I think I like more surreal stuff, like I said a while I was more steampunk stuff. If it's in a sci-fi.
Did you ever see Reese?
No, I haven't. I've seen Warehouse 13.
Oh, Warehouse 13 was awesome. I loved Warehouse 13.
Stuff like that.
But,
it's more like my genre. That's the stuff I like more that leans towards sci-fi.
Like the sort of quirky stuff.
But I did watch The Expanse. And I like The Expanse.
And see, I couldn't get into The Expanse. I don't know. I just couldn't get into it. But if you like steampunk stuff, watch Reese. It's a web series, but it was really good. I don't know if I told you guys the story of that. I wish this would happen for From. We had a podcast. We had been talking about Reese every week and talking about how much we loved it. And we were on a podcast, but it was audio. Like we got phone calls come in. And the creators called us in the middle of our podcast, like as somebody calling in to give their comment. Like we answered it. We thought somebody was going to tell us what they thought about it. And they're like, hey, we're this, it was two guys. And they're like, yeah, we created. It was so bizarre. It was the most surreal experience. It was so fun. Dark Matter. Yeah. Karen's saying Dark Matter, but she means, well, we like Dark Matter, Apple's Dark Matter, but we also like Dark Matter, Sci-Fi Channel's Dark Matter. Both are good, but yeah. She liked Expanse. I wasn't a big. I think the other thing I think you guys should watch if you like From, and I don't know, it's not the same tone or anything, but it's like mystery, is Lost Room. Although be warned, it doesn't end because it was canceled pretty quick.
Yeah.
Also liked Millennium and Harsh Realm. Those were good ones too.
Kind of sounds like Outer Range got like canceled after 2 seasons.
Yeah. Some of them don't last real long.
Yeah.
I think a lot of times if they have deep mysteries, they don't keep going. That's why I think it's awesome that From has lasted. I think it being on a more obscure network, I think has helped it, because I think if it was on Netflix, it never would have made.
Yeah, I've been too strangulated by all the other stuff that's coming down the pike.
Yeah. I don't know what Backrooms is. Will. Lost Room was about a hotel room. I forget exactly what happened, but it was like they shut the door and like they opened it and like different things appeared. It was like, like a dimension or something. I don't know. I don't remember for sure. It's been years since I've seen it. It's on one of the streaming networks, but it definitely wasn't on very long. It's like Harsh Realm, Firefly. Great shows, did not last very long.
I've seen Firefly.
Yeah, Firefly is another one of the ones
Julie, have you?
I love. Yeah.
Nope. Never seen it.
Watch Firefly. Make that your next one.
Another thing for my list.
Yeah. I mean, it's not the tone of From in any way, but it's a really good show. Oh yeah, 12 Monkeys. Karen said we all love 12 Monkeys too.
Yeah.
Oh, I hear a lot of good things about that. Yeah. Like there's a series and a movie, right?
Yeah.
Well, yeah. The TV series was, I think, based on the movie. I think.
Kinda, vaguely, not really.
I think, well, no, the characters. It was based on the character, but 12 Monkeys was one of the few shows that I think did time travel really well. Like it made more sense. I mean, maybe not scientifically. I know, well, you go by if it's scientifically possible. I don't know about that. But
then you watch Primer instead.
Yeah, no, but I mean, what I mean by is like the time travel, like it made sense. Like they stuck to their rules. It wasn't like weird off the wall. And then of course Doctor Who's my other. And we completely got off track. Sorry.
Well, that's okay.
Because I put that up a while ago, and I don't even remember putting it up. Do we think any of them are monsters? Oh, that I did put that up. She was talking about the girl, I think, with the cell phone.
Yeah. And by the way, Michael, Backrooms is going to be a full-length film from A24 sometime this year.
What is Backrooms? I gotta look.
It was a bunch of like creepypasta.
Oh, that's right. You did tell me about that. Okay.
Yeah, where you can like no clip and then fall into these rooms that look. It kind of has a Severance vibe actually,
Oh,
from what I've
cool.
seen.
Check it out.
And
Yeah.
but the person who originally made those is now in production with A24 to make a long version of that. More
That's
professional, more money, more budget.
Yeah. I did watch a lot of the newer seasons. I hated that at the end of the season they see a spaceship above them in the bridge. Oh, he's talking about X-Files. Yeah, some of that story, once they, without getting into too much, once David left the show, some of the stuff that they did, maybe the storyline on X-Files wasn't as good, but 7 days. Yeah, I remember 7 days. Time Tracks. Those are all good ones. I like that too. Nowhere Man. I've never seen Nowhere Man.
You ever see Mr. Robot?
Yes, I did. I don't think I finished it though, which I can't believe. I covered it. I remember I was behind and I went to New York Comic Con and I covered it and I was getting questions from everybody because I sort of hadn't watched it. I wasn't caught up. I went to the round table and was like talking to all the actors and I sort of didn't know what I was talking about. I've never done that before. That was like, I wasn't going to not do the round table, right?
Yeah.
But it wasn't like I had 30 hours or whatever to sit down and watch it before I did it. So
Well, especially when Christian Slater was there.
Yeah, no, he was there. Yeah, I've met him,
Right.
but but I got questions I think from AJ at the time because he had watched.
Yeah,
it.
yeah.
But yeah, that was a good show. I need to some point finish that. Actually, most of what Christian Slater's in is really good, but it gets canceled.
Yeah, yeah, he's been in like most of the TV shows. TV shows that were canceled after a season were pretty good.
Yeah.
Because he had that one where he was like a computer hacker, and that was pretty good, but it only lasted like one season on Fox because Fox canceled.
Is that the one where he was 2 people? I know in one of them he was like somebody else or something. I don't remember what it was.
Well, that was this robot.
No, not that. That's not what I'm thinking. I'm thinking of a different one. I don't know. Maybe it was that.
Yeah, I think I know what you're talking about too.
But
that might have been another yearly canceled one that was pretty good.
I also kind of liked Spiderwick. I mean, it was more of a younger audience, but I did enjoy it.
Yeah,
I covered that. That was pretty good. But yeah, yes, I agree. Aliens could still be a possibility on From. Yeah. Yes, you guys loved Mr. Robot. We're getting really off track. I'm gonna look at my notes here.
Well, Bunch of Lunch is bringing it back around with Tilly.
With what?
Anyone else think Tilly is the Man in Yellow's wife?
Oh my God, that I have not heard. That I have not.
Wow. That's a new one.
Man in Yellow were ringleaders of the cults.
I haven't heard that one.
I haven't heard that one. No, I've not heard that one. We probably should though get to like some of the stuff we wanted to talk about if we're going to quit it too. I had this note I had written down. I was questioning because I had forgotten this. When Boyd comes up to talk to Donna, she says that they had an arrangement. He didn't come there. Do you think that was just about Ellis? Like because Ellis didn't want him there, or was there more to that was part of it?
I think it was the massacre of Abby. Abby shot up half the town.
Maybe, but I don't know. That's what I mean. Like, was that more like I run Colony House, you run the town, you don't come here, or was that? Because I was kind of a little.
I think it's enough to split the town in half.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, but I didn't know that I didn't know that she didn't want Boyd there because I feel like all that went to hell really quickly.
Yeah, it makes sense to me that Donna would blame Boyd for what happened and want this divide. Like you saw during that scene how she was like trying to save people. She was running around and she was almost shot herself by Abby until Boyd distracted her and she turned around. So I would bet that she just she blamed Boyd so she formed this divide.
I guess, but I kind of wonder why you would blame Boyd though, because Boyd's the one that stopped it by killing her.
A man has to protect his family.
Oh, Muncher said about Tilly is Man in Yellow's wife. Yeah, I don't know. I definitely didn't think that. I mean, I'm not saying it's not a possibility, but I definitely didn't think that.
Ellis begged him not to go out there, so I mean, I can see why some people would blame him, and also some people probably, I think a lot of people probably decided to go live at Colony House, not necessarily because they all blame him, but they have a different philosophy on life now after that like near-death experience. Colony House,
yeah, it might have been why it was made.
their
Right.
motto is, we live for today because tomorrow isn't promised. That's what they said at the choosing ceremony. So like that's where they just kind of party and have that, lavish
But
lifestyle.
they grow
But,
crops. They grow
but
crops. They
I
give
mean,
the
I
kids
thought
and
it. Yeah, they grow their pot. I mean, I thought it was more like I guess what I was remembering and misremembering. Like I thought it was more like, okay, this is our way of life, but and not yours. But like I forgot that Boyd wasn't welcome there. That part I don't.
and maybe some people didn't want him being sheriff.
Right.
Maybe they
mean,
wanted somebody else, and they
after
said
that,
no,
but-
and they're like, okay, we're gonna just put ourselves in, protect ourselves.
Right.
Yeah.
Because what
Sure.
else could happen? After your wife shot out of the town, what else might happen?
Yeah,
Right. I
that's
mean,
fine.
we know Dale certainly, has that bitterness. Dale, he did. Dale said that salty remark to Ellis, like, you're gonna shoot up the place, like mother, like son. So people
Yeah.
definitely probably have some resentment toward
Yeah.
Boyd and Ellis.
Yeah. I guess
But
my
he
point
can't-
was I just didn't remember that he wasn't welcome because that sort of changed apparently because I mean he's over there now a lot, so it's not like
I think the massacre is what changed it. Like Boyd had to take everybody in, and so then that they came together after that Colony House massacre. He took everybody in.
that's true. Well, he also helped people like with the talisman and stuff. You think they'd trust them a little more,
Yeah.
Karen says she don't know if we'll see Tilly again. I do think there could be more people who are cycling besides just Tabitha and Jade.
I think Tilly's whole little speech about how she doesn't think death is the end, but maybe the middle or or the beginning or the middle of a grand adventure. I think that was a hint that reincarnation is happening, and she could be one of the reincarnated people. Who knows? But I think more than anything, it was a hint to us that at least someone here is reincarnated. Maybe her.
Maybe we're also just implying she was going to die too.
Yeah.
I don't know. Yeah, but yeah, I mean, I don't know. Like I said before, I think that there's cycles, but I think that the cycle is not the same thing as the reincarnation. That's the way I'm looking at it because I don't know that I think other people were reincarnated, but I also don't know that I don't either. I'm not sure how I feel, and that's why I'm looking at them. I think it's two split things. Will says Abby turned it to the OK Corral.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, she did. And this is about the Tilly being the man of Mule's wife. Think about it. Tilly reads the tarot cards, helped Fatima for Smiley to be born, and could see the kimono lady as a visitor of his dream. How did she do that? I don't know that she helped Fatima for Smiley to be born. I mean, she helped Fatima when she was pregnant, but do you guys think that she really? I mean, I get what I don't know. I'm sorry. What Muncher Luncher is getting at. That thinks Tilly knew about Smiley. I think that she helped her because she was pregnant. I don't think that she knew about Smiley. I think she was just trying to be helpful. I don't know. I always felt like people were putting too much on Tilly, thinking she was bad or thinking that she knew a lot. I don't know. What do you guys think?
I don't I think that she was just trying to help. Like I think like I used to think that she was, I was on the whole Tilly is sus thing, and she has malicious intent, but I actually think that she was just trying to help, and she was getting too close to Fatima because she's not afraid of dying. She was dying anyway. Fatima was, clearly like there's something seriously wrong, but she was trying to help her even until the very end, and the big bad kind of needed her it needed someone to be so helpful and so nosy and in her face that they would end up being a victim of Fatima, so that Fatima could be isolated. Because if you think about it, if there hadn't been somebody in her face so much that she winds up killing them, like the thing in her winds up killing them, how could she have been isolated enough for Elgin to get her alone? So I think that the big bad just kind of used Tilly as a tool, like brought in somebody super nosy, not afraid of dying, just trying to help. It brings in people who are trying to help and uses them in different ways. That's what
I agree with that. I don't think, and where to go? Still, whoops. Is that the one? Nope. That was not what I meant to click on. It moved. not that Dieter can't ask you that, but I clicked on the wrong thing. He's asking about Scarlett's name. I meant to click on that because
I was gonna tell Dieter, maybe to be continued. Maybe on Wednesday it'll be different.
I was gonna say you change it.
It just depends on a bunch of factors that I don't know now, but I'll know tomorrow.
Okay.
So maybe on Wednesday I'll be different. It just depends on some factors.
Still the stage says, I don't think Tilly had any evil intention. She was just an empath. She definitely could have been an empath. I mean, that makes sense. I mean, she did seem very
It seems very spiritualistic.
Yeah.
It's very
But
spiritual.
yeah, I don't think there was, I mean, personally, don't think there was anything with her. Dieter said she was a positive person, nothing more. Some would say weird, but yeah, she was a little weird at times.
Eccentric.
Yeah. And she only saw the kimono lady in Elgin's dream. She didn't actually see her outside of a dream. Like when they were sitting on the couch and Tilly said, "Oh, she looks scary." Elgin was actually
that was Elgin's dream. I don't think that actually happened.
He's not a dream walker.
It was a dream.
Yeah, I definitely don't think. I definitely think that part was not real. That was in his head.
Right.
Reincarnation is like samsara, the cycle of life and death, continually reincarnated until you accomplish what you were meant to accomplish to achieve enlightenment. Possible. I mean, it is like they're being reincarnated specifically to try to finish it. Wait, my sentence wasn't finished yet. Oh, because Tilly was a very positive person, nothing more. Some would say weird, but my sentence wasn't finished yet. What was the rest of it then? I don't know what the rest of your sentence was then, Dieter, but I'll finish the sentence if I know which one it was. Let's see. Okay, I'm looking to see. Okay is a no. Okay, so no, I don't know. I'm not sure what the end of the sentence was then. I'm sorry. Okay, Michael's saying it's why Miranda had her vision quest on LSD and saw the line of ancestors back at the beginning. Oh, okay. He's still talking about the tree and stuff, and with and reincarnation. He was talking about reincarnation. The Buddhist Hindu reincarnation philosophy is absolutely core to the show. I mean, I don't know enough about philosophy. I don't know enough about reincarnation is what I meant to say. To know like about different kinds of reincarnation. I mean, the only thing I personally know about reincarnation is that people come back to life. So I know Buddhists and Hindus, they believe in that. But I thought, maybe I'm wrong, but I thought Buddhist reincarnation was the idea that you're reincarnated as different things depending how good you were in life or something. Like if you're a horrible person, you'll be reincarnated by as a bug or something. I don't know. That's some Hinduism. Okay. Yeah.
Or like if you're reincarnated as a bug or reincarnated as a donkey or
right.
Yeah. I don't
know if Buddhism reincarnation works the same way.
Yeah, I know that clearly doesn't have anything to do with the show. That's the only kind of reincarnation I think I've heard much about.
And plus you don't know how much it's going to be fictionalized within a show.
That's true.
It's going to do its own rules.
Definitely true too. And Karen has a point too. If Tilly was helping Smiley to be born, the fetus would not have the urge to kill Tilly. That's
yeah.
Yeah. Or I don't know.
Let's see.
Smiley.
Yeah. Prior to the warning to Jim by the man in yellow, has anyone else been warned that you can think of or suffered consequences of a warning ignored? That's a good question. The only thing I can think of warning wise, and I don't know if this is in the same vein, but the only thing I can think of is Boyd ignoring Father Cautry. But
yeah,
I don't know that that's the same kind of warning.
Not a very direct one, because the Man in Yellow is pretty direct.
Yeah,
right.
That's the only thing I can think of in relation to that, and I don't think that it's the same. Like we don't know if it's we don't know if it's coming from a bad entity, a good entity, if it's in his head. So I don't know, but that's the only warning.
Oh, there was one other warning I could think of. When Boyd and Sarah were in the woods, and the voice in Sarah's head, the female voice said, "Tell Mr. Fish and Loaves I was wrong. There are things out here that are worse than the monsters." So it was warning them, like, to basically go back, don't keep going, and they continued on. and Boyd wound up with the worms.
Mhm.
True.
So yeah,
That's a
they-
warning.
Yeah. I think of the Man in White's warning more, or Man in White, Man in Yellow's warning more though. Like I assume, and I don't know, maybe Papa Socks didn't mean it that way, but I assume more meant like, don't do this, like, or something bad. Well, I guess that is technically though what happened to them when they didn't listen and they kept going. Hello, Mr. Gregory AI. Let's see. Yeah, Karen, I was gonna say, can't you star people's things if you're in the StreamYard? Oh, you didn't come. You might not. Maybe she's not in the StreamYard. She's in YouTube. Well, come into the StreamYard and you could star people's comments. You know better than that. No. The dog. What's this? The dog we saw is from is Boyd reincarnated in Story Walking. Well, maybe what I said about the reincarnation is right then. Maybe he wasn't good, so he becomes somebody else. I'm not sure. Okay, did you notice Jade was wearing the same bracelet? And Dieter says Julie knows the answer to that bracelet. Yeah.
I know the answer to that bracelet. I know the answer.
Yeah.
A lot of people have been talking about the bracelet. I don't know that it's the same exact one. But
Yeah.
I wonder that it was put there to, I don't want to exactly say foreshadow, but to maybe like link to it. So you'd notice and think like, well, maybe, because she was going to make him one. You know what I mean? Like, I guess it is sort of foreshadowing, but I don't know.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah,
Jade, do you want to say this or me?
No, you go ahead. You go ahead. It's his, right? It's his own.
Yeah, because the actor who plays Jade is wearing bracelets that are from a charity called Hokey Strings.
Oh, okay. And it just
it helps Armenian victims of domestic assault.
Oh, okay. So he wore them, and then it just looked like Tabitha's.
Yeah, they do look like that, which is interesting.
Yeah,
but it's definitely a charity.
Yeah, well, that makes sense. I mean, people do that a lot. Like they keep wedding rings on and things like that.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, but so it probably is no significance other than that. And people.
Yeah, not to my knowledge, because after I heard that, I was like, well, that's seems important to him. So.
Yeah, Karen came in finally. Hello, Karen. Oh, wait, you don't want to be on the stage. I'm sorry. I put her on the stage. She didn't want to be on the stage. My bad. Besides, Karen can put herself on the stage. So why am I even putting you on stage? Sorry, I read her text message. She's like, I'm coming in. I don't want to be on the stage. Sorry. Jamie doesn't read her text message fast enough. That was funny. Do you think all the main characters are originally from there and that's why it's called From? Is that why the motel says no vacancy? Because they don't have room for new people and the new people die? That's interesting. Like, do you mean like they originally came from the town and they keep coming back there, like a reincarnation type thing? Or just that it means they're all now from the town? I could take that either way, but it's interesting. Do you think all the main characters are originally from there and that's what? Or are they originally from that town? I mean, it could just be even their roots are originally from that town, like their ancestors are all originally from that town, considering the whole reincarnation thing.
Yeah, that it could be something related to bloodlines, their ancestry. That's interesting. Yeah, I'm still trying to decide if I think that other people are reincarnated other than Tabitha and Jade, and if so, who? Because we don't have evidence for them like we do for Tabitha and Jade. Well, we had a confirmation, but before that, we had evidence pointing to that. So yeah, but that's interesting though. The motel sign saying no vacancy. That could be kind of like a hint to the theory that that people are replaced. Like there's a certain number of people in town supposed to have. Everyone thinks like
you know what that is. Yeah. We need to go back and look. Do they show that sign more than once? And maybe sometime it says no vacancy, and other times this is vacancy. Then that could be the case. Very interesting. Yeah. Hello, Diz guy. You came in at the end. We're going to be leaving pretty soon.
Yeah.
And now let's see. Okay. You actually did pretty. Okay, sorry. Yeah, now Karen is commenting via StreamYard, so she looks like me. I
saw that.
No, yeah, that one was Karen.
Okay, I'm here.
Oh, you are here. You put yourself on the stage. Yay! You come
Well,
in.
Scarlet is gone, so I
Okay.
thought three was enough, but three's company,
Okay.
four is a crowd, but now we have
Okay.
three again.
Okay, we'll talk for a little bit then. Papa Socks said, had not Boyd given up the worm, should I assume he would be suffering like Randall currently is, or the cicada is a different beast altogether? Now you, Julie, you think that the cicadas and the worms are a form of the same thing, right?
Yeah, I think the worms are actually they look like worms, but I think they're cicada nymphs, and then they turn into the cicadas.
Yeah, I don't know how I feel about that. Like, I never really made a decision on that, I guess, one way or another. What do you think about that, Karen? I think it like is interesting to think that it could be.
I don't think exactly that, but I'm on the same bus as Julie on that, because I think, like, I didn't think that at first, but now that we've seen how cicadas have stuck with Randall and are torturing him a little bit, I see them as more similar to the worms under Boyd's skin or the screens in Julie's brain. And I see it as a long-term, they're all a long-term effect of being in the dungeon, maybe. So they could be the same thing that manifests differently for each of them, and maybe that depends on Boyd's psyche, his inner fears, his whatever made him get worms. I mean, we did see him like kind of really get worms from Martin, but although I know the cicadas really came from Nathan, right? Like Sarah had said that Nathan was afraid of cicadas, right? And like, so they're not, I mean, that goes back to my theory about things that you say out loud manifesting, right?
Yeah.
Like why he's tortured by cicadas that were really Nathan's thing.
That's a good question. I wonder though, saying that, could Randall potentially get rid of the cicadas then? You make me wonder, like, I wonder if he could give them to one of the monsters or something.
Oh, the way Boyd gave
Boyd gave or just transfer them to somebody else even. Maybe that could happen accidentally, you know?
That's interesting.
Let's see. Mr. Grant says, I noticed that Jim is very intuitive in the first season. Wish he kept that up in season 3. Yeah, yeah. That's my answer to that. Yeah. I like that he was like trying to figure out the mystery. That sort of went the wayside, which is interesting because it kind of is like saying, the man in yellow is like saying that curiosity in a way is, well, not just his curiosity, also Tabitha's curiosity, but is kind of saying that that's why he got killed a little bit, which makes it kind of ironic. And to answer your other question, Mr. Grant, we are doing the deep dives every Sunday at 10:30. We're doing, next week will be for episode 2. Michael, but yeah, you guys are more than willing to use the link. Michael says it's a Tithonus myth. I'm not sure what that's about. All I do know is that Tithonus is an episode of X-Files. So is the Tithonus myth have anything to do with that episode of X-Files? Would be my question.
Yeah, read Michael's next comment. He explains it.
Wait. He said again, Tithonus was granted immortality, but not eternal youth, becoming living corpses. Eos turned him into a cicada, which is believed to rejuvenate by shedding its skin, thus kind of ending the torment. Well, Tithonus was definitely about immortality. So, I mean, the episode was about immortality. And yes, it is a loaded deal.
So that comment makes me think of the kimono lady who is kind of like a living corpse. She doesn't look like the monsters who look young, right?
Yep.
She's a corpse.
So why do they get granted eternal youth? You know what would be interesting, and I don't know this is the case, but maybe we haven't seen kimono woman in she was in solid form in the sense that she was corporeal because she was able to touch things and do things, but we've never seen her out with the monsters killing people. Maybe part of the deal of staying young is that they have to kill people, and maybe she doesn't want to do that. That would be kind of an interesting thought. That's the only thing I can think of that's different, is that we don't see her out slashing throats.
Right.
Maybe she resisted being like them. I don't know. It's an idea.
Maybe.
Yeah. Papa Sock says, now that Karen said this place manifests fears, it brings me back to Ethan and Tabitha talking at the table, and Ethan wishes it was like before when she was scared and then the Nkui kids appeared. Ooh.
Yeah. That's right.
Ooh, I didn't
Yeah.
think of that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe he made the crazy shit happen again.
Yeah, I think I really like the manifestation theory that certain things can be manifested by people's desires and fears, thoughts. Like I like that.
Like they
I don't
said,
think
yeah.
it's just cicadas from Nathan's fear. I think it could be other things manifested too.
I'm so happy to hear you say that because I've been working up this theory that if you say it out loud, you've probably heard me talk about this before. If you say it out loud, it happens. Like when Kenny said to Jim,
Find any more bodies? Or no.
I don't. He said, I forget who said. He said somebody's already lost one parent. I don't want them to lose two.
Yep.
And then his father, and then his mother gets killed. Right.
And he
Like,
also says in episode 2, he says, "I can't see any more bodies," and then
Yes.
his father gets
Yeah.
killed.
it
I
happens
agree.
all the time that a person
does.
says something and then it happens.
And you know what? I marked this down for notes for this one because I thought of that when I watched it for the episode. Boyd's asking Christy, can you stitch him up in the RV? Will this work? And she's like, it'll work. Like that's what she says. And then she goes in and she does it and he heals. And I'm thinking, maybe. I mean, maybe not, but it could be manifestation.
Right.
Let's see. What else did I have here? I had the other thing I had marked for the episode that we didn't talk about is Tabitha getting mixed up and saying Thomas instead of Ethan. This made me think about the idea of like a parallel universe because Julie, you were saying how yesterday like it showed the telephone lines and then they disappeared and it that maybe they were sort of like in between things, I guess the best way to in like a liminal space, like Michael said. And it made me think of that. Like, is that why she was thinking Thomas was there? Because she was sort of like could that be a parallel? I don't know. I just started thinking of parallel universes when she said that.
Yeah, it's possible. Like I've heard people with the theory that maybe there's a parallel universe where Thomas survived, and even that could be him talking on the phone to Jim. You never know. It's possible. I mean, it is interesting how they keep bringing up Thomas so much in this series, and he's a baby that died before the events of the show. So it does make you wonder, like, is this going to be relevant?
Yeah, does he have a purpose or serve more of a purpose? I guess.
Yeah, I mean, it could also be that her trauma, that baby's dead only like 14 months, right? And that she spoke out of her preoccupation and her trauma, and the town has jumped on that and is using it to torture her.
Yeah, there's that too.
It could be either one. Any of those is the most likely. They're all the most likely right now.
Yeah. Oh yeah, everything is the most likely with all the theories. Okay. Pink Bunny is saying not all the this is back to what we were saying before. Not all the monsters look young, but we have seen some monsters get younger. The librarian and the nurse is unaged. Okay, wait. Back up. I do know that I thought there was 2 nurses because I remember thinking they looked different. So
they recast the nurse. The original nurse is gone. Yep.
Why did they recast her? Was there? I mean, because that's actually an interesting thought. Maybe it was the same. It's the same character, and she got younger. But I hadn't really thought about that.
Yeah, I'm not sure, but they got a different extra to play the nurse for season 3. So yeah, and she does kind of look younger, but it could just be like they just happen to get.
The nurse isn't the nurse the one that was knocking on the window.
Yep.
Boyd at the end, the one that made up the hanging thing or whatever, or the gun thing.
The finger gun, yep, that was
her.
Yeah.
Karen, were you around when I said that? I don't know if you were around, but do you remember the monster that mimicked killing, like shooting herself when Boyd was screaming out the window?
No, I don't remember you saying that.
No, I mean, do you remember seeing that? I'm asking. Do you remember that scene? Boyd's like when he's screaming in. I think it was pretty close to the finale. He was yelling out the window, and it was when Ellis was trying to hold him back. And he has the gun. Oh, he's pointing the gun at the window, right? I think.
Right.
And,
yeah.
The monster outside does like a finger gun to her head, like blowing her head off.
Yeah.
They had said on Twitter that actress just did that. That wasn't in the script. That was my point.
It was improvised.
Yeah.
That
Wow.
was pretty cool. That was really cool. But yeah, I don't know if they're supposed to be the same characters. And that's one of those things where it could go either way, and it could just be like they had to recast them. Maybe the actors couldn't come back for that,
Yeah.
for that specific reason.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but I mean, definitely could be. I hadn't thought about that. About them being de-aged. I guess when I'm more looking at like more like the fact that the kimono woman is like all dried up,
Yeah.
more so about young or old. Michael says Tithonus and slow walkers both seem like parables on the perils and consequences of the quest of immortality. You mean slow walkers, like literally, like that they walk slow, or is that meaning something else that I'm missing?
So some people just call the monsters slow walkers.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's what some people call them in the fandom.
Okay. Yeah. Still the sage. You're lucky I'm not in this town if it manifests fears, because Chulu. How do you say that? Cthulhu, not Chulu. Cthulhu. I always want to say
Cthulhu.
would be running around with aliens and demons. Yeah, I don't know.
Oh,
I would
God.
think there would be spiders everywhere if I was there. That's why I said I know Charlotte keeps joking around. They're gonna have more spiders. No spiders. I don't like
Oh
spiders.
God, yeah.
No. I'm the person that screams when I'm one of those people. I remember
Me
this
too.
one time, telling a story that nobody cares about, but I remember this one time I was down in the basement and I saw this spider, and it was pretty big. It was one of the big ones. And I like freaked out. Nobody was home. And it's like I couldn't make like my dad kill it or something, which is what I normally do. I scream until somebody kills it. I took a glass and I covered it with the spiders that couldn't run. And then I ran and I got really heavy books and I put them on the top of the glass. And I left it there until somebody got home.
Oh, I do stuff like that too. I totally do. I have done things like that. Yeah.
You know what's funny though? I've always thought, like, if it was like a choice and I had like, I think like Fear Factor or something, like, I would rather see like a tarantula than like a tiny spider. And because like I feel like when they're little spiders, like you don't know where they go, like when they rush off when you're trying to kill them. And that freaks me out more. Like if it's like a huge tarantula, like I would know it's not going to do anything, I guess, if that makes any sense. I don't know. My weird fears. I got Giles, I guess it's pronounced. But is that Julie or Karen typing? I think that's Karen typing.
Yeah, that's not me.
It's me. Sorry, I'm a hard typer. Sorry.
No, it's fine. It's just I hear you during the other podcast. I'm like, that's Karen. No, it doesn't matter.
I'm typing you in the private chat.
Okay. Yes, that is normal. I'll just answer there. It shows all of them every time I type too. It's because it's coming from all the different versions.
But your name comes up as Sci-Fi-Vision and mine comes up as NDB Media.
That's because you were in YouTube. You weren't in StreamYard. You were only seeing Sci-Fi-Vision because you were in my YouTube.
Oh, are you commenting in? No, I'm in.
No,
I'm
before
from YouTube.
Before you were from so you only saw my YouTube. But like when you're in StreamYard, all of them come up every time.
Yeah. I get it. Okay. So when you see NDB Media, it's one of us.
Yes. Yeah. That's why I know Papa Socks. I told him last time that we weren't actually. I mean, we are part of NDB Media, but like when I'm talking, it's Sci-Fi-Vision. But yeah. Papa Socks says, Karen, I thought the manifestation a while back. That is why I was concerned for Sarah, because she said she would do anything to be good again. I knew she was dead, fall asleep. That's interesting. Yeah, maybe. I mean, it could have been a red herring, or it could come back around. Still the Sage said there's a lot in here from multiple mythologies, even the once and future king. Oh, King Arthur. Yeah. There's a lot from a lot of things. I think they pull from a lot of different things. Mr. Grant hopes it's not parallel universes. That removes a lot of stakes. I don't know that it's completely parallel universes, but I like the theory, the idea of the pocket universe. I don't know. Parallel universes is so much fringe, Oh,
yeah.
Not that I don't like parallel universes, but I feel like I want this to be something different.
I love parallel universe stuff, but yeah, like I loved it in Fringe. I loved the way Fringe handled that, but yeah, like this, I think this would just kind of muddy the waters too much. I don't think it would fit with the show.
I could be wrong, but I definitely think that this is something different, like this, than other things. Like I feel like they're trying to make it different. Maybe I'm wrong, but
I think I'm so over the multiverse in so like
you're always said that before.
No,
It's
I mean,
overdone.
Karen does not like magic, and Karen is over the multiverse.
Yeah.
I also liked the way they did it in Fringe. I liked the
Yes.
way that the John Noble character, like, really Walter explained it.
Oh god, yeah.
And the way he explained it was a little bit similar to the Loki thing, where they're branches, right, that go off different ways, and maybe like,
Every time
but
make a different
in
choice.
general, the multiverse is so overused in so many shows and movies now, and not just the MCU, that
Yep.
I would hate to see it here, and I don't think they're doing it here for that reason.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's kind of why
But
I'm
it's a
feeling
good
like I
thought.
don't.
Anything's possible, right? I don't mean to shut down any commenters' theory.
No, I that's why I think like if it is, it's not that part of it. And I guess I just wondered if maybe not so much that like they're in a parallel universe, but maybe if like that, as we were called, or as Michael had called it, liminal space of where the tree is, like kind of that nowhere space, if maybe like
Yeah.
that sort of let her see into another universe, not necessarily saying that Fromville was. I just wondered if maybe like that opened up that kind of stuff was more what I was getting at. I don't know that I think the town's a parallel universe. Pocket universe, I look at differently, like
Yeah.
than the idea of a parallel universe. So yeah, but it's just like I don't think that they're going to take like huge chunks of Lost Story either, just because I feel like they're trying not to repeat stuff. But
Yeah.
I mean, who knows? It could end up being a lot of it the same. We don't know. Mr. Grant says Tabitha needed to lose a child in order for her to risk her life to save the children. That is very possible.
I
Yeah.
kind of like that, because I was thinking of, like, because Tabitha lost Thomas, I was thinking about, is she doomed to lose a child in every cycle, right? Like, has she always lost a child? Will she always lose a child as long as she keeps going through this? We're not aware that Miranda lost a child. We're not aware that she didn't lose a child before her death, right?
Right.
And to me, that could mean a miscarriage. It doesn't have to mean like ritual sacrifice of your child, right?
Right.
It could mean
Yeah,
any way that you lose a baby,
Right.
which is something crazy. Like 25% of all pregnancies end in a miscarriage, right? So
Yeah.
But the Thomas thing is making me think, like, could she always be part of her cycle is losing a baby?
Like before she ever even gets there.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Well, you know what though? I mean, technically, well, no, we don't know that. I was going to say because technically Miranda might have lost Eloise, but that would be after the fact. So I don't know that tracks.
We don't really know what happened.
We
after
don't know.
that.
No, we don't. And I still think she's alive, personally. But
She could have lost her before we saw that shot of her at the tree with Smiley. We don't know.
yeah, but that was definitely after she got to the town. I'm more meaning like part of this. Like if you're saying it's part of the cycle, I think it would make more sense if it was before she got to the town.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think so too. I think it's probably always her and two kids that show up. Like it's got to be her and two children. So that's why I find Robert Saunders' theory really interesting. That maybe a Fromville entity caused Thomas's death. Made that phone call so that she would lose that child, because maybe it always needs to be two children that wind up there with her.
So,
yeah,
that's also interesting. There are so many interesting theories. That's why I wanted to do that episode, just talking about some of the theories, because there's so many.
Oh yeah.
And so many of them make sense in a weird way. So many of them are completely off the wall, but truthfully, anything is just as possible.
I think the death of children is such a big thing, right? And Sarah's attempt on Ethan, or what Sarah was told to do to Ethan, I think is kind of important. It involves the death of a child, and we see a child killed in the first episode. But I also wonder how you sell that to the studio, and if it really could be that important that when this show is over, I just wonder. Like, studios send back notes on that kind of stuff, right? Killing, sacrifice of children is critical to the story. Probably is not a thing.
Very unusual for sure. I haven't heard of any show that is, when I had a theory that this was at the center of it before it was confirmed, someone said, I've never heard of a show that's done anything like that with child sacrifice as a centerpiece. But in this show, with the very first episode, with the very first one of the first scenes was Megan being ripped open. So it was kind of giving us a hint, like this show has a very dark undertone about killing children. It's this is what the show is. I think that was a clue right from the start.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot about children. And I think it's like I don't know, I don't want to say this the wrong way, but knowing that like they kill children, like it's like they go there, that anything can happen.
Right.
Which I think is I don't want to say it's a good thing, because I don't mean it's good that I don't like that they killed the children, but I'm just saying like
No.
like with Walking Dead, it's like in the first episode that little girl, we see little walker that's a little girl. It's like, they're willing to go there. So
Right.
nobody's safe type of thing.
Yeah, that's what hooked a lot of people in. Most people that I talk to say that, the fact that they had the guts to do that with a little girl in the first episode, that's what hooked them. It's not like, oh, like we want to see children ripped.
Yeah, and it's gruesome too. I mean, they show her ripped apart. That is really gruesome.
That scared me off the show for like 8 months. Because of that scene of her ripped open. I
can't say I don't. I mean, I get it. I totally get it. I don't like a lot of that kind of stuff, but it had enough.
Really, Julie, you watched the show and you turned it off and didn't come back, and now you love it so much.
Yes, I almost gave up on it. I saw that ripped up body and Boyd shoving Frank's face in it, and I thought, I don't know if this is the show for me. This is too much, and I'm so glad I came back to it, because I became obsessed. I would have missed out on such an amazing show. It's crazy.
Yeah, it does get dark. That's for sure.
Yeah.
I know when I first watched it, I didn't know for sure if it was the show for me, because it scared the shit out of me. But I mean, I kept liking it and kept wanting to know what happened. It has enough of a mystery. Like if it was all dark, I don't know that I would keep watching it, because I'm not usually into that kind of stuff. But it's got enough of a, it's got a mystery. It's not just dark and evil and scary.
Right. That's what keeps me going, because it's not about gore. It's not like it's not about blood and guts. That's just part of it. The mystery is what hooked me in.
Yeah.
The reason I started watching it is because of the Twilight Zone like vibe of driving around in circles, being trapped in a town you can't leave, and so that's what keeps me going. The gore is just something I tolerate. I know some people really enjoy gore. That's just not my thing.
I thought you were going to bed, Scarlett. She said she's leaving. She's still in the chat talking.
Yeah.
I noticed that. I'm like, wait a second. Let's see. Grant says the answer is time travel. And by the way, I shorten names. I hope people don't get insulted. I do that a lot, like Grant. Sorry, Mr. Grant. The answer is
I do that too.
No, I'm just doing it because I go fast. The answer is time travel about the nurse. We're seeing a younger version. They swap times with their future and past selves. I mean, it's definitely possible. I'm curious if it was just recasting. That's kind of one of those things I sort of want to ask. Like, it's one of those weird oddball questions that I think they will probably answer if it was just casting, because they're going to be like, what? Like, why are people focusing on this? Like,
the nurse monster?
Yeah.
I mean, maybe you can't get your same extra back.
That would be
because we saw Smiley born and return to his normal format within 90 seconds, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like he seems to be perpetually Smiley age.
Yeah, because he said that there was like a baby Smiley and there was like a little Smiley that we didn't really see because they just had him growing. And that's a good point. Why would they age?
They did that in a minute. So he couldn't really age, but I guess we don't know if the same rules apply to every single monster.
Yeah. I don't know. I tend to think it was just the actress couldn't be in it for whatever reason.
That's
or it's just a different monster.
They have other jobs.
But I mean, it also could just be a different monster. Like she's dressed the same, so people are kind of like it's the same. But I mean, it could just be supposed to be another monster. I don't know. Papa's saying about if they recast the monsters, that messes up the 14 monster parents killed the 7 Ankui children. But if it's not the same monster, the math is wrong then. Well, see, that's where we think that it's more that the town agreed to kill the children, not necessarily that there were specifically a certain number of parents or whatever, and that there are more children than what were in the cave. That's what we were saying earlier. I don't know, Papa. You might not have been here yet, but we were saying that earlier. That was what you wrote. Let's see. Yes, Smiley. Scarlett says Smiley can run. Yes, Smiley can run. Frombies. I love that. Frombies. .kaiju.
That's pretty good.
That's good. I like that. Hey, that's like a good idea for like a mashup shirt. You know?
Yeah, Frombies.
That's hilarious. But yeah, that's like for like a mashup. You get Walking Dead and Frombies. Still the Sage says the quest for immortality reminds me of the quest for the Holy Grail for some reason. Well, it wasn't the whole. I mean, the Holy Grail was. I mean, wasn't the Holy Grail about that? I don't know about like necessarily. I'm trying to think. Indiana Jones maybe not, but I thought the Holy Grail was the Fountain of Youth. I mean, wasn't that?
I think, Jamie, in Indiana Jones, if you drink from it, you have eternal life. I don't know Grail legend that much, but I think still the Sage is right that it's a quest to find this unattainable thing that is like gives you untold, I don't know what, but like it's, you know, they're the number one and number two things that like people go after in stories like this, right? Immortality, Holy Grail. But I think it's in Indiana Jones that they're like, if you drink from it, you'll be
Yeah, there is. But I think in some stories, not sure what, but I think in some stories, the Holy Grail is the Fountain of Youth. I feel like something I've watched. And I think of like Detour too. Like, wasn't that about that?
Maybe.
In Exiles, I think it was sort of,
I'm not a huge like Holy Grail person.
No, I don't know. I was thinking that. I could be thinking about, like you said, they drank from the cup. It might be. Grant's saying he just calls monsters the monsters in Frombies. No, that's funny. I just made me think of zombies. That's why I said Frombies. But I guess, yeah, it's like from monsters. Okay, Scarlett. Thank you for coming, Scarlett. If you don't stay. Flying spider bear monster. Yes. And I will always get rid of, well, I personally don't kill the spiders. I get somebody else to come. We had a mouse. Like, I was upset. We had a mouse and they killed it. I didn't like that. I mean, I know we had to get rid of it, but I don't like that. Like, when we had a raccoon, like, I got my family to find a cage and a way to get it without killing it, but the mouse was in our house, so we kind of we're afraid it would hurt Kiki. So I get that.
Oh, you had like a little field mouse got in your house or something?
I'm not sure. I didn't see it when they caught it. It was in the basement. We had food in the basement. There was like holes in the boxes. We had little teeth eating it.
Right. I'm going to put a pin and say, Jamie, I can't wait to talk about Earth Abides next week with you.
Oh yeah. I seen the screener version of that where they were little pictures. It wasn't even done, which is hilarious. Yeah, I won't talk about that Tuesday. But anyway, Kiki's more important. So I mean, we did have to get rid of it, but I felt bad. I don't like that. What's that say? My daughter says just, I don't know if this is about the spiders. Just act like you're asleep. If you can't see them, they can't see you. Yes. Yeah. If that would work, I would do that. Let's see. I can see that. That's the closest I can come to thinking that's how she manifested reality since Boyd gave her. Sorry, I'm reading fast to myself. I just realized that.
I think Papa's comment is going back to this chat comment we had about in the chat we were talking about. Is Sarah willing to do anything to be seen as good again? And I said, oh, maybe that's why she tortured Elgin, because like she wanted to do something helpful to be seen as good again. Maybe not her number one reason. We kind of all agree that she was trying to spare Boyd, but maybe she also wants to be helpful to the community. I think that's what we're talking about. That's her redemption, right? Because Boyd did give her a little pep talk before they entered the colony house. And that's her redemption. And that's how she manifested the reality. That's how she made herself do it, right?
Yeah, and we had this long conversation, and we don't need to get into it now, but that long conversation we had last night during the watch party of like, did she actually redeem herself or not? And, we don't necessarily think that. So, yeah, but it's interesting. Let's see. They're talking more about spiders. Yes, I know you love spiders.
Yes, we know, Scarlett.
Yeah. I thought that's okay. Scarlett said, I think she's already gone now, but said, I thought the Thomas thing was going to be a fringe thing, alternative alive Thomas in a parallel universe. Yeah,
Mm,
well, it could have been. At that time, it could have been, but it wasn't. Uh,
right.
and Papa says Fringe was nice. It had Mr. Spock. I talked to him from that before he passed. I remember that. I was like so shocked I got to talk to him. Um, oh,
Yeah, I know
what
that
I
was
do?
his last role. That was his
Yeah,
last role, Fringe, and
yeah,
it was so bittersweet watching it, knowing that, and like I watching it for the first time, knowing that was his last role. He was only doing voice work at that time because he was ill, but then he did like a few appearances on the show. The sad thing was that he wasn't up to doing more. Like that character was hyped up so much, and it would have been nice to see more. But it was cool that he was able to do it.
yeah,
What a
yeah.
legend.
But yeah, he did a conference call back then. That was cool. But yeah, he was. Science on you want Grant saying Miranda did lose a child, Eloise. That's what we were saying though. Did she? Do we know she did? And she didn't before she got to the town, so I don't know that it means the same as like Thomas dying. But yeah, technically she may have. Papa says maybe DL's pocket universe theory is correct, and that is why the concrete death is the consequence of trying to leave the incorrect way. Maybe some sciencey stuff here. Yeah, maybe if they're in there, they have to. I don't know. That's a good point, though. Yeah, I don't know. La la. You guys still there? You get quiet, then ring him.
I'm quiet because I'm on mute.
Okay.
I mean, I think it's a little beyond that. I think some people are allowed to move around and some people aren't. And Dale was a person who's not allowed.
Yeah. Yeah. And they had to make an example out of him, putting him on display right in the middle of the town. Whoever controlled the faraway trees, I think, put him there on purpose so that people would stop this mob mentality. They were all planning on going and lining up in front of the tree. Like that's what they were talking about. So
Yeah.
like, it's a way to show everybody, like, don't do that. So,
Yeah,
yeah.
I think it's like I said. I think it's also just so they can't keep going back. Like everybody can't just leave because otherwise everybody would try to leave. They have to have a
Oh,
reason
yeah.
not to.
Absolutely.
Baba says, I said that Miranda and Henry might have lost another child and it wasn't mentioned yet. That's definitely a possibility.
Oh, yeah.
Silver Sage
Possible.
says stacked simulation.
I mean, Henry didn't even mention Eloise's name.
Yeah. He says, what's the likelihood of us being the first layer? I mean, we've talked about the simulation theory. I don't totally hate that theory, but I also don't. I want it to be what happens is real. I don't want it to be a simulation. Like it's not as bad as like they're dead or they're in purgatory, but
Yeah.
I don't particularly want it to be a simulation. Does a video game or a simulation make sense with things? I think there's a lot of things it does make sense with. But
Sure.
Mr. Grant says maybe Eloise is a story walker too, and she didn't die. She just went to a different time. That is a possibility. I mean, Eloise was Miranda's daughter, just like Julie is Tabitha's daughter. Although, I tend to think the story walking ability came from the cicadas rather than came from who Julie is. I mean, I could be completely wrong, but that's my theory. And because of the fact that Randall felt something. And that's why I've said before, I really wish that Randall or Marielle would like try to go back. Like I would think it would be even work for me if Julie decides to tell people what she found out. Like maybe she goes and she's like talking to Randall, because they kind of have like a friendship now. Maybe she's like, I went back in time. And like he goes and tries it, I think that would be interesting.
And I think it would be more likely that maybe Julie story walked and found Eloise, did something with her to help her. Maybe that could explain what happened to Eloise. Like maybe, because I do think the story walking came from the cicada situation, and I don't think that would have happened in the previous cycle. So,
I mean, I guess there's a possibility because we know so little about what Eloise experienced while she was in the town.
Right.
So. it's there, but I think there's an element of Julie could never be a story walker until Ethan said to her, "You're a story walker." Like there's so much circular stuff going on.
Manifestation,
Right?
he told her she could do it, so she knew she could
Yeah.
do it.
Right? Ethan said, "You're a story walker." Boom. Now she can story walk.
That's why some things of like this not being real do make sense.
Yeah.
I mean, and that's what worries me. But I mean,
There's
that's
a-
all
there's a-
it does.
There's a level on which the writers are writing a show that's about the writer's control of the story. And if you write it, it can happen.
Yeah, which is
Right?
why I said
It's
that's
so
why part of
weird.
me worries like this is a simulation. This is
Yeah.
a fairy tale. This is
Yeah.
something like that. And
But-
like I said, that isn't like my least favorite theory. And I think it could work. It would just depend how they did it. But I tend to want what happens to be real. Now, if it's something like the people are real and somehow they're stuck inside a story that Ethan created or something like that, then I'm okay with that. I just hope that the events are really happening, I guess.
I mean, I think it's possible also because Eloise is a child and like Ethan, a child, suggested it to Julie, and like a kid would maybe think, oh, I can rewrite the story kind of thing. Like I think Grant, just gonna call you Grant, there's a possibility there. I don't know if I think it's likely, but I would like to highlight that Grant has now all on board with manifestation and is going to win the lottery.
Yeah, I'm going to win the lottery too. I bought a ticket last night.
Yeah.
Whatever it is, 613 million. Come on. Yeah. I wish it was that simple. Okay. Pink Bunny says, if Tabitha needs only 2 kids, could this be why Fatima can't have kids? Because she's supposed to be the birther of monsters only. I mean, it's possible.
Like why
I
she
don't
was
know.
told in her life earlier that she couldn't have children.
Yeah, well, yeah, I don't know. I mean, maybe just the fact that she can't have human babies is why she's the monster birther. Like maybe they need somebody who has whatever deficiency she has, or not deficiency. I shouldn't say that because that's not the way I mean it. But you know what I mean? Like whatever it is medically that's wrong with her that means she can't have a baby. Maybe that's why she can have a monster baby. Or maybe the fact that she was meant to have the monster baby somehow altered her so she couldn't have a human baby. Like that kind of thing.
Yeah, you guys ever seen Raising Arizona? You're making me think of that line in Raising Arizona where Nick Cage says her insides are a rocky place.
No, I haven't. Or actually, I think I did, but I don't remember. I feel like I've seen it, but I don't remember what it was about. What if a simulation can function like a dream? You can lucid dream. Why not be able to manifest things in a simulation if you're aware? Well, I mean, technically, I was going to say they manifest stuff in Matrix, but that's a little different. They give themselves programming. But yeah, I mean, if it could be, and you know, I didn't want to go into this now because this is in the next episode, but I did think about the fact that Fatima says the whole thing, like even a nightmare can look like a dream from far enough up. And that made me think about that and the fact that like they call these things nightmare creatures. And that makes me wonder if part of this is like some kind of, you know, what do you call it? Mass dreaming or something, like they're all having the same dream or something weird like that.
I hear you, but I don't see how that goes to a satisfying series finale.
No, it doesn't. And that's like I'm saying one of the things I don't want to happen. I want it to be real, but yeah, I don't know. But it makes me think of that Falling Water that I liked so much. But I don't know. I just, when she made that comment, it made me think of that. And it also made me think of like how we know the nightmares can manifest. Like maybe these creatures were created because it was somebody's nightmare. Like maybe they became monsters because of somebody's nightmare. I don't know. Yeah. Let's see. So are you saying there's a parallel universe out there where Julie didn't come back to watch from?
Oh,
There might be, Grant. There might be.
yeah. I'm glad I'm in this universe. I would have missed out.
Yeah.
In 2 years, we'll be asking that question.
Yeah, right. Papa says, stop watching Walking Dead after Tyrese and Beth died. I wasn't done. Then I came back and caught up until Negan took an hour to kill 2 people and never went back. I don't know. We kept watching it and wondered if we should.
We hate ourselves.
Yeah.
I'm
Scarlett,
like that
you don't
too.
need to leave. I mean, if you want to leave, you can, but you don't need to leave. Sorry, what, Julie?
I'm like that. I'm like that too. If there's a show that I was really like completely consumed in, and I was so hooked on it, I will go down with the sinking ship, no matter how bad it gets, no matter how much it goes downhill. Like I will keep watching it anyway and torture myself. Like I used to be like that with American Idol. It was amazing, but, in its golden years, and then it went downhill, and I couldn't stop watching it anyway, torturing myself. So I'm like that too.
Yes,
Yeah.
I encourage you to scroll back through the chat and see my post about Battlestar Galactica.
Oh.
Oh, I just put a glass.
I hated every episode from start to finish, and I watched them all.
You watched it all.
Mostly so people.
Oh, that's right. We didn't. Did you watch? You didn't watch it because of the podcast, though. I don't think.
No, I watched it later. Everybody said it's the greatest show ever, and I watched it, and I kept watching it because I didn't want people to say, "Just keep watching; it gets better." So I'd watch the whole thing to be like, "Yes, I hated it from start to finish."
That's okay.
Wow.
I
That's commitment. That's
liked Galactica, but I didn't. I mean, it was good, but it wasn't my favorite. But I did like it. It was too much only in space. I after a while get bored when they're in space that long, I think.
I mean, for me, it was characters, and so like a show like From, there have to be at least 2 or 3 characters that I really like that I can get hooked on and root for them, and or be not root but be like Sarah. Am I rooting for her? I don't know. Am I really curious about what happens with her? Yes. And so I just don't always have that on the show.
You know what's funny though? Galactica had I mean, not to the extent of like Expanse, but it did have like kind of a politic thing about it though, which is I think the part I didn't like. So that kind of surprises me that like
I always love politics.
that part you didn't. Yeah, that kind of surprises me.
I just hated all the people on it.
I like the characters. Grant said, well, also some of them were in Stargate, and I had met some of them, so that might be part of it. Grant said, so it's the mystery, the reason Julie deep dives loves Silo, Severance, Dark, etc. I assume so. I mean, isn't that why you like them? Yeah, I mean that's why I'm into them too. I can shorten your name.
It's the mystery.
I've called you Papa a few times. I've already shortened your name. Yeah, I was gonna say still the Sage. I called you Will before too. Just like I call Scarlet, even when her name says Wild, I still can't pronounce that.
Well, Marjoram.
Marjoram. I always say Scarlet. It's easier to say. So I nickname people. So or give it's not a nickname, it's a real name. And yes, we were supposed to end it too. It's easier just to explain away as shape shifting. I'm not sure what that was. Oh, maybe the monsters being different.
Yeah, I mean, I can get behind that, maybe.
Yeah. I don't know. I think Scarlett's gone now, but yes, to answer you, Will, that is Scarlett. Scarlett likes to change her name lots of times. Okay.
Yeah.
It said splatter gore like Ash versus Evil Dead is okay to me, but realistic gore is gross. You know, I more don't like the torture. Torture to me is worse than the gore. Like I don't like torture. I have a hard time watching torture. That's psychological stuff.
Me too. I hate that.
Yeah. I mean, I don't like gore either, but it
I hate
depends on
that.
the gore. Like Walking Dead gore is like really, really gore, right? But it's like cool gore, like when they smash a zombie head, that I like. So it kind of depends.
Well, it's not realistic. It's not
No, it's not realistic.
Right? So From gave you very little torture. We saw I'm going to say Michael. That was his name on Lost. We saw Boyd really only strike once on Elgin's hand, right? He hits it with the hammer once, and then we see the aftermath of what Sarah has done, but we don't see her do it. So that was missing. We do see a lot of like dead people who are completely eviscerated, but is that realistic gore?
I don't know. I found the the beginning of the season, I found a little hard to watch. I mean, it wasn't like super bad torture, but like I still found it a little hard to watch. But I think that was more about Harold's acting was fantastic. I think that more was why I found it hard to watch. But yeah.
Yeah.
I found that. I don't like the threat of torture. I'm one of those people that like I look up in Internet Movie Database like the children's
whatever you call it, like that tells you like what's violent and stuff. I'm one of those people that if somebody
Oh.
wants to watch a scary show, I look up to find out what happens ahead of time. And then I'm like, okay, I know that this isn't going to happen, so I'll watch it. So I'm one of those people. So yeah, there's certain things I don't like. Naveed, thank you for coming. I was going to say he was said before he was going to come. I think the whole town had to agree. Granny Monster's too old to have had one of the Vancouver kills to sacrifice. Yeah, we think it's the time we said that before.
Yeah.
I'm behind though. That's why. Sorry, I'm still behind, guys.
Well,
Scarlett's saying the monsters can think, unlike zombies. I feel like they're vampires. I'm not sure that anybody thought they were zombies. He just called them frombies. I just said zombie crossover because it made me. I thought that's what he meant.
Yeah.
And they're similar to kind of creature because like the AMT in season 3 like felt the pulse of the one that was pretending to be in distress on the ground, and she had no pulse. So in a way, they're similar to undead creatures, but yeah, they're not actually.
I hope it doesn't end up just. I mean, I guess technically in a way they are vampires though, aren't they? Like, I don't want them to be true vampires. Like, we don't need they drink the blood and everything. But I mean, if you think about it, they do seem to be undead. They are immortal, and we know at least as a baby they like blood. So yeah, I don't know.
I mean, I think we could have an entire hour discussing what you mean by immortal and what we all think of as immortal. I don't know that I think being reborn, I don't know if I think of that as immortal. I think having to die and relive again is a little bit different than what a lot of people think of immortality, is that you just get to have a great life forever, right?
Right.
Like,
well, I think the monsters would live forever unless something happened. I think the fact that the worms could kill him was not something like necessarily they expected. Like, that's like an Achilles heel more than like kind of like how, a steak can kill a vampire. They're still immortal, but they can be killed by a steak. That's how I look at the worms. Like, yeah, technically he was able to be killed, but he was brought back. So he's still immortal anyway. But yes, I don't look at the reincarnation or the rebirth, even as Smiley, as like a form of immortality. I don't mean it in that sense.
Yeah, like some people might say that Tabitha's immortal because she gets reincarnated.
No, I know. I didn't mean that. I meant like, I think the worms are the only thing that can kill them. Okay. See, I'm so behind. Okay, Julie left for a second. Yes, I agree. You can catch and release a mouse, but it wasn't up to me, and I don't want my dog to be killed.
Right.
No, I wasn't the one that caught it. So, okay, let's see. Slow Walker is funny. Good night. Okay, good night, Doc Kaiju. Some of these people already left. Earth abides. Let's see. Concrete proof. Pull Dale. Let's see. Should I? Oh, we're far behind. Yeah, you guys are welcome to come on, but I don't think we're going to be here too much longer. Let's see.
I tagged a few up chat.
I'm not to it yet. I'm just getting to the ones you marked. All the monsters are the parents of the children. Maybe the form they take is because of the energy of the children. Remember the mention of the law of thermodynamics. I mean, I still think that there's more monsters than parents, personally. I mean, the only reason, we even said earlier that they said loved ones. The only reason we think parents, or at least I think parents, is because Fatima said that they gave up their children to become immortal.
I don't think it's parents. She didn't say the parents give their children. I think it's always implied that this community gave up their children.
Well, she said they gave up their children to become immortal.
She said they. She didn't say the parents gave up their children. She just said they.
She said
right?
they.
Like,
we're thinking parents also because Tabitha and Jade, their original form, were parents. So that's, I think, where we get the parents. But I think it's implied, yes. I think it's implied that the town as a whole decided to do that. Here, Michael's in. We'll let Michael talk for a few minutes.
Hi, Michael.
Hello.
Hello.
Welcome.
Yeah, hi. Sorry, I'm reading the chat. I'm looking to see what other people wrote. I'm not meaning to ignore you. Hello.
Hello.
So what do you think about what
Michael, your theories are so deeply researched. They're amazing.
I do what I can.
What's your like favorite thing you want to put out here right now?
Well, probably what I was thinking about last night, which was the bottle tree, the original one, and how it came to be, what it is, what the metaphor is behind it.
Ooh. All right, spill it.
I was
Spill
gonna say,
it
I
in,
was
spill,
trying to
spill it in 2
summarize
minutes.
quickly earlier, and I wasn't doing a great job. So yeah.
All right, so yeah, so we know from the exposition of Victor and the boy in white that the people that the children loved sacrificed them for immortality, and that someone who loved the children told them a story that gave them hope, and then that hope they basically put into the roots of the tree, which became the tree. So the question is, what is the tree, and what is its function? And in that scene, I don't remember if it was Tabitha or Julie or Sarah or whoever it was, basically said the bottle tree, and I think they were right in that it was the original bottle tree, which the children basically poured their hope into. It created the tree, and I think the tree is actually kind of the central uh, kind of thing that's making the entire like reincarnational quest go, because there's basically I think 2, maybe 3 kind of mythological specific trees that they're referencing. One of them is in Buddhism, the Bodhi tree, which is where essentially the Buddha initially achieved enlightenment or nirvana. He like meditated under the tree for like 49 days or something like that. And so when he achieved enlightenment, part of the mythology is that then he saw the entire line of his previous reincarnations, essentially all the way back to the beginning, which is essentially what narratively they did with Miranda. So when she had her basically like vision quest under the tree in the park with Henry dropping acid, that essentially functioned as a vision quest. And I think that narratively, it's basically mirroring that basically Buddhist kind of like Bodhi tree, Buddha, achieving enlightenment, nirvana, and then after which she's able to see visions of her previous lives and all that sort of thing.
Yeah.
And then the other one is the Norse Yggdrasil, which is basically the world tree, which apparently I was doing a little reading, and has like 3 roots that go into essentially different realms of the like whatever it is Norse, 9 realms of existence. I think it was something like the underworld, Jotunheim, which is like the land of giants or monsters, and then Asgard, which is like the land of the gods or whatever. So I think it's kind of a hybrid of the 2 of them, and that the tree itself is essentially kind of like the central kind of MacGuffin that makes everything work. And I think that's why the boy in white tells Victor, this tree is important, you can't cut it down. Because if you do, I think that interrupts essentially the karmic cycle that's going on, and the entities win.
Huh.
That's kind of my thinking of what's going on there.
That definitely makes sense. Yeah, I don't know. You always go so deep into things. I'm like, that's interesting, but like I never would have thought of that, and half the time I get lost in the middle. But no, that does make sense.
So, sorry, there's a clock chiming in my house. I like that, and I especially like how you took like the sort of Buddhist story and the Norse legend and put them together as like the tree as the sort of karmic heart of the story, which I like, because I'm not sure that the writers are going down any specific road, or a combination of road. Like there's not going to be a super complicated answer at the end, right? But this general sort of the way you've blended these
yeah, it feels like it's kind of like based on a couple of maybe different things.
Yeah. And the tree, I like the tree being, the tree is, in some ways, the tree is kind of annoying because, like, there's a lot of questions about the tree. How, like, who from Fromville went out there every day and hung bottles up with numbers that meant notes of a song and whatever? It's all sort of like that part of the story is losing me a little bit. And yet, but the idea of the tree being sort of at the heart of the whole thing is pretty cool.
Right. Yeah. And I think that the boy in white essentially can't tell Victor what his actual purpose and function is, because essentially Fromville is able to hear everything that essentially goes on within Fromville, which I think may go back to some other mythology that we haven't really seen specifically, other than maybe in a drawing by Victor. But essentially, well, I guess I can just go into it now really quick as just kind of a theory, which is that there's one of the drawings of Victor is the Lake of Tears, and in that you basically have this kind of floating eye that's then basically crying and creating the Lake of Tears. In a particular video from a channel called Gaze for You that's done a couple of Fromville dives on like mythology and that sort of thing. There's an Inuit entity called Isatok, which is essentially a kind of like an all-seeing eye in the sky. It's often depicted as like a floating or flying eye. And so my thinking is that that's kind of the reason that Fromville is able to essentially kind of see different things that have gone on. Like when Boyd says, you know, you don't break me. And then later the monsters say, well, you said this thing. It's like, well, how did they know they weren't standing there? But I think there's essentially this kind of entity that sort of like sees everything, more or less. And so I think the boy in white can't tell Victor kind of the purpose of it, because if he did,
Like an
then essentially all
observer.
the entities would know.
I'm sorry, that just takes you back to he's like an observer kind of. He's not meant to interfere.
Well, and that, I mean, that's only very borderline, but with my theory that things you say out loud, they can hear, right? So the boy in white maybe doesn't want to say it because
if the entities find out, then they destroy the tree and the entire karmic cycle ends, and basically they win.
Yep.
Period. Forever.
And they're trapped
That's
there
my
forever,
thinking.
yeah.
So that's kind of my line of thought as far as that goes.
I love it. I love it.
And with the Norse Yggdrasil in their mythology, which I've studied a little bit, kind of like way back in college, essentially the tree itself is kind of viewed as a bridge between like different kind of areas of reality, kind of say like parallel universes or particular parts of kind of their cosmology. So you have like, I think it's like 9 different realms, and there's like maybe like intermediaries that, you know, kind of go between like the different realms kind of along the tree or whatever. And so that may then be kind of essentially how people are able to come from the real world into Fromville. And so again, if the tree gets cut down, then that kind of severs that link, as well as kind of the karmic reincarnation cycle and that sort of thing. That's kind of what I'm thinking is kind of like dual or triple purpose or whatever.
Yeah, I definitely think the tree is like one of the main, you know, really important to. Whoops, Julie's back. Sorry, I saw it. Is really important just in a lot of ways. Like I think that makes sense if it's a blend of things too. I think From is a blend of a whole bunch of things. You know, like it seems like they've taken inspiration from a lot of different mythologies and stuff.
Yeah, I really like that theory. I read, I saw you you tagged me on Twitter, and I read it. Your post on Reddit, and it makes a lot of sense. It's really interesting. I love that. Like,
I keep looking up stuff on Wikipedia and a little bit of Chat GPT, and it's like,
Yeah.
are there any mythological trees that have like 3 roots? And the reason that I came up with Yggdrasil is when I asked it that, it literally only came up with one answer. And it's like, Yggdrasil has 3 roots that go into these particular realms. Like, oh, huh, interesting.
Interesting. Yeah, I like that.
I love it also for like, so a person like me for whom that tree has been a problem. Like, it's kind of interesting and cool looking, but I'm like, what is with that tree? Like, who would build that? What is the point of that? Why would you? And it only gets worse, right? Like with the whole, like, to me, a weak spot in the story is when Jim's like, oh, that's a song, blah, whatever, right? But you are placing that tree in a way that has a much more.
It's central to the narrative.
Yeah. Yeah. And it's not just this thing that, like I don't know why Miranda had time to do an art project while she lived in Fromville, and or whoever hung like notes, and if they're musical notes, why not just put musical notes? Why is it so hard? Why is it so hard with that tree?
Just tell us.
Yeah. Well, I think that in part it's what I was saying before, is that in Fromville you kind of can't really say things out loud because Fromville will hear you, and so you have to kind of like encode information in like other things that will like help you to remember, but Fromville itself doesn't necessarily know about, or that sort of thing.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
And so
And what, Michael, what you just said, how you have to encode things in other ways so Fromville won't catch on. That is how Victor encodes things in artifacts from people from the past.
And also in drawings, I think. So he has the physical thing that he can go back and look at, but maybe Fromville
Yeah,
doesn't.
I'm not sure Victor's
see.
doing it for that purpose, but it definitely serves that purpose.
Yeah.
Yeah, he might not be.
Yeah. But I'm 100% like, don't say stuff out loud in Fromville.
Yes.
And
Like
so I
when
think
Boyd
there's
was planning to catch a monster, I was like, shut up. Why are you saying this out loud? Like, if he had
No,
actually
but
done
maybe if he says I'm going to catch one, maybe he will, and he'll be able to, though, right?
that, maybe.
This season.
Mhm.
Yeah.
And I think it's part of the kind of karmic cycle is that like each time that they come back, they're essentially getting a little bit further kind of down the quest or whatnot. So kind of picking up where they left off last time. So it's just kind of like giving themselves clues. And the kind of the other part of the tree is that in the Buddhist tradition, it's kind of related to reincarnation, but it's also related to enlightenment because that's where Buddha essentially achieved nirvana, where he had like perfect understanding, all that sort of thing. And he also saw the entire lineage back to the beginning. And so I think that's essentially what Miranda did when she was under the tree and had her vision quest, because she, dropped acid, which I think that Tabby and Jade are going to have to do at some point. Probably with the mushrooms that Randall forges out in the forest, because that was a foreshadowing conversation with Julie. Which if you know what you're looking at, then I think that's what's going on. And I think that was also foreshadowed by Julie's t-shirt in the opening episodes, where she has the animal with the third eye open, which is again from Hindu and Buddhist teachings. It's that kind of notion of spiritual enlightenment.
That shirt is so important. It is a deliberate choice. I absolutely agree with you that what that's trying to communicate. Yeah, they need to open their third eye, enlighten themselves about their own origins, their roots. That's what that represents. Oh, absolutely.
And also to get past the illusions, which it says right underneath
the
animal, which I think ties into one of the other things that I was going to talk about, which I think I've mentioned before in some other places, but with Inuit mythology, there's some particular entities that are of interest, one of which I just found a tweet recently from MGM that's literally just entitled "The Monster," and it's basically just a picture of like a black figure with like essentially glowing red eyes. And one of the specific entities in Inuit mythology is the I'm not exactly sure how to pronounce it, like Ijirak or something like that. It's like Ijiraq, which is basically like a shapeshifter, and it uses illusions to like send people around in circles in the forest so they like can't leave, very much like From. So I think that's kind of an inspiration for some of that stuff. But one of the features in some of the mythologies is that no matter what form they take, they will always have red eyes. And so I think that MGM tweet with the basically red eyes on the Stark figure is maybe indicating that that's the particular thing that's holding the children captive, because that's also part of the Ijirak mythology, is that they have a penchant for kidnapping children and basically dragging them off, holding them hostage, or abandoning them.
Yeah, I like, you tell things that I'm like, I gotta think about a lot of this stuff.
I love all of that, and I think, and I love your deep dive into the Inuit mythology. I think it's maybe less likely to be like the thing, right, for the show, but I think
I could give you one more piece of evidence, though.
Oh, all right, give it.
Okay,
throw it out at me. Go.
All right. Let me go back to the I think it was the second season where Tabitha started having visions of the ghost children, first in the cave under the house after she like fell through the basement. Victor rescued her, saw the cave paintings, and then they're on their way out, and the ghost child rolls a ball out and knocks down a stone construction.
I hate those little stone things. I see them when I go hiking.
So this particular thing is an Inuit construction called the Inuksuk, and it's basically used for a few practical purposes and also spiritual purposes. It can be used as like a directional marker. It can be used as shrines. It can be used as like markers for like food caches. But in the Idurak mythology, it is used as a guidepost for the children to get home after the Idurak kidnaps them, if they can convince it to let them go. And it's used narratively in this story as a test, I think, that's my interpretation anyway, for Tabitha. Because when she's in the caves, the ghost child rolls out a ball, knocks down the Inuksuk, and then in like a episode or two later, Ethan is constructing his block puzzle on the
Yep,
porch,
Yep,
which
and
is
she freaks out. Yeah.
which is basically recreating the Inuksuk. And when he does that, the first vision of the ghost children, the two on the road basically watching her, comes to Tabitha. And then episode later, or maybe it's 2 episodes later, I forget offhand, she takes the block puzzle to the Slow Walker cave and rebuilds it outside of that to summon the ghost children, at
yeah.
which point they all come out of the forest. They essentially do like a ritualistic laying on of hands and start saying Ankui, Ankui, which I still think is salvageable from the Inuit version, which is Angakui, which is a very similar word, which basically means shaman or
Yeah.
plural shamans.
Sorry, post about that. So first of
So-
all, thank you for making me understand those little building sculpture-y kind of thing, whatever they are, those little structures that I see when I'm on the trails, and I'm always so irritated because they've been overtaken by influencers who just want to
Mm-hmm.
do that, right? And now I understand it. And the idea that the children are doing that is like amazing. I think the more that I read your comments and understand your research, I think that this show has a blend of different cultural and mythological influences that they're pulling together to create the nightmare that is Fromville, right? And I don't know if we'll ever get any one cultural answer. It's a bunch of stuff.
Yeah,
Or
there's definitely stuff from all over the place into it.
Yeah, I was gonna say, or they may just not go deep enough to tell us where the influences are, like even if it is,
Yeah.
But I feel like that's one possible kind of final solution to the saving the children thing, is to have the two parents or whatever essentially build more of these Inuksuks kind of through the forest to get past the illusions or whatever, and then essentially bring the children home if they can defeat whatever big bad or convince it to let them go. And the children can use those as essentially markers to get back home if they're kind of going by the Inuit mythology.
That's interesting. I don't know. See, I haven't. That's why I keep saying I need to read into a lot of all these different things everybody says. I want to get deeper into it to know more about it, because I don't really know much about a lot of these mythologies, but I do think they're pulling from a lot of different places.
Yeah, there's no way that was just an accident. That doesn't mean anything. That they have these Inuksuks, and it seems to summon the children. It's definitely intentional, and I can see in the show they're borrowing from various mythologies, but that in particular seems to be central. So I'm completely on board with that. It makes total sense.
Yeah, I guess I'm saying I wonder if some of the things even if they are they'll never actually go into that, because it's so in depth, it's there for the people that want to dig into it, kind of like how they did the the ARGs and that, it's extra stuff. But I don't know if will we ever hear all that. I don't know the show will have time to go that far in depth, if that makes sense. But that doesn't necessarily mean it's not there and it's not true.
And it may never amount to anything, but we'll see.
Yeah,
they'll probably never spell out.
What? Sorry.
I'm sorry. It made me think of 20 years ago when I went down a similar rabbit hole for Lost, and we were all Googling everything. And this is one of the things that a lot of us love, get really inspired. Michael, you're inspired. I was also. We went all kinds of crazy storytelling, and you learn so much, and you have it. You get clues, and and
it's fun, and you learn stuff.
Yeah, it's just amazing that this show is doing this for you and for us, and
yeah, it's got that.
And then I also love that we can have this conversation that we're having about Inuit and Norse mythology and whatever, And then also we're going to be in the chat talking about like, could they be vampires? Are you sure they're not vampires? Are they zombies? Right? Like,
Yeah, like there's a lot of
Mhm.
different.
I think
is it time travel?
I think in a lot of cases, like what they're borrowing from different mythologies, and they'll probably, most likely, since this is made for the masses, they'll never just spell out to us in the end, like,
Oh,
here
yeah.
it is. This
Yeah,
is
that's what I was getting at. Like we may
Mhm.
never see the
it's
answer of that.
esoteric, but it's the esoteric meaning is still there. They may not just come out and tell us like this is what it is in the end, but it doesn't mean that it's not there. It's clearly there, in my opinion. Some of these
Oh,
mythologies.
absolutely. Yeah.
But a lot
elements.
of that, like they'll
Yeah,
never.
right.
That's what I was saying. Like I don't know that a lot of that, even if that is the case, like they may have been inspired by that and meant that, but I don't think they'll ever like delve into that. Not on the show.
Well,
Oh, and
and that's
they'll probably
why-
never say that the original reincarnation myth could have been the Inuit myth of Kivyuk, who's essentially a culture hero of the Inuit, who is said to have basically lived through multiple different incarnations and lifetimes on his like hero's journey to basically go and find his family and to get back home.
Yeah.
But may have been inspired by that. Whether
Well,
they actually used that specifically, who knows? But
those are great questions for like, so we're going to get the writers on next week, we think, or in our interview next week, or any other show that you can ask the writers, like what their
What
influences
your
are. Like
inspiration, yeah.
these are
Mhm.
pointed influences. It's a great question because somebody might say, "What's your influence?" They'd be like, "Oh, various cultural things." But to be like, "Oh,
Is
are
it
you
this?
is it this
inspired
one
by
specific thing?
Inuit this or
Well, I
Norse
know
that?"
a lot of people
or
want to
whatever.
know about the like where
Awesome.
Ankui actually came from too, which is sort of in that
Mhm.
vein. So
I
yeah,
mean, the Ankui, that's a huge question also. But to ask them like what they're influenced by, or do they have assistants who are researching this, or
Mhm.
those are great questions that I hope that I can just ask all the
I
time.
was gonna say I don't know if we can summarize it well, but we'll try. But yeah, that's cool. I was gonna say let's get. I know we're getting really behind
Yeah,
in the chat.
we
so
gotta
let's
catch up with
try-
the chat. Some people are in the chat asking questions, and
Yeah, because I don't want to be
Oh,
here till 6 o'clock trying to answer the people, or till 6 hours. I mean, again.
Oh wow. Oh, Scarlett is still there too. Yeah, she did message me that she was having problems with her iPad, but she said she wanted to thank the chat and everybody on her behalf since she is having issues.
Well, thank you, Scarlett, for sticking around. But yeah, I know at one point she said she was going to bed, and then she kept reading.
She's still here.
Yeah. So let's see. Papa Sucks says, I keep trying to figure out how a group of people decided to sacrifice their own for immortality. Under what conditions would someone even consider that? And that's why I said I think it made them monsters. And I've said that before. Like they were monsters already because they did that.
so you think Jamie that there had to be monsters already existing who talked them into sacrificing their children?
Yeah, I mean, Fatima says something like it told them that I forget exactly what she says, but she says something like it told them that they could have immortality if they did that. So I think that's potentially the man in yellow, but I definitely think there's some big bad that is what gave them the immortality.
Yeah, but I kind of think like, is there a level where they talked themselves into it? Like, it could be a condemnation of organized religion, or the idea that what do they say, like the devil, what the devil did was like, did they just have to believe it to do it? Like, did they somehow come to it themselves?
Or did they actually agree to it? You mean like more like?
Well, yeah, like did Monster come be like, hey, listen to me. If you kill your kids, you have eternal life. Or like a lot of times, like there are a lot of stories about religion going wrong, or them convincing themselves, or like it depends how. I think it depends how far we think this goes back. And I know that there are a lot of people who think that the original sacrifice occurred in colonial times or even earlier. I don't believe that. For me, I think it was more recent. But the idea that they were convinced to do this, or did they come to it themselves, which is a little bit of a more of an evil, right? If you as a community, a cult, whatever, came to believe you should kill your own children for eternal life.
Yeah.
Like who did that and how? And so that's a good question, Jamie. Did the monsters already exist and whisper and convince them, or did they come to it themselves and then they created the monsters?
Yeah, I don't know. I just know that, like I said, Fatima said something like it told them they could. I think she says something like it told them they could live forever if they sacrificed. So that makes me think there was something there. I mean, I still think the town wasn't a trap until it happened, but I do think there was some evil force. Like I said, maybe the man in yellow is even just literally the devil and like convinced him to do this. And it isn't necessary. Like, I mean, because that's like the ultimate big bad, right? I mean, why not?
And so I'd like to ask, I have no kids. Jamie, I know you don't have kids. Julie, Michael, do you have kids? And should we ask a person who has kids, would they do that?
I do not, but I probably would not.
I was going to say, I hope everybody says they would not. Otherwise, I don't know about you, but no.
I can't imagine anybody doing that.
Yeah, I can't either.
No, I can't imagine any person being like, hey, let me call Jamie. Bing, bing. Yeah, I would sacrifice a kid so I can live.
I mean, I'm sure there's people that would. I mean, there's people that, you know, murder their kids and stuff. I'm sure there's people that would, but I don't think most people would.
No.
But yeah, but it's a scary thought. I wanted to ask about this though, because we kind of have touched on this, but never really gotten into it. That Naveed is saying clearly something went wrong. Would they have agreed up front if to need to eat humans? I have heard this multiple times and kind of gone back and forth on it. Is do they actually eat them? Because we have never seen proof of that. The only thing we have is Smiley drinking the blood, or not Smiley.
I don't know.
Drinking the blood.
I think they do.
You think they do? I wish like that they would outright say that though, if that's the case, because I feel like we've never. I mean, we've seen them rip people apart, but they seem to have all their parts. But I know there's the idea of like the monsters seem to be like this desiccated human form, like they're missing something. So yeah, I don't know.
Do we care? What they do is so vicious and so complete. Like, do we care if they eat them? I mean, they fully eviscerate and destroy a human body. Like,
I guess, but I feel like it makes more sense if it's something they need, as opposed to like just doing it for a game.
I mean, I could say that they seem like they're inspired by the Inuit Kujarat. I'm not sure if I'm saying that right. Kujirat, which, according to I guess some mythologies, could be former humans that were corrupted or cursed. A lot of times they're described as being like shriveled up on the inside or hollowed out. They have this like insatiable hunger. I think it was said that they sometimes eat and hollow out humans, essentially as like a metaphor for, you know, spiritual or physical decay. They're shapeshifters, and I think it's said that they always revert to their terrifying form just before they attack their prey, which is pretty much exactly what the
I was going to say that all
do.
That definitely all fits.
Yeah, and I'd also say, I mean, just from the show and the kind of visual narrative, I mean, pretty much every time that the slow walkers attack, they revert to their terrifying form. You see all of the like, you know, 1,000 teeth or whatever, and then they basically pounce on their prey, and then the next day you see that they're essentially hollowed out from the inside. So, I mean, the assumption is that they're eating it. Presumably, it's just done off camera.
No, and I guess that's the question. It's been an assumption. Like, I would like, if that's the case, for them to say that. And I think that's a good question for the writers too, because that's another one of those things where I think it's like, if it's something that we're supposed to assume, they might tell us that, because like they want people to, you know, if that makes sense. Like if it's something that they expected people to know, but people aren't sure about, I'm hoping those kind of questions they might actually answer. But I guess
maybe someday they'll just show like one of them like gnawing on some insides, you know, Walking Dead style or something.
Yeah.
But the implication seems to be there pretty clearly, unless they're like taking out the organs carefully and like putting them somewhere. But I don't think that's the case.
No, yeah, I think it definitely is implied a lot of times, but it's.
I mean, they're definitely predatory. It seems like.
Yeah, yeah, definitely. This is about something else, but Chris Smalls makes a point and says,
Did anyone notice when Victor's talking to Ethan in season 1, he said he's a little older than you, that they came in 2 cars as if he wasn't in one of the cars. We keep saying that we think one of the, well, I think Julie, agreed with me, but I'm the one that said it, that I still thought the 2 cars were always going to be Miranda and Christopher's version, whatever. But he does say they, like it isn't him. And that's a good
wait,
point.
why would Victor say that Miranda's car was coming?
That's what they're saying. Like, if it was his, wouldn't he say like there was a second car, like we came or something? Like
they came in 2 cars. Seems to be after Victor arrived.
Yes, which implies that he isn't in one of the cars, which I always
and he is not in one of the cars.
Yeah, and I always assumed it was like Miranda and Christopher that were in the 2 cars, but maybe not. Or it could just be the way Victor, Victor, though, says things so different. It's possible that he did mean himself, but
he's an imperfect narrator, so he may have.
Yeah, but the way he words it, it doesn't make it sound like, although to be fair, a lot of things Victor doesn't remember that he knows because like he's blocked it. So he could also see it like, oh, these 2 people came and not really realize he's even talking about himself. I don't know. Possibility.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. See, Grant says, have we actually seen them eating people? No, we have not seen them eating.
No, they don't eat people. We just say, no, they don't. They
that.
eviscerate people, but we never seen them eat anything. No.
No, but I think they're still.
But they do have like 1,000 teeth, so you kind of assume.
Yeah.
No, but they mostly just tear you apart and leave you there, as far as we can tell, right?
Okay.
A debate for the ages.
That's what I was going to say. We just don't know. I do want to ask that. So, would the original bottle tree be right where the caves are then? Like the roots are in the cave. The roots are definitely in above the cave, right? Because those stone slabs are supposed to be, as far as I know, right down below it.
I'm not really sure if it needs to be over the caves or it could just be around town. That's a interesting question. The bottle tree seems to have a really different function maybe than the caves. I don't really know.
Well, they said the roots made the tree. The tree is supposed to be over that because that's what they see when they look up, like above the towers that Jade sees.
The poem says about the roots in the tree, and Jade does see it when he's in the cave and he looks up and sees the symbol and the roots and whatever.
Yeah, so I assume it's right above it.
Yeah, maybe.
Hard to say. There's a bunch of different faraway trees, so it's not entirely clear. It seems like there was one tree that was originally created, but then there's a question of with all the different faraway trees, were there then additional trees that came up as spreading roots or something like that? But I don't know. But it seems like that one bottle tree is kind of the original,
like the main original faraway tree. Yeah.
But then the question is, are the kids underneath that, or are they somewhere else? Is that a tree that came up as a root from someplace else? Or
they say that the roots became the tree. I assume it's supposed to be right above them, the way Jade sees that. But that's another one of the things. Yeah, does it actually say that? Maybe not. That's
because some plants send out runners that go to other places and then pop up. So maybe it started someplace else and then popped up there. But
did I click on something?
Who knows?
Sorry, what did I click on? I didn't think I clicked on that. I didn't know what I clicked on.
Oh, I might have clicked by mistake. I was trying to start.
Yeah. I was going to say, because I think that was a message for Julie or something. That's why I'm like, what did I click on? And now I lost it. I don't even know where it was. Sorry, Dieter. You put up something Dieter said. Now I can't even find it. Let's see. I don't know. Sometimes it's hard to click on things. Okay, so Papa says, what would have happened if Miranda had gotten to the bottle tree and entered it? Would the children be saved?
I don't know about that. That's a great question, right? That's an amazing question.
Mm-hmm. It is. That's something really important, I think, because I think maybe is my answer, but maybe.
I feel like it would be a step on the path to saving the children, but I don't know that she would have necessarily directly saved them. There may have been more steps or things to learn, or it's hard to say.
Well, if she got to the tree, she might have been bumped out like Tabitha was, right?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
She might have been bumped out and maybe not been able to save them if it was happening right at that time, right? Like, oh, they're killing my kids, let me run out, whatever. But yeah, she could have gotten out and been at the wrong time, and it would have been worse, or it could have been better, right?
I don't know. I still
And
wonder.
and wait, let me one more time. If she was killed, like we saw her go near the tree and get killed by Smiley, right? Or maybe not, but we think she was killed by Smiley. How many times has that cycle happened? And will she always be killed before she leaves? And does that mean our Tabitha might not get out and be killed before she goes? I mean, she left and got sent back, right? Is she destined to always be killed?
Well, I think that she got further this time. And that's why I've said before, it's like, do they still have hope? Because they've done this so many times and they got to find something different to do.
Yep.
But I think maybe they're getting further each time.
That's kind of my narrative reading of it, is that kind of each life is progressing slightly further. So like Miranda got to the bottle tree, Tabitha got through the bottle tree to the lighthouse, and then hopefully maybe, does whatever other things or learns whatever she needs to learn.
I mean, I still think that saving the children I don't think is literal. I don't think they mean go back in time and save them. I think it's about saving their souls. I still wonder if maybe it's something as simple as they're supposed to go to the real world and tell the story so people know what these horrible monsters did.
But who believes them? Why would anybody believe that?
I don't know that they would, but I'm just saying that's what I kind of think could maybe be like what it is they're supposed to do, because like they're like lost, like nobody knows what happened to them, I don't know. But
I feel like they do need to save them somehow, but with the current narrative, it sounds like they were killed, so it would be like more of a
so I said like
spiritual saving or something like that, like if they're being held like spiritually captive or something.
I just want to put up Greg because it made me laugh. Karen, he said he did a 5-hour video on the secret meaning behind Jack's tattoos. Yeah, we've all gone down.
Oh yeah.
That's hilarious. Let's see. Oh, her cord's not. See, I'm so far behind. We're like still like 50 minutes behind. Her cord was working. I don't know if Scarlett's still there or not. Let's see. Sorry, I'm like scanning, and I won't sacrifice my kids. Thank you, Dieter. It's good to know you won't sacrifice your kids. Someone else, yes. Yeah, I might sacrifice someone else, just not my kids. That's hilarious. Scarlett said, I think that story of the sacrifice will be fleshed out. I think it will be too.
Yeah, hopefully once they do their vision quest, if that's what they end up doing, then they'll be able to see all of the previous incarnations, hopefully all the way back to the beginning, and then they can give us basically flashback exposition on what happened and kind of what's been done in the interim by the different incarnations and kind of where we're at in the story now. And hopefully they can pick up from there and figure out what they need to do next.
I still definitely think we're moving towards an ending now because we know like so much. Like I feel like the whole reincarnation thing is such a huge part of the story. And I found that what that was, I clicked accidentally. That he was saying about adding the goat in his name. That's what that was about. I knew that I hit something. Oh, I think I caught up with it. Can my students be kids? Scarlett wants to sacrifice her students at school. Well, it is. Let's see. I was going to say we're almost at 3:30. We're almost at 5 hours.
There you go.
I think maybe when we hit the 5-hour mark, we should start to wrap it up. We said 2 to 3. This is not 2 to 3. We're at 5. I was about ready to disconnect, and Karen called in. I'm like, well, Karen's here now, so I want to talk to Karen. It's your fault.
I keep them here. Yeah.
It's your fault. I'll just blame you.
So one thing that you guys haven't really talked about. So I love the focus on mysteries and clues and what's happening. But one thing that we haven't really talked about is the acting, the writing, the direction, the craft that makes this episode that we watch tonight. which when I watched it, I was like really kind of surprised. Like I haven't watched this episode for like 2.5 years. I watched it when it aired. I've gone up with the show. I haven't come back and rewatched, and I thought like so much of this really surprised me in the way
you remember.
well, it surprised me in the way like Sarah, like I guess I haven't gone back and really watched Sarah and how she was in this episode, and she was already like super creepy from the beginning, and clearly hearing voices that you couldn't really see it, but yeah, definitely happening. And also to me, I posted earlier the way like Boyd is already such a very hyper reactive person, and look, I get that the way he reacted to Frank, but he was a little over the top, right? So anyway, all that kind of stuck with me, and I feel like we've talked about maybe not so much of that stuff. So do you want to comment on it, or am I being crazy?
No, that's okay. We just tend to go into the mystery. I mean, I think that the show is made really well. I think it's acted really good. I know some people think it isn't. I mean, they're not all perfect, but I think overall it's pretty good. And I think that the production quality is very good. I mean, I think that just like the body of the little girl ripped open in the first episode is like,
Oh yeah.
That's my main comments. But whoops, sorry, hold on, I gotta take pills. I don't want to choke. Give me a second.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not asking you to like critique the arts and crafts, but I guess I mean like the way that Boyd was already so like the way Boyd reacted, and he was so angry.
Yeah, I forgot that he got that angry, but I think, geez, I'm sorry, I swallowed a Mucinex and it doesn't want to go down.
Get some water, Jamie.
I'm chugging water, but I still feel like it's stuck in my throat. I hate that feeling. And I have another one to take. I feel like I guess I forgot that he was that angry that early, I think is what you're saying.
I did, yes, I did.
But I feel like he got so mad, and I said this earlier, I think he got mad because he blames himself, because he takes on everything, and he feels like he's the leader, or, de facto leader, and that anything that happens is on his watch. And I think he's too hard on himself. I think that's why he freaks out like that.
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, I think that's probably right.
Sorry, I'm still trying to swallow. And okay, I was going to say, Scarlett was asking what we thought about the pilot, but now she's going to bed. Okay. Good night, Scarlett.
I mean, I think if I was trying to watch as a first timer, I'd be like, wow, that guy Boyd is very intense, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I didn't remember him being like that either.
Right. And so we saw the signs had maybe because 96 days since an incident. Basically since Tabitha showed up, there's been pretty much almost only more than 1 day since an incident, right? Like 96.
Yeah. I mean, they started the shit happening. That's what I said.
Like, can you really think about living in Fromville with 96 days? That's 3+ months, 3.5 months with no incident.
Not actually that long, though.
Awesome.
That's what's sad. I mean, it's awesome compared to now, but it's still not great.
Yeah.
But yeah, Scarlett's asking, do we have any opinions on the pilot as a code? Any clues it would solve from? The one main thing I want to say is that I do think, the ending as the beginning, I do think that I want to find what interview they said that the answers were in the beginning. I think it was Scarlett actually that said earlier she thought it was maybe the first 3 episodes, not even just the first episode. I'd like to see exactly what they said so I know how far to go to look for the answers. But I mean, I didn't find anything that's like super enlightening in the episode. I thought maybe I would, and I expected to, and I didn't. I mean, yeah, I don't know. I feel like I expected to, but I did not. The only thing I can say out of it is, like I said, maybe about it like being a chess game, but that's not really some big enlightening answer. So I don't know.
Well, so wait, the answers in the beginning, they could mean a lot of things, right? The beginning of the whole thing, however long ago, or
Yeah, but
being
the writers, I guess, said that the answers to everything are in the beginning of the show. Like it wasn't just what Victor said. The writers have said that. Supposedly, I didn't see the article. That's why I'm saying I want to see what the interview actually said. That somebody said that, that they said that in an interview.
Well, and they could be liars. Liars.
No, it probably was in an interview, or they said that to try to get people to like look for clues. But I mean, it could also not be super, like literally. Like you think about the fact that I remember we were told forever from the beginning that they knew exactly how Lost was going to end. I think they knew that they were going to end it with Jack's eye. I don't, which that's not really a spoiler, Julie. I mean, that doesn't really tell you anything. I think that that was what they meant. I don't think that they literally meant they knew how they were going to end the show.
100, Jamie. 100%. Yes.
And I think it's the same thing, like them saying, oh, the answers are there. I don't know that they necessarily mean, and that's why I want to hear exactly what they said. I don't think that they mean like the whole show can be solved by the episode. I think that it might be that the overall answer is in there. Like I said, is it saying that like the whole thing is a game between people? Is it saying that the whole thing is a story Julie's tell? Like, I don't know that any of those things are right, but I'm saying like, I think it's something more like that. Like it's more like a theme or like an explanation of what the town is, not an explanation of everything. Personally. It's like,
All right.
yeah. But yeah, and I don't know. I expected to get more answers than I did, I guess, but maybe it takes a couple viewings. I don't know. Or maybe and she said she thinks it's the first 3. Maybe as we go through and watch the rest of the other ones, we will feel differently. I mean, this one was continued. It was kind of like all, the 2 episodes were kind of all one episode anyway. So
Well,
I
there
mean,
was so
maybe
much
it's the whole thing
foreshadowing in the
about the
beginning.
nightmare. Yeah, I mean, maybe it's like what I said about the nightmare that's in the next episode about when you get up high enough, it looks like a dream. Maybe it's all a nightmare. I think it's something like that. Like, I don't know that that's the case, but I think it's like just meaning like the overall idea is in there somewhere, not every single answer.
Well, in the first few episodes there was tons of foreshadowing between, Julie's T-shirt with the third eye open, and then the entire Chromonocle story,
Yeah.
which essentially lays out kind of
Jim's
what's
death.
going to happen in the series.
Yeah.
A lot of stuff was pretty directly foreshadowed, kind of in that, like you have Jim and Tabitha kind of dancing around and making Chromonocle noises and saying maybe there's 2 Chromonocles,
Yeah.
which clearly, Jade and Tabitha. You have the story of the Lonely Dragon, which I think is Victor, the cave, which I think is his box truck out in the woods. You have the map of the rainbow sky, which I think is the map plastered across the back of the box truck, which like nobody notices in the final episode, even though Jade's looking directly at it while he's talking with Jim and Tabitha.
Yeah.
So there's all sorts of foreshadowing just in those couple first few episodes with just the Chromonocle story.
Yeah. And I guess that's my point. Like I'm saying, like I think maybe there's like an outline in it type of thing. Like I don't think we're going to get every single answer out of those episodes, though.
Oh, sure.
But I just guess I felt like, yeah. Good night, Charlotte. If you're really going to bed this time, because you've said that like 3 times. But I'm doing the same thing. I guess I thought I'm going to watch the pilot and I'm going to feel like I know so much more now that I've seen season 3. And I watched it and I felt like, okay, I got some out of it, but I didn't feel that revelation, I guess. And I guess I just expected to find it. And that was kind of stupid to think I would, but I felt like it before I watched it. So, yeah. But yeah, I don't know about you guys, but we're past 5 hours now. It's 3:30.
Yeah. I gotta work in the morning. Doesn't anybody have to work? I do.
Yep.
I can sleep in for once, so I'm okay with that.
Yeah.
But thank you everybody for coming. If you joined in, we appreciate it. And thank you people if you stayed the whole time. Be sure to take a moment, like and subscribe. Check out Julie's channel, which is in the description, and watch social media and everything for updates on our interviews with the writers coming up. I always put the little thing there, and and we'll be back Tuesday for Karen, me, and AJ, our normal show, which is not From right now, but is Silo and Dune. Do we have anything else yet coming up?
Earth Abides, maybe?
Earth Abides. So yeah, that's on Tuesday. And then Saturday, we'll be doing another watch party in the Discord, which before I disconnect, I will send the link to one more time. If you haven't joined, please join, and then you can come do the party with us. And then Sunday, Julie and I will be back again, and hopefully a lot of you. And we'll start all over again. And we'll be doing the second episode. There we go. There's the Discord link if anybody doesn't have it. We have gotten more people in Discord, which I totally appreciate that people are joining it. So yeah, more chatting to do, but I will see hopefully a lot of you Tuesday. And
Thanks
before
for
that,
hosting.
hopefully in Discord. No, thanks for calling in.
All right, bye.
All right.
Thanks.
Good night. Have a good night. Bye, Julie. Sorry, you've been quiet lately, but I think you need to get some sleep too.
Yeah, I'm in a lot of pain. I need to.
I'm sorry. We've got to do better next week. We really do. I started getting up and walking around because I feel so stiff. So yeah, we got to do better. We got 5 hours though. We did a little better. So next week let's stop at 3. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Have a good night.
Good night.
Bye bye.